Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Scosh, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, FMF, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Manscaped, Suspension Direct, Intense Cycles, Wiseco Pistons, Twisted Tea, all on board with us, as are you people. And really a great guy in studio as well to help me break all this down. Don't forget, go to the Amazon widget on PulpMX.com to help us out. It takes you to Amazon and you make a purchase, and I can afford to get guys like Kellen Brauer here. Motorsport banner as well on PulpMX.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com. Takes you to Motorsport. Make a purchase, great guys, and it helps us out as well to do that, an affiliate program. Anything over $79 is free shipping. And, really, really good company, good prices, OEM and aftermarket parts there at motorsport.com. Speaking of that, we have the motorsport.com tweet at Pete segment, Race Tech Rant, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. We have the voicemails. We have a social media comment of the week. More coming up here on the show tonight. Again, thank you for watching. Thanks to Mav TV. We have 4 episodes left on Mav TV, Two Wheel Tuesdays, and it's been fun. It's been really good to see the response from you people. It's been fun to have it on the semis in the races, the semis on the TVs. It's been on there, so yeah, it's been cool, man. Thanks again for all the support for the Mav TV guys and PulpMX show on Mav TV, and thanks again. So with me here in studio to talk about Paula 2, talk about MXGP. We'll talk some silly season stuff. We may touch on the Motocross the Nations. It's Kellen Brauer. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm great, Steve. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I'm glad to be back.
Lots to talk about.
A lot.
Lots to talk about.
A lot.
You were at Paula, obviously. Congratulations to Tomac, Star Yamaha, for the second consecutive title. The first time since 2015 that a 450 guy has swept indoors and out. We'll talk about some comparison seasons for that as well later on. I just thought that first moto by Tomac was, and he told me afterwards he had to win the first moto. He was really gunning for the first moto with the 1 point up. He needed that one, and then second moto he could lay back. I thought that first moto was just perfect. Just follow Chase Sexton, neither one making a mistake, neither guy, putting a wheel wrong, and then follow him, use the lappers, catch up to him, and then Chase made a mistake in the rollers. Eli squirts by, and then, look, Sexton's just as fast as Eli, if not faster. And Eli just totally pulled away like a second and a half or whatever and maintained it and took the moto win. A perfect moto, Kellen, maybe.
I mean,
other than a start and run away. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I asked him earlier this year if like 24-0 is better or having like a close title fight like this is better. But yeah, that first moto was, I think it was a culmination of everything that he's learned this year watching Sexton in front of him, because they've raced each other so much that, like, I think by the end of the year, they knew each other's tendencies to a degree.
Uh-huh.
And with him, like, you go back to Iron Man and he watched him in front of him for a long time. And then the second he hit lap traffic, he would, catch up to him and then go as fast as he can for like 2 or 3 laps and try to like break away from him. He did the exact same thing at Paula, right? Like
it was real similar.
Exactly the same situation where as soon as Sexton started getting a little bit messed up with lappers, maybe he was getting flustered and lost. That's when Tomac is like, I'm pouncing.
Yeah.
Like, this is a perfect opportunity to start running my hot laps. I figured out all my lines. I've watched what he's doing. I know what I'm doing. And then just go. And that's exactly what he did.
You almost, look, nothing beats whole shot and pull away for the win. Nothing beats that. But you almost wonder because, again, being the chaser is easy. You can see where the guy's going. You can adjust to his lines. You can use the lappers. They don't know what's coming until the leader gets them. There's a few advantages to being in this position that Eli was, and you would almost wonder, hey, Eli, would you rather take the lead and have Sexton on you, or would you want to have Sexton lead and you can watch and learn and pounce? I think he's taking the latter.
Yeah, I agree. I think like James even said it on the broadcast. He said that he likes the position that Tomac's in to be able to follow, read the lines, and like Sexton was doing some stuff that Eli wasn't doing or probably going to do, like that triple thing in the rollers, for example. I think Eli was fine just kind of like pounding through it. But for Eli, like, you can just take the best of what Sexton's doing and combine it with what you already know is working. Because Sexton can't look back and see where Tomac is gaining time or losing time. So you get to read the entire situation and play it out in front of you.
I think Eli tried a few outsides early on too and was like, oh, okay, not really working. It
was pretty one line, but I do think that he found like the 2 or 3 spots that worked specifically for him.
Yeah.
And knew that those were the spots that, like, if Sexton is held up a little bit or makes a mistake here and there, that's my opportunity to pounce.
Because I felt like in 250s with Shimoda, first moto, outsides were working.
Yeah.
There was a few sections, maybe it was Jet, maybe Shimoda. Outsides were working. Jet, I think, more Jet than anything. They were good. And then I think Eli was trying them and was like, no, not really. The Paula, it was so hot, and it was hot. Kellen, I'm going to name drop right now, but I was talking to James and Chad on the starting line during practice, and I'm not moving, and sweat is beating up on my arm and dripping off, and I'm not moving. It was hot. So having said that, they watered the shit out of it in practice because they kind of had to.
Yeah.
And then what happened, there was no middle. There was an inside and an outside, and that was it.
And it was just slosh in the middle. Like, if you went offline even a little bit, you're losing like 2 or 3 seconds because you're going to get stuck for a little bit.
And I get the watering the shit out of it. It was 110 degrees. So
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at some point it was going to get dry, hard.
Yep.
You know, they were trying to not let it get blue grooved, really is what they were trying to do. And it created, in my opinion, some sketchy situations with how long and notchy the ruts were, like down straightaways and stuff. But that's such a hard track to get right when it's that hot.
No one liked the track. Did anybody like the track?
I talked to nobody that liked
Did Grant Harlan maybe like it? Grant Harlan crushed it.
Well,
maybe Grant Harlan liked it.
The Kiefer setup worked.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Nobody liked the place. Look, we're not going back next year for 2 races, and that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It really – there needs to be a national in Southern California. I wish it was at Glen Helen. They can't make it work.
Yeah.
This is the next best alternative, but just one race, please.
I did hear a lot of – well, at least it's not Elsinore this weekend.
Oh, yeah. No.
Many people saying, thank God we're not back there.
This place is like Redbud compared to Elsinore.
Redbud compared to Elsinore.
It wasn't a lot of fun.
No.
The give a shit meter for many riders was not there, and that's understandable.
Well, I think that was the first time in a long time that I've just sat in the media tent for a lot of it. Like, it was so brutal to stand outside, like you're saying. Like, even at like 9 a.m., I'm just like standing out there like on the bleachers watching some of the qualifying.
Yep.
And I'm like, this isn't even fun standing here.
Like I said, I was talking to those guys, and I'm feeling this drip down my arm, and I'm looking, and it's like I'm like, oh my God, right? So, yeah, it's.
Did you bring a change of clothes?
I didn't.
I did, because I was like, I might sweat through. I might just pour water down me all day long or something.
I had a black shirt on too. Not the greatest move.
You weren't John Tomac level.
No, yeah, John Tomac, long sleeve, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just
classic.
Yeah, right.
I mean, have you seen him not wear that to any race?
Yeah, good point. Yeah,
that's just the look.
He's twice the man. I am. So Tomac, look, he leaves his longtime home at Cowie where he could have stayed. He takes a pay cut for a base salary. He signs up for Yamaha for 1 year and an option, but basically 1 year to try this thing out. And he maybe rides better than he ever has before at 29 years old and wins both titles.
Well, he had the best season that he's ever had. Like, statistically, maybe there was better actual Supercross or actual motocross seasons over his career, but the one whole year combined, like, it's been perfect for him. I mean, you can't do it any better. You look, too, there was times where he appeared to get flustered at the end of seasons, Supercross seasons specifically. Never happened. Never, Well, he said he had the most fun this year, too. That was another thing that he drove home a lot. And, I mean, you and I both talked to him a lot in interviews and stuff. Like, to me, he's a much different person, too. Yeah, like, he's so much happier and freer, I feel like. He came on the show a bunch. He was some of those tough losses, he was at the media corral, talking. And lots of praise for Chase, too. Wasn't about himself. It was very much like, dude, Chase is ripping as well. He was a different dude, for sure. And Sexton pushed him harder than anybody else has in his title. So what a season, and what just a picture-perfect moto. Now, JT was disputing this on the race review, but second moto, Anderson got the start and was leading. And look, Anderson's the one guy that has beaten those two guys this year. Right. Not always straight up, but sometimes. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, Sexton's going faster than Tomac. Sexton's going to go by Eli. Eli's going to let him go. Like, no, not even going to battle him. And then if Sexton gets Anderson and Eli can't get Anderson, holy shit. I did think that for a few laps because Anderson was ripping. Yeah, I mean, I thought the same thing. And well, JT's going to call you an idiot. Yeah, so, exactly. Yeah, but, I mean, we talked to Eli after the race. You talked to Eli. Same exact story that he said to both of us was I had flashbacks to Buds.
Yeah,
I got stuck behind those guys and I couldn't pick up the pace to go around
and
them.
he
That
said he was quote unquote panicked.
Yeah,
he was panicked.
So even he was thinking it as well. And look, I mean, I know it's kind of in the rearview mirror now, but there was a time where we saw very weirdo moments for Eli Tomac where it's like, why is he just driving around in 10th?
Right.
And that could have happened then too. Like it wasn't like this is an entirely different Eli Tomac. It still exists somewhere in there.
No, absolutely. And again, like on that kind of dirt on that day, Anderson can haul ass. Now, obviously he dropped way back and it didn't work and whatever, but yeah, he could do it. And I was thinking to myself, what do we got here? Because I had no doubt Sexton was going to catch Eli. I knew that was going to happen. And then I was like, Anderson could play a big role in this. Now, it didn't happen that way, and Sexton crashed 3 times in the second moto. So he was hauling ass, too.
I was trying to think back, like, when's the last time someone even crashed twice and still won a moto, and Sexton almost crashed 3 times and had a chance to win the moto? Like, that, I was But I mean, he was sending it. Like, what else are you gonna do? It's the same thing Tomac has said the last couple of weeks. Like, you have to go at this point in time because it's so close. There's no more give and take. You have to go for the win every single moto. And Eli actually said the same thing to us, that he was happy that it was a 1-point gap coming in instead of like a 10 or something bigger where you think about it more and you're like, well, should I ride to a third or whatever? The fact that he had to win probably made him like ride better and more within himself all day long.
It was great. It was amazing in both motos, and so that's most likely his last Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship. I don't see him coming back. He's left the door open, but I don't see it.
Yeah, we'll see.
And then he won his first one, and he won his last one. That's really cool. I didn't really put that together until they did it in the broadcast. But yeah,
crazy bookend to the careers.
Right?
That's for sure.
Nobody wins their first one, like what James did and Eli did, and
not necessarily everybody wins their last one either. Like it's pretty rare that we see guys go out on top to begin with, but then you know to win their last moto too. Like oftentimes, like with Ricky or whoever leaves, Dungeon his last Supercross race until he retired or unretired, I should say. What did he got? 4th in that Supercross race or 3rd or whatever. Like he didn't win it. Like he didn't go out on top, but Eli does. So it's pretty cool.
Great season. Congrats to the Star guys and Eli for that. Again, it's a gamble. We sat here in December, talked about Supercross, and we're like, I don't know, and then he hurts his knee. And for outdoors, I was one of the guys saying, like, dude, I don't know about that knee. If he just puts it down in the wrong spot, all his rest of healing is gone, and he's back to square one. And he didn't ride that much coming into Paula because of the knee. Paula went
not great,
whatever, right? And then that was it. And then we never heard about the knee again, and he just started crushing it. He won 9 motos in a row in the middle of the season at one point. And Sexton rode amazing too. I think I saw that it was the highest points and runner-up points ever in a 12-round series or something. Yeah. But yeah, props to Tomac for sure. What a day. What a ride. And 2 in a row for Star with Dylan Ferrandis last year too.
Suddenly Blue Crew, man, they've come on strong these last couple of years. It's quite the turnaround.
The 2023 was there too. It was at Paula.
Yep.
God, it looks good. It's so skinny. It's so skinny. Do you sit on it?
I haven't sat on it yet, but I did get closer to it. Yeah, it's
like Honda-ish.
It's gonna be nimble.
Oh,
throw that thing around.
You think Tomac's going to do, think he did well this year. Just wait. Kellen Brauer brought to you by Decal Works. Over 30 years in the industry, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics around. Officially licensed with all the brands, your expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Quality, service, and knowledge. Proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM team, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team as well, off-road team, DecalMX.com. Promo code PulpMX at decalmx.com to save. Great company. They'll do anything they want, anything you want for graphics, and have a quick turnaround as well. Kellen Brauer brought to you by Decal Works and PulpMX code at decalmx.com. We will have the Decal guys on here later in this offseason. All right, so speaking of KTM, Decal does their stickers. Ryan Dungey, I thought he was going. I didn't talk to him after the race. I saw people interview, and then I saw on Vital a quote that he said he's done. And so he's hanging it back up. You know what? I didn't even introduce these guys.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you going to introduce them? But it's your show, so I'm letting you
honestly, I was just going to move on with my life. But directing the show over there, holding things down, deciding the camera work, Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Feeling underappreciated.
I know. I apologize. We got, it's fun around.
Honestly, you could have just gone forward and whatever.
Okay.
Nobody cares about me.
Right. Okay. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Marks, we are going to give away the Yamaha YZ450 for PulpMX Fantasy tonight.
Yes, we are
doing the draw.
Yes, we are.
So if you paid before Anaheim won, you get 3 entries.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. You want to spill this out? So if you pay before Anaheim won, you get 2 entries. You get 1 and a bonus. If you do Supercross and then you later buy Motocross, you only get 1. And then you get 1 extra entry if you were top 99 for Supercross and Motocross combined, which you obviously have to compete in both in the championship series to be eligible for that. So, Kellen here, how many entries you got, Kellen?
If I'm doing the math right, 3.
He's got 3
Because you have national number
52.
52.
Yeah, there are 99 people out there potentially 99 people out there with 3 entries in this. So
Okay, so you got 2 entries if you paid before Anaheim won,
I did.
and then if you're really good at the game, you get a 3rd entry.
Which I guess I am.
Yeah, which you are.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that later after commercial.
Yes, we are.
Thank you to Yamaha for that. We'll do a randomizer on this. And Marks, please load the people that are actually eligible this time.
No promises.
Speaking of Ryan Dungey, he's back on a holiday Monday, answering the calls. Again, you talk about teamwork, you talk about cohesion on the pulp world, and that's this man's middle name: cohesion and teamwork. Producer Pete, what's up?
So I'm feeling appropriately appreciated, but not happy to be here. You're welcome, Talon and Yar.
Dunge. What about Dunge hanging it up?
That's just makes this tonight even worse. The fact that he's not going to be racing next year. It's not a good day for me.
It's tough.
From here, all I can see are his eyes, and they just look very sad.
But
very
the good news is
solemn.
You bought a bike from Yamaha for your son.
That may or may not be a secret. So if someone's listening, then I don't know. But either way, moving along.
That was my son. You missed.
It was your kid?
That was my son.
It was your son.
I don't think he's actually listening, and he won't get to it. So yes, we did.
Thank you to Yamaha for the YZ125, the deal on it.
Very, very big thank you to Yamaha. I know that he doesn't know about it yet, but he will know maybe now, maybe tomorrow morning. We'll see. But we're very excited to get back in the dirt biking game and getting to have a childhood that he deserves.
Wow.
First he said he didn't want to be here, and then he gets all lovey.
Well, I have to give Yamaha the appropriate amount of thanks. So
great work, Pete.
Yep.
Okay. So Dunge, I was surprised to see that. I asked him a few weeks ago because I'd heard from somebody at KTM that he's coming back. I couldn't nail down whether it was Supercross or Motocross or both. But I heard he was coming back, and then he was real smiley when I asked him about it. Like, he's made a decision on it, and it seemed like it was all a go. And then this weekend, he's just like, yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
I'm shocked too. I think I first asked him back at round 7 if he was going to be done at the end of the year. And like you said, he was very much like, well, I got some things to think about. Yeah. And usually when they have some things to think about, it means that they're pretty much trying to finalize stuff at that point. It's not about thinking about it anymore. They've made the decision. So I'm really surprised to see he's done, because I thought everything was trending in the direction that at worst he would be back to do 23 outdoors and maybe even Supercross.
Yeah, or the SMX thing or whatever.
Or something,
too. Yeah. No podiums this year for him. Came close.
So close.
Should have had a few. Honestly, the last couple of weeks haven't been good for him. He dropped back a little bit more than what you're used to. I still say it was a successful comeback to racing for Ryan Dungey.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, from 5 years of retirement, you tell him he's going to get top 10s. I think that's a success. But ran top 5 all year. Gets pipped by, I think, Craig in the points just at the end there. But I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. Like, for someone that has not like seriously considered racing. I mean, he's tried to, I think, maybe dabble at a couple comebacks, but never like went full training hardcore mode. And even coming into this season, he was like, I'm just doing a little bit of workout in Minnesota, like not putting too much effort into it yet, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
And then he ends up 6th in points.
It was cool to see him back, and he was good. And I wish he was coming back again, but
I thought the fans like dug it too this year. Oh,
they were into it.
Gathered around KTM a bunch and like leaning over the fence and cheering. Like what I like about it is that like he, the 17 title chase with him and Tomac was a little bit, it had some, let's say, not good moments in it, and then the fans kind of turned against Dunge and KTM at that point as well. So like he wins the 4th title and gets booed out of the stadium, and I feel like it's not an appropriate goodbye for someone of Dunge's stature in the sport and the things that he's done. So I thought it was cool that this summer he got to come back, he got to feel the fans cheering for him again, and actually be happy to be out there and get, I think, more of a proper send-off than what he got the first time through.
That's a good point. It didn't go well the last time. No. Right. Because of some team tactics.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I never thought of that. Good.
I mean, he was getting his championship interview in 17 after winning the title, and it was loud boos in the stadium.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. It was cool to see him there for sure, and it was awesome to see him back. I think he was racing. I have a theory. I don't know if it's right or right. We're going to get Ryan on here next week or the week after. I have a theory, and again, I don't know if it's true. I haven't dug around in it. The way I heard he was coming back and the way he was acting like he was coming back, that seemed all new or all good and going to happen. And then this sudden decision, to me, this reeks of KTM saying, hey, man, we went through the budget and we can't support you.
Yeah.
Like that's what it reeks of to me. And then that was just a sudden like, oh, I'm done, you know, because look, we remember the interview with Roger at Paula where he's running fourth and
we need to do better.
We need to do better. Like what?
Yeah.
Like that's how their mentality is. They took a kick.
Yeah, they want to win.
KTM took a kick in the ass this year.
It's I mean, if it wasn't for Tom Vial winning this MX2 title, they have no titles this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it really didn't go well for the new bike and
3
the new
race
launch
wins in
and everything
America.
like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
The Dungey thing was, I think, maybe a little bit of a saving grace because he definitely brought a little bit better publicity to that team and that bike this year than it was getting, because it wasn't getting very positive reviews throughout the Supercross season. And obviously Cooper Webb didn't win a race in his title defense, which is only the third time that's ever happened without an injury involved. So it didn't go well up until that point. But I mean, I like I said, I'm just really surprised to not hear that Dungey's has something lined up. Even like I said, if it's just a couple more races next year or something to have like another proper retirement or something like that. It's just it's weird.
Are you with me on my theory or no?
I'm not. I
Okay.
personally am not. I mean,
Okay.
I get it. I understand where you're coming from with it, but the way that he's performed this year, I would be surprised that they wouldn't try to figure it out some way, some shape or form, some number to get him there, whatever it takes, because like I said, on publicity alone, it's been great.
Yeah.
But his results have actually given them, a little bit more of a glimmer than they had before.
Yeah.
It seems like he's been able to maybe develop that bike a little bit better than it was before as well. I feel like there's too many positives as opposed to the negative of how much money they have to spend to get him to stay, in my opinion.
All right, fair enough. I have nothing to base my theory on other than KTM being like sort of ruthless. You know what I mean? That's all.
I mean, like it could just be as simple as that, like he says he kind of scratched the itch or whatever, right?
Right.
But it could be as simple as like he's got a family now. He's a family man. He's got to stay at home with the wife and be a dad and stuff like that. And traveling 29 weeks a year isn't exactly the ideal dad,
Count me as a little bummed he didn't end up on a podium. The laps he led, the crowds went nuts. He led at High Point. He led somewhere else, Washugo. He didn't lead Washugo, but before he went out, he was second. People were
he
that.
got a couple hole shots this year for sure.
Yeah, it was good to see him out there for sure. And if it's done, it's done. He gets to go out with at least being like, I gave it one more shot, So,
yeah, pretty good shot.
Jet Lawrence wins his second 250 motocross title. Dennis Rodman's there. The Worm is
Are we
there.
sure about that? I mean, it was pretty hot on Saturday. Are we sure Dennis Rodman was there? It been a figment of our
Are we sure it was Stu, Rodman, and Weege in the booth?
That I'm not sure about either. I mean, it's totally out to lunch at that point.
So, Lucas Murdo has been on the show, reached out to Rodman because Jet loves Dennis Rodman, I guess, despite Rodman ending his playing career way before Jet was probably born. And he loves Dennis Rodman, and you could rent a Dennis, I guess. And Mertz made it happen and surprised Jet with this, and they got him in the booth. Rodman knew James, knew McGrath, like he knew the sport of Supercross or something, right? And then, there he was.
I did hear that he was maybe prepped just a little bit about the history of the sport, though.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I mean, I think he probably does know the names a little bit because, like McGrath was a big deal in the 90s when Rodman was there. So, of course, he probably knows the name. Maybe he doesn't know the exact history behind it.
No, I was impressed he even brought up McGrath at all.
Yeah. But I only heard about him being there maybe 20 minutes before he was on TV.
Oh, I heard in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, he kind of flew under the radar until that point, though, which is pretty hard to do for a 6'8" NBA player walking through the pits. It was pretty wild.
Now, where you went over to the truck, Honda truck. Was he there when you went afterwards, or was
not
he, no,
after
okay.
the race? No,
Yeah.
I heard he was out partying with some people later on though, so I think he stayed at least in town to
Yeah.
go out to some of the after party
The
stuff.
monster
Which I mean,
party,
of course,
right? Yeah.
Dennis Rodman going to after parties. I mean,
On brand.
Yeah, 2 peas in a pod right there.
On brand. 2 in a row for Jet, and just rub my hands together for next year's 450 motocross title.
Yeah,
I don't
mean,
even want to watch 250 Supercross with Jet. I don't care. Just get me to 450 motocross.
Are you in on the thought of at least maybe starting him 450 West, or no?
Sure. That we used to do that all
Yeah.
the time. I think he rides 250 West though. I think
okay.
they want him to win on the West
Both
Coast at
coasts.
Anaheim's. And yeah, you know what I mean.
Got
Like
it.
I expect that barring injury, I think he rides West because it's
Yeah.
the more higher profile series of the two. And so I expect him to do that.
Well,
but if he wasn't,
yeah.
yes, that would be great.
Let's
Yeah.
do a little bit of thinking ahead then.
I don't like thinking.
Okay, let's take Jet in his current form, the way
Yeah.
that he rode this year.
Yeah.
Plop him on a 450 in this 450 class right now. Where you put him?
Yeah, he's 3rd, 4th, 5th,
You
right?
think?
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
right
he's,
in
he's
the
at-
Jason Anderson
yeah,
area?
Anderson, Roxon
Okay. Yeah.
area. Roxon had a terrible Paul. It crashes twice. But
Well,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so he also alluded to if he had wrapped up the title at Ironman, he was
Yeah.
going to jump
Yeah,
up to a 450
that was
at
real.
the last round.
That was
do you
real.
think he slots right in there as well, or not enough time on the 450?
No, I
to
think
get
he
there?
slots right in there.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Don't you? Or
Yeah,
are you
but
not
I don't
ready to go that.
I don't know if like he would need more time to feel it out a little bit. I could totally see him if he did race Apollo 2 after clinching at Ironman. Yeah, we'll race him when it's time.
Right.
I could see him whole shotting or starting up there and running with them a little bit, but then
Yeah.
getting like maybe a little bit exhausted by the pace and the power and all that stuff. So
It was hotter than the face of the sun out there. So yeah, maybe so. Lewis Phillips coming up here right away on the show. MXGP talk.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
talk about rubbing your hands together.
per Yago.
Yeah,
Blue Crew.
that's a bummer. And man, dude, he had that thing wrapped with 5 motos, I think it was.
Yeah,
to go.
he had a big lead, right?
And
24s or
I think it was
22s?
26 with
Was
5
it?
to go,
Okay,
and
yeah.
then lost some more points in the following motos, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
7th in the second moto at France really cost him a lot. And stuff,
I think on
so-
this show, I was like, well, hey, it doesn't look like Vial's going to win. You know, could they keep him another year because he's not going to win? Like sort of whatever we're bench racing.
Right.
We know he's coming to race Supercross next year because I didn't think he was going to win at that point.
Yeah.
Whatever the gap was.
Yeah, no, he was committed to coming, so
Yeah.
it was either all or nothing at that point, which honestly probably put him in a little bit of like a looser situation down the stretch to be like,
Right.
I'm signed for next year. I either win or I don't.
Right.
No big deal. I can just go do my best.
Looking ahead to 2023 though, and we don't need to spoil the Racer X preview Supercross shows, but is Eli Tomac your favorite for the title to defend?
Oh yeah,
He is.
like I would say, it like on his own favorite right now, not like 1A, 1B.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. Even though Sexton looks amazing, and
Yeah,
you can
he
never
does.
And you know you can never ride off Kenny, and
But here's the
Coop's
thing.
going to be hungry, right? So
Here's the thing. I talked to Weege about this a lot. I'm done with taking these outdoor results as like the gospel for what's going to happen
Oh,
in Supercross, because
you're
we've
telling
seen
me,
with
dude.
Zacho, we've seen with Dylan.
I'm
now,
the
like,
one that was chanting Zacho and going on and on about it. Yeah, I'm with you. Ferrandis has a long way to go for this thing to.
Now I do
you know?
think Sexton will be different than those guys because we've already seen he can win
Yes.
indoors, but I don't necessarily think this
No.
means like he's
No.
going to be 1B with Tomac.
Too big of a gap. Mr. Side picked Ferrandis for Supercross
Yeah.
title.
It did not work out well then for Mr. Side, but it's working out pretty well now for Mr.
Yeah,
Side.
no, Mr. Side it's amazing. I want to thank the folks at Acherbys. Acherbys, industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. Love these guys. Frame guards, chain blocks, slider kits, replica plastic kits. Check out the latest products by visiting them at acherbysusa.com or follow along on the social media pages as well at Acherbys USA. Again, Factory Kawasaki, Gas guys, KTM as well. Acherbys fine-tune their products to offer you the highest level performance and protection in the industry. Thanks to the folks at Acherbys. If you want a discount from those guys on some plastic, email us using the contact form on PulpMX.com. We'll pass it on. Got an interesting tweet at Pete. I think it's tweet at Pete, or maybe it's my Instagram, or maybe it was Twitter. Right now, who would you sign? Speaking of Acherbys.
Okay.
Max Voland or Nate Thrasher? Same price range. Same thing. Thrasher's won.
Man, that's good.
Maximus hasn't won anything. Younger.
As of this
Thrasher's
second,
more up and down.
I know. I think as of this second, I would say Voland because he's kind of been continuing to go on an upward trajectory. It's been slow, but it's been upward. I feel like you're saying Thrasher's like a roller coaster. It's like he wins and then he gets like 4 7s in a row and then wins again, and it's like
Yes.
hard to predict. If he can
Thrasher-
rub that out, of course he's a great
Yeah.
know future rider. But I don't
Thrasher
know.
has the weirdest Racer X Volt maybe ever.
It is
You
pretty
know
weird.
that at Ironman, that was his first ever lap sled outdoors and his first ever top 5 outdoors.
Wow.
He had never gotten a top 5 until Ironman.
Earliest Supercross only contract ever.
I don't know, man. But anyways, that was a question we had. I don't forget what
That's
it
a
was.
good
But
one,
it's
though.
not a bad question.
Yeah.
I still think Max Voland, speaking of Cherubies, is young and learning. I still think it's not
But I do
there.
think Thrasher's still learning. I think
Yeah.
like his surprise rides, if that's what you want to call it, are not lucky, but I think it just comes with like when he's feeling the track, when he gets a good start, it all kind of rolls into a higher level of confidence for him. Whereas if he starts in mid-pack, he might get stuck there a little bit more often, and he hasn't like learned how to iron that side of it out yet.
Right. We got a note from Lucian Reed. He's sitting in the hospital. He's about to have his second child. Thank God for PulpMX.
Wow.
Yeah. His wife is going to be so mad. Yeah, she hears that. Thank you to the folks at Ghost Industries, innovators of award-winning consumer technology, power sports, car audio products, and accessories. Kellen Brauer, besides drinking a twisted tea right now, shout
Yeah.
out Billy Grotto, I'm going to give you some Scotia stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's what we do.
Awesome.
Celebrating over 40 years in business, Scotia.com to get a 20% discount on a lineup of phone mounts, chargers, and cables. Use the code PULP2022 at Scotia, SCOSCHE, Scotia.com. Unlock your discounts on accessories for life. PULP2022, code at Scotia to save there. And let's get Lewis Phillips on the phone, brought to you by Scotia. Pete, I'm going to do the FaceTime thing over here. So, remember? That's how we do it.
So will LP be able to hear me, or is this the one where he can't?
He can't hear the callers.
Oh, that's right.
But he can.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah. Don't worry. I made sure that
Okay. All right.
he can hear you. Scotia.com bringing you Lewis Phillips. Lewis!
Hello, how's it going?
G'day, mate.
G'day, cheerio, all of that good stuff.
Top of the morning.
The top of the morning.
Yeah, that one as well. We'll cover every nation if you like.
Okay. Yeah.
Bonjour.
Good
Which-
day.
Hey, which one is Wales then?
Yeah.
They've got their own strange language that we wouldn't even be able to attempt to say.
I got a lot of questions for you, Lewis. Thank you for staying up in England there. You just got back from Turkey, right?
Yes, yeah, got back from Turkey 4 hours ago or so
Okay.
not too bad.
So we'll start with Ferrado off the top here.
Yeah, of course.
Fifth in Moto 1, I believe. Charging up.
Yeah, 9 passes, more than anyone else, on the most passes on the day.
Unbelievable.
Important
That's a very
fact.
Lewis Phillips stat to know
Yeah.
how many passes he has in a moto.
He's peaking right as the series ends. I can't believe it.
It's just a disgrace that Italy aren't taking him to Redbud.
So is that happening or not? Did you ask around?
Yeah, no, it's Ferrato isn't on the team. It's Guadagnini, definitely.
Okay,
and to be
because-
fair, Guadagnini stepped it up as well.
He
so.
did. He did. Now, I had a pretty good source that Ferrado was going to be asked.
Yeah, where were we before Turkey? In France, every single Italian mechanic, rider, media person was saying, like, Ferrato's in, like, this is happening. But I believe now it is definitely Mattia.
Unbelievable.
But, yeah, I know why you got me on the phone, because Ferrato pipped Watson in the standings by 5 points in a last round showdown.
Yes.
And I was expecting your call.
Yeah,
the
no,
second
absolutely.
I saw that.
The Watson wagon was taking on some water this year.
Punches. we made it through. We got to the end of the season, but we had punches. And
Yeah, not a great year for the Englishman, that's for sure. But is Ferrado's team not around? What do we hear?
that's what. From what I make out, Ferrato's team isn't going to continue, and Ferrato has nothing.
That's sad.
As of Sunday, other riders were telling me, yeah, Ferrato's walking around asking for anything.
Come on, Steve, bring him over.
Yeah,
Bring him over.
You tell Alberto, we'll start a team here.
He is in shape now. I said
Yeah.
that to you.
How is he in
He's made a
Supercross?
step. Maybe this is 250 Supercross time.
Yeah,
No,
there you go.
we're not ready for Soupy. We're not
I
doing
would
Hey,
Soupy.
back
line
you
him
on
up in
that.
futures.
I would back you
Yeah,
on that.
futures.
Put Ferrado in futures.
I feel like Ferrado's a little old for futures.
With his big stash and everything.
Yeah, are you talking to him more? Does he? I mean, I know there was a low key feud going on.
Well, do you want to know what was the most special moment of my season?
Please
On
do.
Friday,
Yeah.
on Friday in Turkey, he stopped me to say hello and ask how I was doing.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only think it's because of you.
Yeah.
He sees me as a mutual friend.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. We're all Frauto Nation here.
Yeah, I think everyone, even if you're not a Frauto fan, you are deep down.
The Funhouse is a good time. All right, Tom Vial. Kellen and I were talking. He had a 26-point lead at one point here, not that long ago. Yago Geets did.
Yeah. Good. That was with 5 motos to go.
Dude.
He blew it. Like I said this going into Turkey, like if he was going to blow it, which obviously he did, there was no bike problems, there were no injuries. Like it might be the worst blowing of a title ever because there's no excuse. He literally just blew it. Like there's nothing else to say.
Having a moto lead with 5 motos to go and being, that much better than everybody else is a tough way to go. For sure.
Yeah, and he had the momentum.
Yep.
It's not like he was losing points regular. It's not like he was 50 points up at the halfway mark and this was just coming down. Like everything was on his side. He blew it. Well, I think everyone is now questioning whether he'll ever get it done because that was bad.
3 times runner up, right?
Yeah. Which actually, when I saw that, that surprised me because I didn't realize he'd been that consistently up there. But,
right. Well,
I don't know if he ever cures his problems.
I think you should embrace him because your number 1 rider, he's runner up again too. So maybe that's just your thing, Lewis. Runner ups.
Well, maybe it's a Yamaha thing.
Easy, bro.
Whoa.
Well,
Easy.
You poked the bear.
Did you not just see a certain Eli Tomac? Did you not just see that? We don't get second.
Maybe it's a Euro Blue Crew thing.
Maybe it is.
There's definitely a problem with that Yamaha front end on the MX2 bike because it seems to wash a lot.
What was the pit lane like when Vial fell and then Yago hit him? What was that like?
I'll tell you what. Obviously, we were in Turkey, so not many industry, not many fans, obviously.
Right.
But it was loud. Like pit lane was kind of going crazy,
can imagine.
And some extra people came just for that. Like, to be fair, Vial and Gertz aren't the most interesting or exciting riders in the world. Like, it's not comparable to Tomac versus Sexton.
No.
When it came time for race day, it was actually quite good, quite exciting, and that second moto was probably the dream scenario for a title fight being winner takes all.
Yeah, it looked pretty awesome. And honestly, we were talking about Vial on this show, I don't know, a month ago, and I'm like, well, he's maybe it was before it was announced that he was coming, because I think DV told me first that he was coming. And I think before DV told me that, I'm like, hey, does he come to America when he doesn't win this? Does he have to win this? Because it's not looking good to come to America. Maybe KTM says, hey, if you win, you can go to the U.S. I don't remember what it was. That's how unlikely I thought this title would be for Vial. But
there was a time July when he was deciding whether to go to America and stuff. It was around that same time that he was really sucking. He was not Vial at all. And I even said to KTM, is his mind already in America? Because it looks like he had already kind of checked out of GPs, but apparently he was just kind of freaking out about what way to go with his career so much that essentially put him in a points hole. And then once he made the decision, he then picked it up, got back to his best level, and obviously it resulted in a championship. So all is good in the end.
Well, you tell Yago, Blue Crew, we'll get it done next year.
I feel like you and Yago would go together very well. You should get him on the show.
I like Yago's social media. I like Yago's social media. It's great.
All day.
It's great.
You should get him on the show, dedicate a full 2 minutes to the interview.
Oh, boy. Lewis, were you a little bit surprised how well Yago rode, I guess, in both motos? He was genuinely, I think, the pace of Vial, when last year at Turkey, Vial was a step above everybody.
Yeah, well, I last year, before Turkey last year, he had arm pump surgery, so that was why he sucked last year. But no, this year I was genuinely surprised how fast he was. I think he was faster than Vial. Definitely in that second moto he was, and he was definitely close enough in the first race. I thought it was going to be a walk in the park for Vial, honestly. I thought he'd go to Turkey, go 1-1 quite easily, and then happy days. But it was harder than I thought it was going to be for him.
And then he was closing in like rapidly late after they both got up from the crash. Were you thinking in the pit lane like, man, he might actually get to him again, and we're gonna have more fireworks?
Yeah, I think he would have if he hadn't crashed by himself. I think he would have. But in a way, it's kind of a good thing he crashed by himself, because the irony of Gertz losing the title because of a crash that actually wasn't his fault after all of these crashes that were just the dumbest mistakes ever would have been like, there would have been a lot of jokes about that. But in the end, he did screw himself as well. So there is that. But no, that was what everyone was expecting going in. Like on Friday in the paddock, everyone was saying like, well, is Gertz going to be able to stay up? Like that was the only question. It wasn't who's the better rider, it was literally can Gertz handle it? So,
do you think Vial is an instant title guy over here next summer? Not indoors, but next summer.
See, I was thinking about this at the weekend. I don't think he's got Hunter Shimoda the first year.
Uh-huh.
But 3 to 5 with maybe 1 or 2 wins, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he'll go for the title first year, but I think that's a safe bet. And like he'll be capable indoors as well. Like he's not going to win, I don't think, first year, but he'll be there. Like he's a very tidy rider. Like every photo of him, every video of him, he's that's the best way to put it. He's just very tidy. So I doubt there's going to be any like massive mistakes, big crashes, any of that sort of normal Supercross stuff.
What?
Obviously easy to say going in, but
yeah.
Isn't the elephant in the room a little bit though with that? Like how much is Supercross going to kind of mess that up for him outdoors? Like he's not going to roll into outdoors comfortable on the bike because he's not going to be able to test as much like he normally would.
And he's not a great Supercross guy. Like a lot of French guys grow up with that. He didn't, I guess. Like
so he's going to have to learn a whole new sport basically and test and develop and get the bike ready for that sport, race it, hopefully not get hurt, and then only have a few weeks to test outdoors and get ready to go again. I think that's like the biggest hurdle he's going to have to get over. It's not that he's not that pace, but if he rolled straight into outdoors next year, he could win, but he's not going to because he's got to get through the hurdle of Supercross first.
Yeah, he's not got much Supercross experience at all. Between Indonesia and Lockett this year in July, he rode a US spec bike on a French Supercross track, but it wasn't it was nothing compared to American Supercross tracks, obviously. And however that test gave him enough confidence to kind of pull the pin on the deal. So obviously he believes he can do it, obviously.
Right.
But yeah, he has little to no experience. Like he is starting from scratch completely.
What do you think, Kellen? Title guy or multiple race winner? Like Lewis is kind of saying that, like win a couple races.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I think I'm in the ballpark of like it's the first few rounds are gonna be rough outdoors for him next year because he's gonna still be like trying to test and feel things out, and then the change of how the American tracks develop versus GP tracks, they're gonna be faster. They're not gonna be as ruddy and choppy and deep.
Right.
And I think by the time we get to mid-season, I could see him starting to find his old form a little bit. But by that point, he's not going to be a title threat. So it's really just going out for moto wins.
A little bit like Mars first year.
Yeah.
If you think about Mars first year, before he broke his hand, he was in the mix or something. By the way, Lewis, you watched Paula, right?
Of course. It was a highlight of my weekend.
What did you think of Rodman there? I know you're a big Dennis Rodman guy.
Well, when I got to the track the next day in Turkey,
speechless.
Everyone in the pits was talking about Rodman, and every person I was like, well, I don't know who that is. And
of course you don't.
Every person in MXGP was like shocked that I didn't know that, but I kind of thought that no one else would know either. But apparently everyone in the world is well aware.
Yeah, everyone knows who Dennis Rodman is, but Lewis Phillips, and that's not a surprise to anyone who listens to the Pulp Show. That's for sure.
I'm still not really clear. He played basketball, but I guess it was a while ago.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
But all power to him.
Okay.
He likes motocross, so he's okay in my book.
Right.
What was it like watching it with James Burfield, though?
He was in there for. He was with me for the first 2 motos. He didn't make it to the second moto.
He went to bed, really?
Yeah, there was special observations, put it that way.
Oh, my goodness.
Some special insights that no one else would come out with or
would ever say ever again. Right, yeah. So let me ask you, Kellen, in 2023 MXGP, the 84 is back, we assume.
Hopefully.
Is Geyser your favorite, though? Like, do you think Jeffrey can I am gonna come around on Tim Geiser. I'm always kind of like, Jeffrey got hurt. Antonio was near the end. Geiser, good on him.
Right.
A little bit like Dunge, right? Villapoto was faster, but Dunge got a lot of titles. Villapoto got hurt, and we were in transitions year, and Dungy's an all-timer, but yet you're kind of like,
Yeah.
right? I was kind of like that with Geiser.
Right.
I think I'm on Geiser's bandwagon now. Like, I think he can beat Jeffrey. A year off is a year off, and Jeffrey's going to have to step up.
I'll go a little bit off the wall.
Okay.
I will pick Geiser as my title pick already for next year. But I will say I think Hurlings is going to come back and be faster than him. I just worry that he's going to be consistent and not crash and and Geiser will be fine.
I think Geiser's going to be on Jeffrey's level.
I don't know if I'm fully there.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Lewis, what say you?
The most interesting thing about Jeffrey next year is he's lost his man friend / guy who did literally everything for him, was with him on practice days, helped spot lines, helped with everything, basically his entire program. So the most interesting thing in the paddock at the moment, and the question everyone's asking, is whether that actually has an impact on, I don't know, his focus, his attitude, who knows? Like, this is. It doesn't sound like a major change, but it's massive for him.
What happened to Ruben? What happened? Why did he quit or whatever?
He's they couldn't KTM couldn't get a deal done with him, and now he's gone to or he's going to another team in MX2. I think.
Hold on. KTM couldn't make a deal with Hurling's man friend?
Yeah, he was being paid by KTM.
But Jeffrey makes millions. He can't pay his man friend? If the man friend is so important to scout lines and do, like you said, Lewis, do everything for him, Jeffrey can't break off $100K here for Ruben?
The man is trying to manage 59 houses. He's got his money tied up.
Are you doing a podcast with him at any point here?
Who?
Jeffrey, Lewis.
Yeah, I probably should at some point.
Can you ask him? Like, if Ruben's so important, you can't break off and pay the guy? KTM's got to pay the guy? Oh, my. I can't believe. What? KTM pays the man friend?
Should we get some of his bank statements and really break this thing down?
Well, okay. I've been around the sport a long time. I've seen a lot of man friends. I've never seen the man friend get paid by the team. Like Chad, James, Ricky, they all had him. They never got paid by the teams. That's incredible.
He was his practice mechanic at KTM beforehand. So I guess it kind of just transitioned.
Okay, that's a little different.
Is Ruben Dutch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But even practice bike guys aren't paid by the teams.
They are in Europe.
I'm so confused. Okay. But look, if this guy's that important, Lewis, he must not be that important because Jeffrey can easily afford him. He could use the tax write-off.
Yeah, maybe we are just making something out of nothing then.
You are.
But
You're making something out of nothing.
He is 100% not with Jeffrey next year. So that is going to be interesting because he's been with Jeffrey since year one. So
yeah.
Whatever way you spin it, that is going to be a change and something that he's going to have to adjust to. But back to the question, I think Jeffrey comes out and wins. I think Jeffrey is still the best rider in the championship.
Look at Lewis just dropping it. Yeah, okay.
No, but honestly,
Lewis, are you going to lose your access to him if you say what I said, or like, how scared are you?
No, we're good. Everyone knows how I roll in MXGP now. They know that I say some stuff and it's fine, and just to ignore what I say and move on.
Dude, he's been hurt so much, and you take a year off. I don't know, man. Tim has been on cruise control.
Did you say this? Okay, I hate that I'm making this comparison. Did you say the same thing about Stu when he got hurt in 7?
In 7, that's a knee?
Yeah.
He came back and won every outdoor moto.
I know. So did you, when he got hurt in 7 and then had to miss Supercross in 8 and took all that time off and then came back outdoors, were you guys like, we don't know?
No, hold on. He got hurt. He missed Supercross in 07, then he won the outdoors.
No.
No, that was 08.
Yeah.
Okay, so when he came back for 08 after injury, no one was – he still rode half the year.
Well, what I'm saying is he got hurt at the end of 7, and there was a question mark all the way into 8 because of his knee. Then he raced the first 2 rounds on his bum knee.
07 was Langston year.
Yeah.
Right.
Decided to pull out, get surgery on his knee, missed all of Supercross, and then came back outdoors, and none of you guys were like,
No.
That's the point, though.
But that's half a year.
It's
he missed round
8 months period where there's like question marks about it.
No, this is different. And also, Jeffrey has been hurt a lot.
Well, yeah.
And this is a big injury. But okay, listen, you guys are the MXGP experts. We'll roll with that.
We do have some data on this because in 2019, Jeffrey raced 3 GPs, I think. So it was basically a year off, like aside from the odd race. And then 2020, he came out and had a 50-point lead by round 6, and then got hurt again. But let's ignore that part and just focus on the 50-point lead after 6 rounds.
If the 84 comes back and starts working Tim, poor Tim, because this is just going to haunt him, right? Like, he's going to have the money and the titles on the mantle.
Isn't that your theory, though, Lewis, is that Tim is a little different when Jeffrey's on the track?
Yeah, not just my theory, everyone's. Again, the riders, everyone in the paddock. Like, if you look, it's weird. If you look at it, the last 3 450 titles that Tim's had, Sewer has been the man in second. And I think that does mean something. Like, it's not been Caroli in second. It's not been Prado in second. It's been Sewer. Like, I don't know. I feel like you can't ignore that. That has to mean something. Whatever it means, I don't know. But that is,
but it means something.
Valid.
Right.
Yeah. Like, it's not like, Geyser won the title and Caroli was nipping at his heels. It's always been...
I'll pray tonight that Jeffrey Hurlings can withstand the loss of his man friend. I'll pray to the motocross gods tonight. I hope he can get through this terrible time.
It's kind of similar to how Ferrato would feel if he lost your support.
Do we need to get Road to Recovery involved in this? Anything for Jeffrey? I mean, anything at all? Hey, Lewis, Weege was saying he doesn't think Ferrandis is making the French team for MXDN, and Kellen here threw out Febvre, and then threw out, would Febvre even do it if he was asked, because some of these guys have a bit of an ego. What do we hear?
Yesterday I got told that Febvre's attitude is, if you didn't want me on the original team, then you can't have me.
Okay, there we go. All right, perfect.
And then I was theorizing with people yesterday who the hell else there is that's French, and there really isn't another good option.
I think that's such a brutal. I think that's brutal. Like, okay, man.
Let's say that last round, like, Tomac or Sexton went down or got hurt or whatever. Is Craig just going to be like,
in 100%. 100%.
Yeah?
He told me that. He's like,
right.
if something happens, I'm ready.
Another
some sour grapes there.
Is, from what I can make out, Kawasaki want like 20,000 euros to send their riders to the nations.
Okay, that's a different story than Febvre.
Yeah, they want that from the national federation.
So who do they send for reals?
Well, like Rubini, but that's not going to get the job done. But maybe you put Rubini on a 250, then bump Marv back to a 450. Honestly, there isn't another. Like, you'd think that France would have another 3 top-tier guys that you could just draft
you would. Yeah.
But
I can't.
There isn't.
Think of anybody.
Like, you have to search quite hard.
Yeah, Tixier, Rubini, any of those guys are like, maybe.
Yeah.
Bring Charlier back.
Tixier's all in on Cardiff, so he is
out.
Deep into Wales prep.
I'm done like doubting France's ability though.
Yeah.
They could bring Yves Demarier out of retirement and maybe win.
Kellen said, "What about Paul in? What's Gauthier doing?"
Honestly, that has been thrown around the paddock as well. That was thrown around the paddock before the team was picked.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, fair enough.
But this is also where everyone's mental, because if you look at the results, Paul in didn't actually do that well at the Nations. There was twice when he killed it.
Yes, he did kill it a couple times. The other times he was not. Yep.
Yeah,
right.
But the last 3 or 4 years, he was the worst guy on the team consistently. He just so happened to be on the winning team, though. But everyone goes, Gauthier's carrying France. No. And the truth hurts, but no.
Where's Paturel right now?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. He's been in, out. At one point, he had long COVID and was in hospital.
Jeez.
And then
maybe not a good pick.
There isn't really anyone.
Who's your outside of Canada, Lewis? Who's your sleeper country for MXDN? We know French will be good. Obviously, Aussie and USA are favorites, co-favorites probably. Who's your sleeper country?
Spain could be in the Netherlands, France mix for third.
Yep.
Norway could be in the mix for a top 6 or so.
Canada?
You told me to exclude Canada. Otherwise, I would have given them the respect that they deserve.
Thank you, sir. Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
But no, I'd say that Norway is the one that no one's thinking of. No one will even notice them, and then they'll be 7th or something.
Right.
Because they are coming on strong. Like Norway, in the next 5 years, Norway will be on the nation's podium.
So Horgmo will be good, but what? I've never heard of Tondel.
He was in EMX 250 this year and finished 2nd. I think. Yeah, second.
In the championship?
We might have actually lost second at the last round. And then Hakan Osterhagen.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's been in the MX 250, but he's quite like tipped to be great. And then obviously they've got Hakan Fredriksson as well, who's injured, but like in next year and in years to come, he'll be in the mix. So like Norway are going to be coming on here shortly. Like Norway will beat Britain, I think.
Really? Yeah. Average age of the team Britain was 44. So.
Well, that was another question I was going to ask
Yeah.
Lewis. Like, what's his realistic expectation of GB?
7th.
Yeah, I think 5 to 7 is
7.
fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say 6th or 7th. Like I can't. Like
Right.
it's not going to be a podium year. I think the nations is quite clear cut. Top 2, USA and Australia in some order. 3rd and 4th, France and the Netherlands in some order, and then the rest. Like I feel like it's quite an easy one to map out this year.
Yeah,
I really do.
I was telling these guys that with no Roxon or Roxon on his level, guys are not like we're going to have a lot of predictability to the Nations because we don't even have the guys that don't have strong teammates stepping up and coming through with it and getting in the mix
like
and
ruining other teams'
and
days
taking
stuff.
points away. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff happened here and there, but we're not going to see that very much, you know?
Yeah.
So.
No, like I honestly think that this will be the least wild nations in a while. Like I think it. Like I say, I think it'll be quite clear cut. Obviously, it's still going to be crazy and it's still going to be amazing.
Right.
But I think we can all make realistic picks.
So this EMX guy, Rick, the guy that torpedoed my PulpMX fantasy team, he got a factory Yamaha ride for next year, EMX champion.
Yeah, it was in his Yamaha contract. But if he won the title, he automatically gets a factory ride.
Okay, good for him. Okay, go ahead.
I wouldn't put him on a factory team myself. I think others share my opinion, but contract's a contract.
So also, I had to clarify with Kellen today because I saw the press release. That's Jose Boutron that won EMX Open, like the Jose Boutron.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, is this another guy named Jose Boutron?
No, the class is such a joke that people just slot in there because they're like, well, what else am I going to do?
How old is
I may
he?
as well just go there and grab a medal.
How old is Boutron?
30s?
He's not that old.
No? Okay.
No, he's definitely like, he's not that old.
He's
I'd
over
say
30 though.
Maybe just.
Oh, really? Oh,
well,
okay.
he was in MX2 until 15 or so, 14, 15, somewhere there.
Okay, so that's 24, 7, that's 31 if you.
Yeah, so,
you know,
he's right on the edge there.
Well, good.
But,
is he making any money winning an EMX Open? Like, does that make money?
Yeah, I think. Well, he's on a proper team, so he's not doing it as a privateer. But it's not the fact that we're even discussing EMX Open. The class is a joke, and I think it's going away for next year.
It was like remember by the end of the 500s, MX3. Remember those guys that were winning those titles?
Sven Brueggemans.
I don't even, dude. Yeah, who? Right? Like,
no. I think it's going away because I've been yelling about this all year. It's basic. Who cares? Like, if you're not good enough to be an MXGP, you do not deserve to race on the same weekend as these guys. Like, I'm sorry, but we don't need a 450B class. Like, we just don't.
Yeah. I mean, the idea behind
we've got 20
EMX
riders on the line in MXGP, and we've got 40 in the amateur class.
Yeah.
Again, what are we doing?
Yes.
Let's get our priorities straight, and let's just put all of our effort into the riders who are actually worthy of it.
You
and
sound
we're
like
now
me.
doing that.
You sound like me at 250 Supercross rules. What are we doing? Why are we making these guys out to be like, you know?
This year, I'd like to think.
What's that?
I've driven change in the rules this year. I'd like to think.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Well, Steve, you wanted
EMX 250 is going down to a 21 age limit.
Yeah.
That is again a Lewis Phillips suggestion. So
I thought you wanted 19. You can't
I
claim
wanted
it
it
was
to
the
go
wrong
away
number.
completely,
Well-
but I'll accept 21.
Steve, you wanted a B final though at Triple Crowns, and Lewis is saying we don't need a 450B class in GPs. So you guys are contradictory.
No, because a B final at a Triple Crown is for guys who didn't qualify.
Yeah.
The EMX Open class in GPs is literally guys who are going, I could enter
guys who
MXGP.
I'm not good enough to ride that class, so I'm gonna go in this class. But okay.
I could go in MXGP and finish 22nd, or I could go in this class and finish 3rd. Yeah, let's have an easy weekend.
Yep. No, listen, I'm with you, man. Some of these promoters and some of these series, Lewis, it's yeah.
But
Skosh,
we're making positive steps.
Skosh bringing you Lewis Phillips from MXVice. Skosh Pulp 2022 is a code to save with Skosh.com. And all right, before we let you go, Lewis, what is up? Mertz has these brothers from Belgium. They're twin brothers. He's got these guys. He built them a whoop pad. Where are we at with these dudes?
They are Europe's next big thing. They're not Prado, Hurlings, Roxon, like level of hype and everything.
Lawrence or whatever. Yeah.
But they are the next guys coming through.
And
they're going to be on that Diga Procross team next year in MX2, the one that Liam Everts rode for this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then, from everything I've heard is they're going to America at the end of next year. And I believe Mertz is hammering that hard in the pits at the moment.
Of course, Mertz has them. Represents them, of course. Yes.
This
is the Conan brothers, by
Yeah.
the way.
What?
You didn't say who they were.
Nobody knows, but yeah. All right.
They're Belgian, so like not a good track record of going to America. Belgian.
Not a lot of Belgium Supercross champs that I know of.
My most interesting thing about this is obviously they're brothers, and they're like coming from the GP series, so there's a lot of similarities to the Lawrence brothers. However, the personality isn't there. So
Lewis
I don't know what
hates
Mertz is going to
Belgians.
do with that part.
I don't. Belgians are cool, but they're not. Yeah. There's no. I've never.
Yeah.
They're all like very stodgy. You know.
Yeah, like I don't think a Conan merch drop is gonna
Right.
like break anyone's bank account.
All right. Well, Lewis, anything else to talk about or announce or anything else? Anything else to put out for the world?
Cool. That's a question.
Do we have any news? Any sort of news?
I don't think I'm going to the Nations
What?
What?
for reasons out of my control because I'm working on something, which means I will not be able to go to Redbud. Potentially.
Oh.
Most likely. But it's worth it. It's a worthy decision. But I'm currently licking my wounds.
Yeah.
And
Really not going to be the same without you.
I'm devastated.
no, no Ferrato and no me. You may as well stay home as well.
I think I might cancel my ticket.
I think Seaward's going to ride horrible.
Will I see you in England for the Wales Supercross?
Yes, I will be in. Be in Wales. I wouldn't miss that one, of course.
Right. Okay.
Guys like.
Well, I'm gonna
Tixia
need you if you're there. I need you to pick me up at Heathrow and take me to Cardiff. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Okay, I might be able to make that happen.
Do you have a car?
No, I actually don't at the moment, but I can make that happen.
Right. Because I don't want to take this train. You told me this train. I couldn't sit down on this train.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be whatever you've got in your head about what taking an English train is like.
Yeah, I picture it.
Will be miserable.
I picture it. I'm in a little 4-man cart. I got a pipe. I got the window open. I got the newspaper, and my feet are up, and I'm enjoying the English countryside. No,
That's a photo.
Yeah,
right
no.
there.
You'll most likely be stood up with someone's back directly in your face. If you're lucky, you'll get a seat, but you'll have to probably fight for it.
Oh boy.
Like, put it this way: if you said to me right now, "Hey, let's get the train from Heathrow to Cardiff," I would say absolutely not.
Okay. Well, I'll give you my time. I'll see you at the side of the curb. All right.
Okay. Well, I'll be in Cardiff, and then
Okay.
yeah, maybe I'll come to America after Cardiff. So
Maybe. Maybe you will. Before we let you go, Lewis.
Show or something.
Before we let you go, who's winning Dis Nations?
America, because I'm absolutely adamant that Sexton and Tomac are going to kill it. They will win the individual motos. Sewer would like to win individually, but I believe that Tomac and Sexton will get it done. And then if they get it done, Cooper literally just needs to do whatever. 15-15, 14-17, doesn't really matter. Just be there.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Similar to last time we were at Redbud, Netherlands almost won with 2 riders, didn't they? Because Koldenoff and Hurlings killed it.
What's his
Bland
nuts?
won.
Yeah.
So if USA follows that and has an MX2 rider that literally shows up, they're good.
Yeah,
USA all the way.
Vlanderen got a rock in the eye or whatever, right? Yeah.
Well, I look forward
But,
to Koldenhoff going 1-1 and Tanel Leok finishing 4th somehow.
Yeah,
and
Leok.
Chaos again.
Yeah, that's
Nothing would touch my heart like my friend Koldenoff going 1-1 again, because I've been there.
My friend Koldenhoff.
Your buddy. Well, my buddy.
Well, I will be there.
My buddy Jason Anderson almost won the second moto this weekend.
Well, you've got a jersey, I hear. So
yeah, I do. Thanks, Lewis. Thanks for staying up. Appreciate the insight. Relax and enjoy the off season. And real shame about Dis Nations. Real shame.
Well, maybe a miracle will happen, but I'm sure I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good, Lewis. See you, man.
See you, Lewis.
Cheers. See ya.
That's Lewis Phillips from MXVice. Always good to talk to Lewis. Wiseco, by the way. Do you know Wiseco has been manufacturing pistons right here in the USA? Did you know that,
I
Kellen?
did. Yeah.
SGB Honda team, Club MX guys, factory Honda. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. They've expanded that line for the USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods developed through work with the Supercross and Motocross race teams. There's a code to save with Wiseco on PulpMXShow.com under the Wiseco logo. If you want to save with Wiseco, 2-stroke or 4-stroke pistons, use the code and save. Wiseco bringing you our next guest here on the show tonight. This man is a 2-time championship-winning mechanic now with Eli Tomac this year. What a year. Star Racing Yamaha's Josh Ellingson. What's up, Josh? How are you, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
We're good. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Been a pretty crazy season.
Dude, right? Is this the first time you've done the full year, 29?
No, I did East-West 250 and then outdoors. I think my first year was Star.
Who were the two guys you worked for in Supercross?
That year was Mitchell Harrison and then Dan Reardon and then Harrison outdoors.
Outdoors. Okay, so yeah, you've done all 29. Listen, you've been through this drill. You know how it goes, but any extra nerves at a final round like that with a 1-point lead? Like anything extra nerves for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying if I said I wasn't going into it with a little bit more, but it's just another race, so we try not to do anything different because that's kind of when you put yourself in a little bit of trouble. But going down the line for that first moto was, I mean, I think the first moto was probably the most crucial, and then those two go 1-2 off the start, and that was pretty crazy.
It was a great race by Eli. It was just, Kellen and I were talking about the strategy, waiting for the lappers like he did an Ironman and striking and then, putting the afterburners on. I mean, obviously the best thing to do, Jelly, would be to grab the whole shot and take off with the moto win. But if you're not going to do that, what Eli did was sure impressive, man.
Yeah, it really was. And that just shows the experience that Eli has. And he knew he was at the pace with Chase. So to just kind of see how the race was playing out and have that confidence that you have a little bit more in the tank to go after him is just a veteran move and pretty impressive. Yeah,
it really was. Was he any different on race day from normally? Like, he's a pretty stoic guy. He doesn't say a lot. He's got his circle that he keeps pretty tight. Was he any different at Paula than normal?
No, not really. It was actually, I mean, for what was on the line, it was just a pretty normal race day. And even in practice 1, practice 2, like, he came out firing, and I feel like he wanted to set the tone for the day starting off. So honestly, it was pretty much a normal race day.
Nice.
Yeah, Josh, I was going to ask, you said that the last round feels a little bit business as usual, and you've done the 29 before in a 250, but this is the first full year on a 450. Was it, I guess harder or difficult than you expected it to be to get through 29 with the pressure of a championship all year on, dealing with Tomac and, making sure that the bike was buttoned up and tuned perfect every time?
Yeah, I mean, from start to finish, from A1 to now, it was in the title fight. Even in Supercross with Jason and Eli, we were always battling someone. So to do the whole season and then be going for the title in both series everything needs to be perfect to win a title. And I mean, the pressure's pretty high. And then coming into an outdoor title fight with 1 point, it's amazing to be a part of, and it's also a lot of stress. But
oh yeah, I bet. Yeah.
It's just good thing that it worked out, but it was good.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey, Jelly. That's all you really got to know, right?
Right.
Yeah. What was a lower? I don't want to say a lower point, but maybe what was the team and Eli and you more frustrated at? Let's go the opening round at Paula or Unadilla. What was it like? I don't even want to say low point isn't the right word, but like a bit of adversity. Either one of those?
It's hard to say. Obviously, we wanted to be better at Unadilla, but coming into Paula, obviously there was a little bit of stress with, the knee, and it was his first, not basically, it was his first outdoor race on a Yamaha. And from Supercross to outdoors, we only had, 3 weeks, and we really didn't even ride a whole lot in that time. And then, to just have Chase go 1-1 at the opening round, and then we kind of struggled a little bit, but it's a long series, and I wouldn't say really at any point we were down. We just knew what we had to go work on, really.
Right, yeah. I can understand that for sure. We've had Ricky Gilmore on the show. He is such a huge part of the Tomac program, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Ricky and the Tomacs, they've been friends for a long time, and Gilly knows how Eli ticks and what to ask him, how to talk to him, and how to get the feedback out of him for the whole team to adjust to make him happy and comfortable on the track. Because when he's comfortable, as you guys have seen, he's one of the fastest in the world, and Ricky is a big part on relaying the information and helping us figure out how to get him to that point.
Must have been nice, too, to not have Alex around to bug you, talk to you, right? That probably was really nice.
He just comes in and out on the weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be there, maybe he won't.
Part-time guy. Yeah. But, you were alone a lot of the year, right, with Ferranda's Supercross injury and motocross injury? Yeah, and it was a different time for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly when Dylan went out, but we did miss Alex, so especially it's a bummer for him coming to run the number 1 plate for outdoors. Yeah. And it was over before it started, which nobody ever wants to see. But he did come and help us out a couple times on the weekends, and that was nice.
Christian was really good, too, in that class on that bike. He was certainly impressive for you guys.
Yeah, Christian was great, and I mean, he didn't get a whole lot of credit for how his season actually went, and he actually had a really awesome 450 outdoor season. Obviously, 250 title is awesome, and then he transferred it over pretty good on the 450.
702-586-PULP. You got a question for Josh Ellingson, the mechanic for Eli Tomac, brought to you by Wiseco Pistons. Wiseco.com, motorsport.com, or your local dealer. Check it out, please. We didn't run a scoop at Paula, did we? There's no way.
No scoop.
And no scoop at Ironman either, from what I understand.
No scoop at Ironman either. Nope.
So, look, the season's over. Jelly, you can be honest with us. He ran a scoop at Budds Creek. I had a rider tell me that he was a hero for running a scoop at Budds Creek. This guy was like, what? And then we saw what happened in the second moto. He couldn't get it done. He wasn't very Eli-like, not able to get by those guys. And after the race, Eli was very adamant to the media, the scoop was not the reason. But it was the reason, wasn't it, Jelly?
It was not the reason.
Oh, come on.
The scoop is great all-around tire. You can't knock it. He ran it at Millville.
Yeah.
And that was an unreal race between him and Chase with the scoop on.
Yeah.
So, and Millville was harder conditions than what Budds was.
Well, since the scoop wasn't the reason at Budds Creek, why wouldn't you run it on Ironman?
That's a good point.
Thank you. I feel like Ironman
Ironman had deep ruts, and then in the ruts was hard base. So
yeah, it was.
It looked loamy, but once the ruts got deeper and deeper, they were just hard in the bottom. So
it was hilarious, though. It was hilarious, Jelly. Just scoop or not scoop for who and for what, and right?
It became Scoopgate by the end.
Yeah, the town.
It was Scoopgate. Scoopgate. It really was.
I'm literally walking behind the line at Fox, this past weekend, looking underneath the banner. Has anybody got a scoop?
Nobody ran one.
Nobody did, but I just felt like I had to look to figure it out.
But guess
what?
There
were people who had it on in practice.
Was there? But guess what people were saying to me? Viney won the combine. He had a scoop all day.
Life.
You know what I mean? And I'm just like, but I think that's different. You can't go on the combine for your tire choice for, the 450 motocross championship. You know what I mean? So that's just me.
It turned into people coming up to the truck. Just what tire you got on today?
Like fans?
Fans, just really into it. Oh, no scoop today, really?
Scoop life. Yeah. And then Glover, who works for Dunlop, is like, the scoop doesn't give up anything to a regular tire.
It's a great tire.
Yeah, and I'm just like, Brock, I think it does, because everyone would run that. If it didn't, everyone would run the scoop, because on the start, that's what they want. So the straight line for a scoop is fantastic. So.
Oh man, I want to go all the way back to when Eli signs his deal with Star, Josh, and then you find out you're going to be his mechanic. What kind of goes like through your mind and how you kind of prepare to meet him and kind of understand his tendencies and get to know what he is as a person and obviously be there for him as a support system all year. Like, how do you get to know someone that you're going to work with that intimately all year?
I was pretty nervous, like to show up day one at his house with a brand new Yamaha, and obviously like a lot of people were there, photos and all that stuff. So, it's a pretty big moment, and you obviously want to start off on the right foot and make a good impression with the new guy and keep the confidence going. And so from there, it was just I went out to Colorado a couple times, and just basically because you want to have a good relationship with your rider who you're with every weekend, and then just got to know him and the whole Tomac family. And it was good. No, they're great people and have treated me really well, and just the pressure, like Eli's a veteran guy, and every series he goes to race, he wants to win and then win the title. So you also got to have that mentality with him that you have to be perfect or damn near perfect to fulfill the duty for him to go out and win, especially with how good Chase was too. Everything had to be spot on to win.
Right. Was there anything that maybe coming into working with him that you thought about him that you I guess realized it's totally different now? Like, is there anything that surprised you about working with him this year?
I would have to say maybe expected to make a lot more changes, but that goes back to the team and Gilly and relaying information that, once we got comfortable, and you could see in Supercross, like each round we showed up to, we got a little bit better, and then that was just us keep improving the bike, because first year on the bike and off of a Kawasaki that he was on there for 5 or 6 years, that you're not going to nail it right away, so it takes a little bit of time. But it turned into where the weekends were pretty smooth, just a little bit tweaks here and there. But I was expecting to make a lot more changes.
Interesting. Yeah, I would think that you would be throwing the kitchen sink at it some weekends, but no, not really. Yeah.
No.
So I think he felt like he was in a bit of a box at Cowie with changes. They had ways that the engineers told him the bike was going to work, and this is what we can do, and that's it, because the bike works in this range. And he mentioned, Eli did, how refreshing it was for Jeremy Coker, the manager, and Gilmore, and you, and everybody being willing to pretty much throw anything at the bike. Is that true? Do you think that was a huge part of his happiness / success? Is that really no ideas were off the table for improvements?
Yeah, I think that was a huge part of it. Basically, anything he wanted to try, whether it worked out or not, and we allowed him to basically try. And I think that's a confidence thing. Whereas if you're like, no, and say no to certain things, it keeps him wondering, well, what if it was good? But at least there was no stones unturned, and we basically did everything that we could on our end to give him the best options.
That's what a year. God, listen, Jelly, I won one national as a mechanic, and I don't shut up about it for 25 years. You know what I mean? Like, I won a summer cross race, and I don't stop talking about it. I couldn't imagine taking 2 championships home in the 450
class.
I mean,
that's another thing too. Like, how does this feel? Like, this whole year has been incredible. I'm sure it's got to feel like such a huge, like, personal achievement ticked off on your list of things you wanted to do as a mechanic.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's everyone's dream. It's the goal when you do this job, because it takes up so much of your time. So that's what you shoot for, is to win a title. And I'm very grateful for the last 2 years I've had. Last year, won the Supercross title with Justin, and then to move in with Eli this year, and we go for the first year win Supercross and outdoors. You literally can't ask for anything more.
No, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I can now finally enjoy it. Where the whole outdoor season, it was every time we went down to the gate, it was so close, and it was just such a battle every time that you just had to take it race by race.
Listen, you're a better mechanic than I was, but one time on a starting line, what Ferry was revving his bike, I looked down and my seatbelt was moving, like it was coming out, and I just reached over there with a small T-handle jelly and real stealthily tightened it up. Do we have any moments of that, like of that? How were we? Did we have any close calls?
I check my seatbelts at least 4 to 5 times for that reason, because if that comes off, the world is watching, and it's embarrassing.
Okay, so we didn't have any close calls with anything, Jelly, this year, or you're not going to admit
honestly,
it? Okay.
No, I mean the year went really smooth, and I couldn't. Okay. You just can't ask for a better year.
All right. And how's the bonus money? How's the bonus? Was it good? The Tomacs are good, or like how's that work? Does the whole team get bonused, or just you, or how does that work?
I'm not 100% sure on what they did with the whole team. Okay. You just don't walk into the shop and talk about it to everyone. But I mean, the Tomac family is amazing, and they help the people that help them.
All right. Well, one year when Reed won the Supercross title, he bonused everybody on the team but me, Jelly. Just FYI.
Why did he leave you out?
We weren't getting along at that point. We were yelling at each other a lot. So yeah. Was that the greatest
mechanic?
It up
now that you're friends?
Yeah, we're okay now. We're fine now. He never bonused me back out, though. I should ask him. Yeah. Also, too, with him probably not doing outdoors next year, Jelly, you get all outdoor season off, all summer off, just hanging out. You gonna go to the beach, or what's your plan?
Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll just be just a couple months break and go travel and just catch up on everything.
Yeah. No, Bobby will let you do that. It won't start it. No, more likely you'll be driving the water truck or fixing dozers.
Yeah.
Right? Probably.
I'll be there.
Right.
I'll be at the shop.
Yeah. By the way, Eli Tomac winning a championship with the Works Connection Pro Launch Start device, and the guys at Works Connection want to give one away. We're going to make Pete over there in the corner work hard. If you want a Works Connection Start device, same one Eli Tomac and Jet Lawrence use. Fifth caller gets a Pro Launch Start device from Works Connection. Fifth caller, get the year, make, and model if you can there, Pete. And PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection as well. So check that out. And, Start device. Worked flawlessly all summer long, clearly, for Jelly and Eli. No problem there.
I was going to actually ask another question about, like the ins and outs of being a mechanic. And, this is something that the public light doesn't always get to see. Is there like any details that you could give us about something that you do on like a really regular basis that maybe you don't like doing, that the public doesn't know about, but it's like, man, I gotta change these clutch plates again, or something like that every single time you're like,
Well, this year I've actually been spoiled pretty well, because with Eli training in Colorado, he has a practice guy, Kyle Lawler, and he did a phenomenal job this year. But when I worked for Justin and we practiced and raced, I would have to say, man, it's torn between washing a bike or changing the oil. I'd probably have to go washing a bike, especially in the heat.
Yeah, dude, I bet. What is the bigger pain in the ass, Jelly? This goes back to my days as a mechanic. What's the biggest pain in the ass? Taking the tent down, or seriously having kids just be the rudest little shits asking for stuff? Like, what's the worst thing?
That's a big toss-up. I honestly would have to go with the kids, because especially with Eli and potentially the last outdoor season, it is out of control, and they can be ruthless.
Dude, brutal.
Downright mean at some point.
They're just like, and they don't care. They don't say please. They're just yelling at you.
Yeah. You owe them.
Right.
And they walk up with like 14 other plastics already, and they're like, oh, can I get that? You're just like, come on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
I didn't get one, but there's a fender behind their shirt.
like when you start taking your plastic off your bike at the end of the day, because you're washing it and the plastic's, you're just dreading it. You're like, oh my God, these little shits are going to be here. And they're just going to start yelling at you.
For me, I just left it all on. I wouldn't take anything off the bike, because, I mean, it was just a swarm, and obviously you don't have enough for everyone. So if we did have any leftover plastic at the next race, we would do like a trivia with like some nice kids that would come by and just see what they know, and how deep they follow it or follow Eli.
Yeah, I asked the kid one time, I'm like, I'll give you this fender or something, but can you name any of these riders on this team? And the kid couldn't. And this was Reed, Villeman, and Ferry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I'm like, you're
Come
out,
on.
dude. You're out. You're out. You know, it's just, and like you said, too, they have an armful of plastic. Like, dude, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's always a pet. I hate to talk crap on little kids asking for stuff, but, dude, Jelly can back me up. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
You want to... Yeah, I mean, you want to help, like, you see those sweet little kids, like, you want to hook them up.
Yep.
And some of them, though, just, and you can always tell.
Yeah.
They're right there, like, ready to rip your head off.
Have you ever traded parade lap goggles for, like, a snow cone? I did that a few times.
No, but I would have this weekend coming back from
Dude,
each moto.
right?
I didn't even see a snow cone cart.
Yeah, Budds Creek I did it, and I think Washougal I did it.
Both times a snow cone? Or?
Yeah, snow cone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, that's a good choice.
Yeah, because I mean, what do I don't need these parade lap goggles. You know what I mean? Like, what do I need these things
Here's
for?
a jacket.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The jacket. God, Jelly, the jacket too. Hey, hold my jacket while I go out and practice. You're like, beat it, bro. Like, beat it. If you're cold, you take your mom. Give your mom the jacket. Give your dad the jacket. Are you with me on that or no?
It's amazing how much stuff you need to bring down the
No,
line.
you guys are
You
pack
need 4
mules.
arms.
Yeah, you guys are pack mules these days. You got umbrellas and backpacks. You look like Sherpas going to Everest. Like, that's what you guys look like. And you got boots and tire racks and umbrellas and jackets and iPhones and headphones. It's like, bro, I'm just the mechanic here, man. Hire someone else. You know, get Ruben. Hire Ruben, and he
need our own
can
little
carry your
parts.
shit for you. I don't know. Yeah. I would have a hard time now being a mechanic. I'd just start yelling, Jelly. That's what I'd be like.
I'm
Hey,
just ready for the greats, honestly, so we can ditch the boots.
yeah, I know, right? Really. When do you start MXDN prep? Is Eli going to take a week off, or you, or like not a week off, but you know what I mean? Like, when do you start that?
Well, we'll start building bikes on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
The truck left Saturday, and we flew back today, kind of hung out in California a little bit, and then tomorrow we'll start getting everything ready.
Oh, wow. There we
Quick
go.
turnaround.
Yeah, not much
Yeah,
time. You
no
got to
break.
fuel's fine, right? They waived the fuel rule, but you got to do sound. You got to put a countershaft guard on, right? A couple other small stuff.
Yeah, and I think like axles and everything have to be steel, or
Yeah.
pivots have to be steel. Just little,
Right.
little FMAM rules and stuff.
Right. Hey, at the Yamaha shop, we already talked to Alex, and he works in My Old Bay in Cyprus when you guys are there. Where do you work? Where do you work?
I'm
out of?
straight next to him, to the left. Who was there?
Oh, that was Villeman. No, sorry, that was
that's
Chad.
right.
No, that was Reed. Yeah. Villeman was all the way against
So
the
that was
Listas. Yeah.
the goose.
Yeah, Goose would have been there. Rookie Sorensen, my buddy Rookie. Dave Dye. Alan Olson. Remember Alan Olson filled in for a little bit there. Yeah, so I was right up against the door, and then you were in the middle.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
A legendary spot.
I think my spot is more legendary, to be honest. It's full of
You
oil.
got the best spot though, because you got the wall.
Yeah, I got the wall, exactly. Yep, I could always lean up against it and fall asleep, probably. Wiseco Pistons bringing you Josh Ellingson on the PulpMX show. Check out wiseco.com. 2-stroke, 4-stroke Pistons. There's a code to save with the PulpMXshow.com and go to the Wiseco logo. Anything else for Josh, Kellen?
I'm good. I'm just, congrats on a great year, man. It was obviously great for Eli, but you're just as big a part of his team. He said on the podium that you guys don't get the credit you guys deserve, really.
Damn straight.
So
Damn straight.
I mean, seriously, that bike has to hold up for whatever it is. 24 motos and 17 supercrosses.
And look, not to take away from Jelly's Supercross title, but the outdoors is a whole shit ton harder.
Yeah.
On everything. Mechanic, bike, parts, everything. Yeah.
Supercross is a gentleman's sport.
Well said. Well said. Well, congratulations, man. Good job. Stoked for you guys. And keep it up, man. We'll see you at Destinations. Thanks for the time tonight, man.
Yep, I appreciate it, guys. Have a good show, and hopefully MXON
Yeah.
get it done.
Let's do it again. Let's bring home 3 titles this year, Jelly. That'd be pretty good. Thanks, man.
All right. See you guys.
Thank
See
you. Congratulations to Brian for winning the Works Connection start device, PulpMX 20. If you're not Brian, then use the code PulpMX20 to save with WorksConnection.com. Jelly's a good dude.
He is.
I haven't had him on for, I don't know if I've ever had him on the show, but yeah.
I feel like a lot of times when I would see him working on the bike or just hanging out or whatever,
Yeah.
he smiles a lot. Like he's
Yeah.
just having a good time.
There's a lot of mechanics that, not a lot, but there's some mechanics that think they're the reason the riders win, and you know they're it, and you know
Yeah.
I'm a fucking factory guy, and like egos get big. He's not one of them.
Were you the ego big guy?
I was a super big ego guy. Got it, dude. It seems like 2006 was my last year, and so what is that? 15 years ago.
15, 16 years.
It seems like another life. It just seems
Yeah.
like another. That wasn't me. That was another guy doing all that. I did it for 11 years.
Do you feel in a little way like you're a factory mechanic? You kind of made it at that point in the sport
did.
as a mechanic.
Yeah.
When you stopped and then you went and did your other jobs and then got into the media, do you feel like you started over? Or you already had like a base of your career established that you didn't have to go to the bottom again?
My media career was made easier by the base I
Yeah,
had of
yeah.
friends and
Right,
contacts and
yeah.
everything else, right?
Yeah.
Like you got into it not knowing anybody, or Weege was a flagger, right?
Or was he?
Or was he? I felt like that gave me a huge step up in my media career to be able to
Yeah.
walk up to Eric Kehoe or whoever and get the scoop on what I
I
needed
forgot to
do.
ask Jelly who the fastest mechanic is right now.
Oh, yeah. We did
well.
forget. I'm going to text Lars.
Okay.
I'm going to text Lars because he might be
He'll
the
probably
fastest.
just say himself though.
No, because he's not a mechanic. That's
He'll still say himself. Come
yeah.
on.
All right, Firepower Parts, firepowerparts.com. You know who uses Firepower? Chiz.
Chiz.
That's all you need. Chiz.
Just needing Jerry Robin to finish some motos. Chiz.
Well, oh, no, his cousin did.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm saying like tweeting at Jerry between the motos, like we need a second moto.
Did he really?
finish.
He tweeted Jerry? Hold on. Well, we'll get JT on the line here because I want to I need to talk to JT about this. Firepowerparts.com. Featherweight lithium batteries, chains made in Japan. Firepowerparts.com at Firepower Parts as well. Firepower Parts Honda. Big guys, Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, and more riding for Firepower Parts Honda. And they're a substitute. Oh, my God. Fly Racing's Jason Thomas. What's up, man? How are you?
Nothing. What were you substitute? What were we saying there?
Subsidy of WPS Fly Racing. So Chiz, did you hear what we were talking about? Chiz
picked Jerry and then was tweeting him.
Yes. In between motos.
But you can't pick Jerry at that race.
You can't. You cannot. And Chiz's cousin did too. And so, look, I like Jerry. He's a good guy.
Of course, yeah. This isn't a personal attack.
No, it's 110 degrees.
Well, and Jerry leading into it was like, "Don't pick me. Look at my shoulder, like falling off."
Yeah, Jerry posted a photo of his shoulder that looked like an alien.
But seriously, I'm sure someone could scrape the data.
Marks did, I think.
Scraping
he has
data?
to have the highest DNF rate of anybody that's ever raced.
Maybe it was 3 laps down. Somebody had Jerry's
it wasn't me.
DNFs.
Yeah,
think it
and
was
he
a
has to be
Colorado
the highest
Moto 60.
ever.
Was there a Colorado Moto 60?
I think it was a Colorado Moto 60 or something.
He's 24 DNFs and 28 finishes or something?
In his
No, he
career?
raced more than that.
No. I meant like in the last 2 years, whatever the time
last
frame
2
was.
years.
I want a career. I want a career, like synapse. Like I want the whole picture.
I can't believe you just tweeted him. Why would you ever pick Jerry?
Oh my goodness.
105 degrees with his shoulder like that.
Like I get it if you're marks at the end of the year and you're just swinging for the fences, and you want to be counter trend, but you know what you're signing up for.
Well, but that
you
guy
just know it.
That guy Juice is his name. He was up there, wasn't he like top 6, 7 already?
Yep.
Like he's trying to Hail Mary to get, I don't know, like right to where he already is. I don't understand.
Like if it's pass fail and you got to win and everything else is unacceptable, I get it. But the risk there is so high.
I love Chiz, a racer tweeting Jerry. Like, we just, come on, buddy.
When I saw it, I was like, really? Like, that's where we're at?
By the way, Lars got back to me. Tony Archer works for PC.
Yes, okay.
By far,
good call.
Tony would be the fastest mechanic right now.
That is a good call.
And then Lars said, I may be the fastest team manager, but probably not because Nathan Ramsey's the manager now. So I don't know if Nate rides anymore, but he's still.
Nathan would still beat Lars.
Yeah, probably still beat him. You're right. All right. Unbelievable. I had to get to the bottom of that Chiz tweet. Jason Thomas on the show. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please check it out. All right, JT. Your TV season is over. debut season pit reporter for. Oh.
I'm doing Motocross Nations.
Oh, you are.
So.
Oh no, I meant but that's MXGP guys. I meant this job here.
Correct.
I was against you taking this job. I didn't think it was a good idea. I offered you a lot of career advice you didn't take. But
you thought it was like too hot and
it was hot this weekend.
Long days, actually we got very lucky. It wasn't very hot this year. Just kind of the finale was the only brutal one. But I don't want I don't want anyone to think you told me not to do this because like, hey, you're going to be terrible. Hey, you're going to suck. Don't do that. You're going to say yourself. I'm clarifying.
The people who are like, you did a great job, and you did do a great job, but honestly, you're so smart and knowledgeable about the sport. It's not a surprise at all to me that you ask good questions, interviewed good people. Like it's honestly, I remember I was telling you, like, yeah, of course you're going to be good. It's just, I just wouldn't do the job because it's so much damn work. It's really a lot of work.
I appreciate that. That's out of character for you to be nice to me, but
the last time
it was such a huge learning experience for me. And from where I started, I can remember I stayed at Paul Parabinos' house for both of the Fox Raceway rounds. And the feeling I had on Friday night, from round 1 to round 12 was as far on the opposite ends of the spectrum as you could possibly ever get. And that was just a result of learning and experience and feeling more comfortable. And I hope that feeling and that experience came across on screen because in my personal reflection on it, what I was doing at the beginning versus what I was doing at the end felt way different. Like the calmness and being able to actually give any sort of insight. And in the first round, I was just hoping to not be a catastrophe. Like I wasn't even really trying to expand on anything. It was just like, just don't be the reason the show is terrible. That's it.
So are you?
And by the end, I was like, I was willing to kind of take some risks and go off on my own a little bit at the end because I felt comfortable with what the dynamic was and I knew what we could get away with and not.
Are you like bummed that it's over then? Like, do you wish you could like do Supercross now, doing that same thing?
Well, I hope that there are opportunities in the future. That's for sure. Am I bummed that it's over? Yes and no. I hope that it's not over forever, but I think everybody that's been going to all these races is ready for a break.
Well, yeah.
So, so it's two different things there. Am I bummed that it's over on I need to not be at the races for a minute? Of course. I think everybody that's around this series is that way, but like that role and being involved with the television production, all that, like I really hope there's opportunities for me down the future for a really long time. Like that's my goal and hope anyway.
Okay. Mav TV pit reporter Jason Thomas on the show, Fly Racing USA. Best part of the job and worst part of the job.
That's interesting. Best part of the job, I would say, was getting to know better some of these Legends guys. Like Stu, I would say, would probably be the top of the list. Like we really had like no relationship at all. If there was one, it was very negative. Like we just had run-ins in the past and the Chad relationship, and there were all these negative catalysts in he and I's interaction over the years. And it's not like we hated each other. It was just like if you had to describe it, it wouldn't have been a positive one.
Right.
Now after 2 rounds of working together and being around each other, like that's completely changed. Like I've got to know him on a personal level and on a professional level. And I think we have developed a level of respect for each other that wasn't really there. So that would be my favorite part, is just establishing those relationships, whether it was MC and, all these guys along the way. Worst part, the worst part probably for me was just my own vulnerability. I really was so nervous, and I wish I could just get past the fact where I just need to be myself. And I was getting there. Like this weekend was as close to it as I've gotten. So that was really the only negative for me, was just exposing my own vulnerability and not feeling super comfortable, because I don't get that way very often. Like it's rare for me to be super uncomfortable. And I was that way at the beginning, man. I had no experience with it. I didn't know what was coming at me. We had audio issues.
Yeah, then you had
round.
issues. Yeah, technical issues.
Yeah, so everything was coming at me really fast, and I felt like I was going to be the reason that the first round was a failure, and I didn't like that feeling. So that would be the only real negative, was just that overall like sense of like doom, that was like incoming doom. Like that's what I felt like. Like you're going to screw this up, and everybody's going to hate you because you ruined the series. That's what I
mean,
felt
that would have been awesome, like for me in the show, but
No.
it didn't happen. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm ready to expose myself.
I know that it was obviously a much different role than what you do working with Paul, but like how much different from what you've been able to see is the direction and the flow and the pacing of the GP side, with their directors and their program versus what you guys are doing with Bondo and those guys?
It's very different. For MXGP, Paul and I don't want to say we're doing our own thing. There obviously is. They're telling us that they're going to give us replays. They're telling us when we need to get out for commercials and all those things. But as far as like content input, there's really none. They try, and that's really more their trust of Paul. Like Paul is the expert, so they've really given Paul complete control of direction and feel and how we're going to talk about things and all that, which he deserves that, right? Like that's been earned by him. Where this side, Bondo, Chris Bond he's very involved, and if he's not talking to me, he's talking to Weege, or he's talking to the camera crew, or he's talking to the production side or the graphics. I think he takes a lot of heat from people, and I've seen it on message boards, I've seen it on the internet, I've seen it on Twitter. I don't think they fully understand what he's going through on race day, and I know it's not perfect. I get it. It's never going to be perfect. It's live television. But, man, there's a lot of stuff happening, and he is orchestrating this circus with so many moving parts that can't really be controlled, and there's a lot of things getting thrown at us last second that we don't know they're going to happen. Like, yeah, everybody complains that we miss passes on television. Well, we don't know when people are going to get passed, right? Like,
you got to go to commercial at some point.
Right.
Yes.
Right. To give Bondo credit, like he moved heaven and earth to allow the 450 motos to be commercial free this weekend, right? Like he had to change everything, all the layouts, because there are portions of the show that have to go because they're paid for. They're sponsored segments, and they're going in the show no matter what. Come hell or high water, those are going in. Otherwise, television doesn't happen. So he's got to find a way to make all that stuff work, and he was able to give us commercial free action this weekend. So like stuff like that, no one on the message boards are going to give him credit for, but he did that, right? Like that was on him to be able to navigate and pull off. So that's given me a lot of insight. It's like, okay, yes, it's super easy to be a critic, and it's even easier to be a critic when you're anonymous and you just have some handle you made up. But when you're there and you're watching it all go down in the moment, there's a lot there. It could go a lot worse, I guess is my point. It could be so much worse than what's happening, like in the worst moment. And yeah, it's a collection of people that are bringing this, in front of it. Like they're bringing this product out, and I just learned a lot about what it takes to pull that off. I can't imagine, I haven't even seen Supercross really from that angle yet. So maybe one day I get that opportunity. But yeah, like I said from the beginning, it's been this gigantic learning experience for me. And win, lose, or draw, if I never get this opportunity again, I will be better off for it because I learned kind of what has to happen to pull off a production like that.
Yeah, I mean, look at motorsport.com whole shot replay has to get in. The track preview has to get in. This is stuff that makes
GoPro.
This is what a battle box, Thor battle box.
Yep.
This stuff has to get in because they're sponsors, and certainly me and the PulpMX show can understand sponsors and paying and be able to make a profitable, TV show / internet radio show. So, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's definitely,
and it's American television too. Like that's how the American TV system has been built. It's based off of advertising. It's based off of commercials. It's how it works.
I will say I think that they should go to an MXGP pay series for indoors and out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
There's
But that's
more
a whole
and more
other
of that
thing.
coming down the road for sure. But this is the model we've had for
we are
100 years,
all
basically.
like even 50-year-old men who control the sport understand now what streaming is. 5 years ago, an app, streaming, all of that. Yeah.
I would venture a guess that 5 years from now, so let's say 2027, I would say we will be very lucky if we're on live television, but I don't think that's going to matter. I don't think people are going to care. Like 5 years ago, if you said like, hey, yeah, it's not going to be on TV anymore, it's just going to be on this app, sponsors would lose their mind, right? You would see lawsuits and canceled contracts and everything else in the world. 5 years from now, I think everybody's just going to shrug their shoulders and say, okay, well, show us the analytics, make sure that we're getting eyeballs. And we don't care how we're getting those eyeballs, but that's fine.
And let's face it, Race Day Live is mostly Blair's fault. So let's face that.
Blair is on his way to really good things.
Best analyst, and I don't want to say worst analyst, but worst analyst, best analyst. I'm gonna go best. I have some personal bias here, but I'll go Stu and MC tied. Worst analyst. That's kind of mean to say. I seriously thought they were all good. Nobody was bad.
Yeah.
J-Mart was surprisingly good. I had low expectations for J-Mart. He was solid. Ricky was, you know what? Honestly, worst is a bad way to say it, but Ricky was the most plain because he had the most. Yes, because
you already knew what you were getting.
He knew TV. Yeah. He knows TV. He knows getting in and out.
I thought the same of Fro. To be fair.
Yeah.
Like I've heard it. We've seen the mannerisms.
I was surprised by Fro.
I mean, he was still good.
I was pleasantly surprised.
They were both still very good, but yes, like when you get into this rhythm of hearing a new voice every week and some analysis that you hadn't heard before, going back to the familiar was like, I hate to say like a punch in the face, but kind of like, we've been here before. I
didn't learn anything from Fro, I guess. To me.
See, for me, at the end of Fro's run when he was doing Supercross and he was the guy, I really felt like his effort level dropped to like 0. I think he got very complacent. I don't think he cared anymore, and I think that was reflective in his performance. When he was at Unadilla, I didn't get that at all. He was really engaging in every meeting. He had stats ready. He shot stuff before the show to have like things to inject into the show. I think there was a distinct difference between what the Fro we got at the end of his Supercross run and the Fro we got at Unadilla. If he had sustained that, I think he'd still be doing it. I really do. And I would be curious to ask him that. I'm like, hey, can you be honest with yourself?
Yeah.
And the way you were at Unadilla, that energetic, that into it, can you honestly say you were that at the end? Because I don't believe that. Yeah. I would be curious to see what his perspective is on that.
What do you think was the best one? Kellen, what do you think? Let's start with Kellen. What do you think?
Man, that's so tough. I mean, it was really good to hear from Stu again, and I felt like he did have some really interesting takes on some things too that I didn't expect Stu to be as analytical as he was, which was really cool. Glover was surprising to me.
Glover was good, yeah.
But I think MC was still the best to me personally.
Okay. All right, JT.
I think Stu at Budds Creek was the best. Fox Raceway was okay. I thought he was better at Budds. I just liked how into the bike setup and some of the things he got, explaining why certain bikes will work better at certain tracks and why this guy might be struggling on a particular day. You don't find that all that often because most guys aren't qualified to even know why that would be.
Yep.
And obviously Stu has a really unique perspective with Chase because he worked with him, privately, and they had very personal conversations about Chase's racecraft and all those things that I have never had those conversations. So that was insightful to me. So I would say best was Stu at Budds, and it was surprising to me because we all know Stu and his personality, or what we thought we knew.
Yeah, what we thought we knew. Right.
Very reclusive. I don't want to. Standoffish isn't the right word, but
reclusive.
He doesn't want to be in the public eye, right? Like, reclusive would be the right word. Like, he just was in his own world. And he didn't want anybody around. He hides from people. I think he has. This is my personal opinion. I think he struggled from some social anxiety issues that I think he's gotten a lot better about, which is crazy to me because if anybody on this planet should have confidence being around the public, it would be him. Because everybody loves him and everybody wants some of his time and everybody idolized his ability on a motorcycle. But I do think he had some social anxiety. Like, I think it made him uncomfortable to be around people privately. Like, on a stage, on the track where they can't get to him, that's a different deal. Like, he can get out there and do the sprinkler and all that because they're not engaging with him. Like, it's from, it's like a 1,000-yard stare type deal. But when he has to actually engage with those people in person, I think that made him nervous. And I think he's grown out of that. So that was I thought it was really cool to see, and him opening up and giving us all the personality and all the insight that he has to offer. He's really never given that before.
Also seems to love RD Coffee. Really,
he does.
Mr. Coffee.
Yeah, seems really like that. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. The 2023 stuff is out. JT, what's the biggest surprise from the 2023 stuff that you're hearing from dealers and reps as far as what they like or what's moving or anything unexpectedly like that?
It's interesting because for me, I see in our team, we see this stuff so early, right? So we build our own preconceived notions and we develop our own opinions, and really strong ones, because not only have we gone through the design process, we were there for every step of that. Then we signed off on the final product. Then we watched the catalog being built. We pre-booked this to all of our key deal, the largest dealers we have worldwide. That went on at the beginning of this year, like February of this year. We've gotten feedback. We've seen so we have all these data points to really draw from. So we think we know what to expect, and then stuff will catch us off guard. Like I'll hear from dealers like, "Oh, we really love this. We really like that," and I'll be like, "Oh man, I felt completely the opposite." So just some of the colorways and graphics have been much better received than I thought they would be. And I always, that's a kind of an every year thing. I'll have my favorites and I'll have the ones that I don't like. And you really need that. You need to have some of both. There needs to be things in the line that you don't like, because otherwise you just kind of pigeonhole yourself into this little bubble, which is really dangerous for a brand as large as ours. So getting that feedback, hearing from different people and walks of life and personalities, like, oh, wow, okay, well, you love that stuff. I personally hate it, but that's great. We need somebody to buy it. We made it for a reason. But and honestly, for me, I think that my favorite part of this whole process is when I see all this stuff get made. I see it come in. I see the samples, whatever. But when I see, like, let's say RJ Hampshire show up at Unadilla and his stuff's all, like, kitted out, graphics on it, the logos on it, like his numbers and name match the colorway. Like, I'm like, wow. Like, okay, now I'm in. Because before I was like, I like this. I don't like that. I don't know. I'm nervous. But then I see it on the track and I'm like, damn, that looks really, really good. So that's really reassuring to me and kind of puts a smile on my face, is to see that end product hit the racetrack and be on TV. And then, thankfully RJ got a podium in that first moto. So that's my favorite part, is that, like, payoff.
All right, X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. Freddie Noren crushing it in X-Brand right now.
Yeah.
Chiz all year long, X-Brand rider. Josh Strang winning GNCCs with X-Brand, EKSbrand.com. The Lucid goggle is out. I got a pair on this helmet here. They're amazing. I got some over there. Lucid goggles. Pulp Show 22 is a code to save with Xbrand.com. If you don't wear X-Brand, you're not going to win, Kellen.
Nope.
That's a fact.
Yep.
You know who used to wear X-Brand? I don't know if he still does. But Jose Butron was an X-Brand rider, and now he's an EMX champion. Coincidence?
Maybe he still does.
Maybe he's
taking you guys right to the top.
41-year-old Jose Butron. He was also a fly rider, Butron, JT was as well.
Yeah, he there was a span where I don't think he ever wore anything but fly, his entire career.
Now he's an EMX champion. I had to ask Kellen and Lewis if that was the same Jose Butron that used to race GPs.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right.
Many times Spanish champion.
Yes. These questions are submitted by Swisscore. Are we familiar?
Wow.
Yeah.
I am a little familiar with him.
Yeah, him I know.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, well, the other guy was, it's a holiday, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
God
Day
knows.
off.
He's probably in jail. 30 seconds on the...
is just creating a whole family of future NFL players over there.
Yeah.
Just a hive of them. It's unbelievable.
All right. These questions are submitted, I already said that. Marks, go ahead. Let's do this.
Steve.
Yep.
How did JT do progression-wise in his TV role this series?
Well, the first round was sketchy because he couldn't hear when they were throwing to him and everything. So he got better from that first round, but he was good all year long. I like the variety of people interviewed. JT, near the end of the year, you kind of stuck to mechanics, but, we had a Mertz in there.
Yeah, I ran out of, I am subject to the people that are around.
Yeah.
And, at Budds Creek, no one was in the mechanics tower. They were all out on the racetrack or in the tower that you were in. So I was really subject to that. Yeah, I knew, and people were like, "Can we get anybody but Lars and Coker?" I'm like, "Yeah, if I can find them."
Right.
Like I can only go so far with my remote mic.
Sure. Yep. And you didn't get Rodman, although you said you tried. There was talk of it.
He was protected by, like, imagine Scott Sepkovic was the Secret Service. This is what I was up against. Like, I was there, I was talking while he was on camera, but I felt like I was going to get tackled by someone, maybe even Rodman, if I tried to get near him with that microphone.
Right. Fair enough.
JT, did you enjoy the TV job as much as, more or less than you anticipated?
At the end, I enjoyed it. At the beginning, I was so stressed and nervous that there wasn't a lot of fun involved. I wanted to do it. Like, it's been a dream of mine since I was a little kid. So there was never like, I don't want to do this. That was never a thought. But it wasn't fun because I was so stressed. At the end, the stress faded and the fun kind of came back.
All right, 25 seconds. Good job, JT. Yeah, really good.
He's on it tonight.
Yeah, he is.
Bringing the heat.
Yep.
Kellen, JT or Jamie Little?
Oh, wow. Is Kellen a Jamie Little fan? Do we know?
I mean,
it's something like that's a random.
Yeah, it is random. I'm personally a bigger fan of real kind of like in-depth analysis and getting real answers from mechanics or whoever it is that they're interviewing. So I would pick JT.
Like, for example, me asking Jelly, 20 seconds, me asking Jelly about bonus money.
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
Did we get an answer on that?
Nah, we did not. That's okay.
Snuck around it.
Yeah.
That's always a touchy one with riders and mechanics, man. You never know.
But you throw it out there and then you just see what you get.
Yeah, I'm here for the question.
Right.
It's just I know it's very touch and go. Like the difference between one rider to the other can be drastic.
Yep.
Steve. Yep. Name one athlete that would surprise you more to see than the Worm at a dusty ass motocross race.
Andre Agassi. He doesn't seem like a moto guy to me. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I know hockey guys are into moto and they ride some guys, so I can see a hockey guy doing it. Rough and tumble Canadian dudes, right? NFL guys, we saw James Harrison at Steel City.
I would go Tom Brady.
Okay, yeah.
Can you imagine Tom Brady at Paula? I cannot.
Yeah.
JT, what's the Yeti gonna do in the off season?
The Yeti is my kind of like motocross cooler. So I'm in Nashville this week. A bunch of my friends, Dan Truman and Paul Paraminos from PulpMX Fantasy fame are flying in tomorrow. And we're kind of having like a guys week. What? So I have my Hydro Flask, which is like my kind of walkabout town cooler. And then my Yeti is my get down to business motocross cooler. So it'll enjoy some time off. I'll probably take it to Redbud, bring it back to the racetrack. But it needs a break. This is a kind of, it'll go into boot camp mode November, December. I'll put it in and out of the freezer just to kind of get it warmed up, get it temperature up and down.
Okay, we're good. 44
maybe set it outside.
We're good. We're good. All right, that's enough.
Thanks for the invite, JT. That's nice.
Yeah, really, right? Oh, yeah. Who knew, Marks? We weren't allowed to Nashville.
No.
I died. Was a couple weeks ago when Marks just started ripping tear-offs when JT was going long, and then they played the end.
I can't take
the
credit for
outro.
That was Mr. Legendary.
It was Mr. Legendary. Well,
I like to give credit
kudos
where it's due, but that was
much
really
kudos.
Better recognize, fool.
All right.
Kellen, you attend a wedding. In-N-Out has catered. Are you stoked or disappointed?
Stoked, I guess. I don't know. I don't really think too much about the food at the wedding personally.
No Jack in the Box.
Yeah, it's definitely not a Jack in the Box. Honestly, that's the most disappointing part, really.
Unbelievable. His love of Jack in the Box is next level.
Y'all are sleeping on Jack, dude.
I'm not sleeping on it. If I ate it, I probably wouldn't be sleeping at all.
Yeah. I'm pooping it. Is what I'm doing.
You just don't understand.
Are you Jack guy?
I mean, I don't go often, but Jack slaps.
Jack does not slap.
Jack slaps.
Does not slap.
I can literally think of 10 places better that I would go to if
I've been a bunch of times because it was like one of the only places open.
Yeah.
Late night, but it's every time I'm like, this is such a poor decision.
All reliable.
Every time.
Burger places or fast food, because there's a difference.
Fast Fast food. So Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, Carl's,
Nah,
all
man.
better.
You tried them egg rolls?
You know,
I
egg
would
rolls
never
at
get
Jack
those.
in the Box. Egg rolls.
What? What?
I knew I'd get JT with that one too. All right, let's go.
All right,
Steve.
Yep.
Who gets fired if the USA fails at Red Bud again?
nobody gets fired. There's no consequences. You can just keep working. It's fine. Nothing happens. JT maybe fires himself. I don't know. He maybe fires himself into the sun. I don't know.
JT, if the USA loses again, do you skip the MXDN in 23 just to see? You know,
No.
is it JT's
No,
attendance?
I will
at
be
fault?
in France. I'll be in France come hell or high water.
Is that where it is?
Yeah.
23?
Ernay.
Yep.
Ernay?
Yep.
Okay. Good track.
All right, last one. Kellen, was there a moment when a bidding war for Vital Jamie, a.k.a. Pony Pod, a.k.a. Darkside, was a possibility with Racer X?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, we liked working with Jamie for sure, but yeah, I don't know if it's quite in the budget.
Well, I think you also have to look at Vital. There were a bunch of openings, right?
Yeah.
Like that was people left, people departed, people were like, oh, whatever the situation was, they needed to fill spots.
Yeah.
So that was a good opportunity for both. I don't know if the other has been announced yet, but
No,
we'll
it
just
has
say
not.
Jamie for now.
Jamie.
Okay.
Yep, Vital Jamie. And he met Rodman, too. So, yep.
He did he? No
Yeah,
way.
He met Rodman, yeah.
That's awesome.
They caught him with Rodman.
Caught.
All right, is that it? X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Ben's been on hold for a while. Ben has a question about Yamaha at Troy. Ben, what's up, man?
Yeah, hey, I'm building restoring a 2004 YZ125, and I want to do some kind of replica bike of some sort out of it. But my question is, Yamaha of Troy in 2003, they had guys on 125s, and I know Metcalf was on one in 05, but was anybody on one in 04, a 125?
Tedesco was 04 or no? Was Tedesco already done?
That was 03.
03? Okay. Metcalf Outdoors was 03 or 04? I don't know.
Medi stayed on it the latest, but he
Yeah.
got paid extra to ride it.
Right. I think that was 04, Ben.
I know he was on that aluminum frame one in 05. He was the only guy on
Oh, that's right. You're good call. So, yeah, you know more than us.
I don't know about that, but I just didn't know about 04. I didn't know if they were all on 4 strokes or not.
Yeah, I can't. JT, Kellen, anybody?
I can tell you in 01, Nick Way chose to ride the 125, and Nathan Ramsey rode the 250F, and Nick complained the entire year.
Yeah.
Because he was just, it was like a knife at a gunfight, like it just.
They're
no
all the
shot.
same until the aluminum frame, though, Ben. So you could just make it literally any year you want. Like it could,
Yeah.
you could just make it anybody's bike. Like you could make it a Nick Way 01 bike. They look the same, right? So
I got you.
yeah, it doesn't.
Hey,
Yeah.
one more thing.
Yeah.
I started a small jersey collection. So what are my chances of please getting a 4-time Manitoba champ jersey signed?
I don't know. You don't want that. You don't. You seriously.
Why
you,
not?
You don't want that. I don't even have my name on the back of them. Fly doesn't do that for me. I'm not cool enough.
I figured you had one somewhere with your
No,
name on it.
I don't.
Cool
Fly,
on my wall.
Fly doesn't do that for me. I want sublimation.
Do you
If
have
you
any
wanted it done,
jerseys
we
from
would do
like
it for you.
way back then?
What?
Do you have any old jerseys from way back when you were racing?
Oh,
as a
maybe
wee
in
kid?
Canada. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't have anything down here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean even like a recent one or something. but
Yeah, no,
it's not-
I don't think I even have one with my name on the back. I'm incognito guy. Maybe I'll get Fly guys to. JC, can I get sublimated?
Yeah.
Oh, he said yes. He said yes.
No takesies, backsies.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say yes. It's not a problem. I just don't know. Like it's been problematic with supply chain stuff.
Yeah.
Not that we wouldn't do it for
Oh,
you. I just
okay.
don't know what.
Right.
But yeah, I'm down. Like I don't. It's not like we wouldn't do it for you. I just don't know what the process is right now.
Yeah. Well, maybe
it's
Ben.
more
If
of like a time frame.
Ben,
thing.
if I
The
get some
timing is
jerseys,
tough.
you can have one down the road. But I don't have anything right now. But keep an eye open for.
Hey, thanks, boys.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Before we let JT go, Nash,
Gentlemen,
you got a question for JT?
an excellent year was we
Thank
all
you.
got to experience,
It
and it's
was.
still going to continue. Motocross, greatest sport in the world, goes from January till November.
I'll tell you what. I looked at my schedule the other day. I got to go to Paris. I got to go to this fucking Wales thing. I got a straight rhythm coming up. I got Motocross the Nations coming up. What about Geneva? Do I go to Geneva again? I don't even know if they're having Geneva. So I'm busy. Yeah.
Steve, you grinding. You do. I know that. I'm a fan, digesting the content for many years.
Thank you.
Big kudos to JT for rising up. It was cool to hear him reflect back on what he experienced and all that other good stuff. But there real question
Thanks, man.
that shot into my mind when you said the name Sepkovic. JT, I'm going to put on the scales, and you have to tell us which one more intense.
Okay.
The most
We're
intense.
talking grams here. I think we could talk grams. If we're talking on the scale.
Yeah, especially if you're talking Sepkovic. The most rowdy Des Nations Euro Bonanza party or J-Law's title-winning party? Go.
There's never been anything in the history of parties that can ever touch J-Law's championship party.
There you go.
Period.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you bring listeners through? I remember you reflecting on this years ago. We don't want to beat a dead horse, tell the same stories over and over again. They got to go back and dig for these. Is there anything from that night that you care to share on air that is relevant? And again, keep it clean, PG, please.
I mean, that night had everything. It had the stars of the sport. It had stars of the sport throwing beer bottles we're on the 40th floor, throwing them into the parking lot, and I'm talking like dozens of beer bottles into the parking lot, and they're just smashing and exploding onto cars, like just every car in the park. Like, they're just throwing beer bottle after beer bottle into the parking lot from the 40th floor. Right, they could have killed somebody. That's what got the party shut down.
Debauchery at its highest form.
I watched a factory rider pour an entire drink on another factory rider's wife on her head.
Oh my God!
This was all pretty mellow, and then once I was left in this room. I had no business still being in this room when the party shut down, and that's when it really went off the rails, literally. The number of escorts, and I don't know what they were there to do. I don't want to speculate on their intent, but there were, I'm going to say, probably upwards of like 15 scantily clad females that entered the hotel suite, and there was a large amount of narcotic emptied onto the kitchen table.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went from there.
Thank God
we can only suspect where it went from there.
Thank God he pulled off early in that race to conserve energy for the party.
Well,
I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like that party in my life, ever. I mean, ever.
Okay, and that really does quantify it and put it into like a realistic viewpoint for people, including myself, that have no idea what anything's like. And I'm okay.
I mean, this is thankfully we're past the statute of limitations. It's
I think you're
2008, so we're good.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What was the craziest Euro? Since you've been bouncing around to the events all the years, whether you're a rider.
I mean,
or
honestly, Motocross of Nations isn't that crazy. All they do is just get hammered. Like, they don't necessarily do anything raucous other than they just drink, and all the team guys like dance and yell and like sing songs, like hanging on each other.
And they have techno blaring. They blast techno.
That's what I mean. They just dance with each other, and they're beyond.
And you're just like,
drunk.
right on, man.
Drunk
Yeah.
is not even. They can't even see drunk from where they're at.
Yep.
Well, JT, I hope that you get to fully relish in a USA victory. We all do. I do. Anybody loves.
I hope so too, but part of me, Nash, wants him to come in on Monday after another loss on USA soil, and just watch him maybe have no soul, just wither away.
Like, you can't hurt me anymore.
Yeah.
What's a higher rate of JT? What's the higher rate of JT gnashing his teeth? Like a massive blow to his fantasy team or Des Nations? I say Des Nations.
Des Nations, yeah, Des Nations.
Des Nations every time.
No, honestly, man, I've been through so much tragedy and so much trauma. I have suffered so badly for so long. My heart is just a black, useless organ inside my body. Like, I feel nothing. I really feel nothing.
You're numb.
You're
numb to the pain.
Yeah, we can get tense, and I would just stare blanklessly at the screen like I feel nothing anymore.
Just like Homer, just blinking. Yeah.
Well, with Parabinos and others rallying this one, you got these two dominant guys. I mean, everybody knows the scoop. Lewis.
And thanks to Barsha for stepping up and maybe knocking Ferrandis out of this thing. So thanks to that too.
His colors don't run.
Yeah. He's not
the American way, buddy.
Not on the team, but still doing what he can. Thanks, Nash. Thanks, buddy.
Cheers, guys. Go get him. Cheers.
Thank you. Fly Racing, JT. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have fun in Nashville, man. Thank you.
All right, guys.
All right, see you.
JT.
That's Jason Thomas, everybody. We're going to go to commercial break here. Come right back. Mitch Payton on the line, Kellen Brauer here in studio, and Chris Betts. We are going to call bets. We're calling bets.
Cold call.
You can bet on bets. Yes. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
Fuck you, you're fired.
At motosport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motosport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motosport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motosport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship-winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
At motosport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motosport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motosport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moranz, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moranz, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, Decal Works has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. Decal Works is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and Gas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes Decal Works stand out. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a prodigy, tyke, or brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. Thanks to Josh Ellingson and, of course, Lewis Phillips for calling in. Mitch Payton is coming right up here as well. We're going to do the PulpMX Fantasy Yamaha YZ450 bike draw coming up as well. Kellen Nation is in studio. Kellen Brauer from RacerX Online. Yeah. Michelin, designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range featuring Michelin adaptive design. Offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. Thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides more durability than the previous generation. 6 versions of this thing as well. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more. The Starcross 6, new for these guys, and Chris Kiefer rode with it. Google PulpMX, Chris Kiefer, Michelin. You can read the latest review of what he thinks of these tires. They're doing very well. There's a team in the World Supercross, Kellen, that uses Michelin Starcross 6. French team, French company.
Bud?
No, the other Yamaha team. I don't know. Yeah.
Mind blown.
Yeah, Who knew?
You said France, I go Bud.
Yeah, I know. But this is a Yamaha team, and they're using Michelin's as well. So we'll see their performance in World Supercross. And, of course, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Upload your resume for free today. It's the first and only job board built specifically for the motorcycle industry. Check it out. The number one source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates, looking for employment opportunities. We normally have a job of the week. This week, job of the week is PulpMX.com phone producer. PulpMX.com show is looking for a phone producer. So, we'll see. Clippy over there.
It was nice working for you while it lasted.
Yeah, he's going to be super sad, I'm sure.
Yep.
PulpMX phone guy, looking for it. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. The social media comment of the week. It's easy to get these marks from YouTube. It's like
it's just shooting fish in a barrel.
It's like it's absolutely the easiest thing ever. This is a video of who beats who, Hymas or Deegan, which, by the way, many people said we were high and drunk, that Hymas would beat Deegan, and he came damn close to it.
Pretty close.
Yep. Didn't end up doing it, but he did. Social media comment of the week. I just scrolled and I missed it. Here we are. Riders are way too temperamental these days. Just get on the bike and show your talents, like pre-1990. Who knew what happened in before 1990? Why is Weimer a coach? He was a horrible pro. Supercross champion.
Wow.
Right? National winner.
Hot take.
Right? National winner.
Motocross of Nations champion.
Yeah, he was a horrible pro. A-Ray would be a better coach, which I think is also a horrible take.
Anyone? Is that they say?
A-Ray.
Oh,
A-Ray would be a better coach.
Whoa.
And Mathis wants Deegan to fail in the worst way. There we go. A social media comment of the week.
I have heard the blank wants Deegan to fail so many times in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because if you don't literally praise the kid, you're a hater.
Yeah.
It's not that way at all. We're trying to play it, the same way anybody that's
cover
debuting
him like Romano, cover him like LeBlanc. Just
Exactly.
cover him like one of those dudes. Yep.
And he's doing very well, to his credit. But calm down.
Thanks to the folks at Twisted Tea, of course. Kellen Brauer enjoying a Twisted Tea. Outdoor day drinking with a crew. That's what it's all about. Outdoor fun versus outdoor exercise. This is a holiday, of course, today and Monday, and nothing would be better than a Twisted Tea. Check them out. Original, half and half, peach, raspberry, all of that stuff. Thank you to Twisted Tea for coming on board the show. Non-carbonated, 5% alcohol. It tastes like real brewed tea, Kellen, because it is made with real brewed tea. Thank you, Twisted Tea.
I brought a Twisted Tea back from the track yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And my wife tried it for the first time, and she said, oh, yeah, I could have these.
Nice. Let's get a Lane on one. Lane, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you, guys. I just wanted to call and honestly give Paul Parabinas a huge shout-out for throwing on this golf tournament for Raise It For USA. It was absolutely fantastic. The entire crew did a great job.
Oh, cool. It looked like fun. I was too bad I couldn't make it. I tried to, but in the end, I did buy a foursome to support the Raise It For USA, and the X-Brand guys took it. Rich Taylor and Zach Taylor and Rich Taylor Jr. took it. So, I had a foursome out there representing PulpMX out there at the course.
Yeah, I actually got to talk to Rich. It was really cool. And also on your changing dark side, you guys changed Dark Side's life so much, I didn't recognize him.
Really? Yeah. Jamie
I had no idea who he was.
He is a new man, and he's hanging with Rodman now, and God knows what else is going to happen to Jamie these days. Yeah. So thanks, Lane. Glad you enjoyed it, man.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Good job, Paul Parabinos, of course, from Renthal for doing that.
Fingers, but.
Hey, by the way, my buddy Steve Bauer, he's doing the Big Air Kids Fair again. He has put on this event at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. He invites a handful of Supercross and motocross guys on a Freestyle MX show as well. The hospital staff brings all the kids who are not immune deficient outside for a close-up view of the action, and the rest are pressed against the glass watching the freestyle show. And again, motocross riders, Supercross riders are there, and the kids get to visit with the riders and everything else. This has been going on for a long time. 7-year hiatus, though, caused by new hospital construction and COVID stuff. But it's back. The event is free and open to the public. Andy Bell will be there. Fitz's Army will be backflipping bikes. So please check it out. BigAirKidsFair.com. BigAirKidsFair.com for more information. You can donate over there if you want. You can email Bauer directly at BigAirKidsFair@gmail.com. 100% of donated funds go towards paying for the freestyle show or getting a wish list the hospital provides them for the kids. It's a big feel-good event of the year. And this is happening – when is this happening? September 14th, 11 a.m., Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. September 14th, so you got 9 days from now, 11 a.m., freestyle show, supercross guys, motocross guys, all for a good cause. So thanks to Steve for doing that. Again, 7 years it hadn't been going on. I didn't realize it was that.
That's cool. Can you say that 3 times fast, though?
BigAirKidsFair.com.
Yeah, but 3 times fast.
BigAirKidsFair.com. BigAirKidsFair.com. Kids. Oh, yeah. Good job, Kellen. Can we get Mitch Payton on the line, or are we still eating pizza over there? We all right?
Look, no answer.
He's
just
plowing down the
how much pizza did he take in that commercial?
Dude, I took a picture of his plate.
Can you put it on Twitter?
I thought about it. My tweet is drafted and ready to go, and I was second guessing it.
No.
Send it.
I'm not scared.
Send it.
I should have
Do
known.
what you freaking got to do. My time here is limited anyway. Clearly, you're already looking for a replacement.
I should have known because, if it were him, he would 100% send it.
Oh, he
out.
would. That's what he would do.
All right, it's come. Look on PulpMX Show Twitter.
Thank you to Renthal, the winning brand in manufacturing design for the last half century. Renthal has more championship titles than all the competing brands combined. Renthal.com, a fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Bars, grips, sprockets, chains, Renthal.com. For more information, they got a really cool, informative website as well. Speaking of Renthal, this gentleman's race team, I don't think, has used anything other than Renthal way back in 1991, and they continue to do it today. Mitch Payton. What's up, Mitch? How are you, man?
I'm good. How about you guys?
We're good. Hey, you've never used anything other than Renthal, right? Never.
No, we've been Renthal since the the peak team in '91, and I liked their product. I liked it before we had a team, and they're great people. They have a great product, and they support us really well. So I don't see a reason to ever switch.
Renthal, Dunlop. What else is the oldest guys you got?
Well, actually, we were Bridgestone in the beginning, but we've been with Dunlop a long time now too. I guess some of our originals are probably Maxima. Maxima's been with us a long time. RK, Excel rims.
Yeah.
Now, we try not to switch around.
Knowles will say that you've been with Scott the whole time, and when I point out that you guys wore Spy for a few years, he says, "Yeah, but Scott made the Spy goggle." So Knowles still counts Scott.
We were it was a Spy band one year. It was back when No Fear was around, and part of that was tied to the 1-800-COLLECT sponsorship. So, we did that, and then we went back. And, this same thing, Knowles is probably the best goggle guy in the pits if you have a mud race. And the product's great.
Mm-hmm.
We never really have problems. And there's probably a little more money if you shop it around. But, I like the service better than anything.
Absolutely. Super important to have that. Mitch, where do you stand on the shortened motos this past weekend at Paula? From what I understand, a lot of the teams were consulted, and everybody sort of agreed with it. It was damn hot. Where were you at with the 25+2?
Well, Carrie Jo called me. I don't know if it was, I think Thursday or something like that. She called me Thursday morning really early and wanted to get my input on it or whatever. And I said, look, I'm okay with it either way. My position was we've ridden in that before, but she said basically, yeah, we have. And then some guys got pretty toasted, and we want to try to do better at it. And some of the other teams had really kind of wanted it shortened. And I said, I'm okay either way. If you do it, that's fine. We used to be 45. Now we're 30+2. And the only thing that scared me a little bit was both championships. I didn't want it to be something where if a guy went down on the first turn, God, you might beg for those last 5 minutes to make up the difference, right?
Yep.
But the other thing I always say is it's the same for everybody. So if it's the same for everybody, I can deal with it.
Right. Yeah, I think I understood it. I'm not passionate either way. If they kept it, great. If they shortened it, I understand that, right? I think I'm with you. I see it both sides, and we move on. Some motocross legends weren't happy with it, but I don't know. I don't know what to say. So it is what it is. Hey, Joe Shimoda, What a story. What Moto wins, 2 overalls, 2nd overall in the points. I mean, you signed him back up after you signed him for a tryout ride. Then he did another deal with you. So did you see this coming?
Well, obviously, I felt like we needed a backup guy with 4 guys if somebody was hurt. I really wanted to have another guy, and we kind of did like a little tryout, and I really thought for a 1-day deal, never riding the bike, I felt like he was the best guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was happy that we did it, and he's done nothing but improve. So I don't think it was, I don't think anybody could say it was a bad idea. I think it was a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's proved now, like, I feel like he's like one of the best guys in the class by far.
What happened in Supercross with just no Nick Way? God, it wasn't a great. He podiumed one race, and I went to interview him, and I said, this has been a tough year, but Mitch is, probably happy for this podium. He said Mitch is still not happy.
Yeah, no.
Well,
he won a race last year, so your expectations, you know how it goes. Like if we've always had a lot of guys throughout the years, like you try to get them to win that first race, and I always think that's the deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
After they win one, they're going to have it in their heart, and they're going to want that feeling and all that stuff. So I feel like if they get that first one done, then they're easier to come by. And I thought this year would be better. And it started off pretty good, and there was some rough spots,
Mm-hmm.
along the way. And then he got hurt at Anaheim and kind of tweaked his ankle pretty bad. But still, it was like there was just some teething issues. It was mostly just the whoops, we needed to be better in the whoops, truthfully. And he was racing against, Craig was the class of the field in the whoops. So when you could look at the rest of the track, we could match his times everywhere. It was just the whoops. We needed to be better there, and we need to work on that for this year, and I'm sure he will. And I'm sure with what he's done this year, he'll have more confidence. And I think he'll be a contender indoor and out.
Yeah, I think next year he's going to be one of the guys with a lot of race wins and maybe titles, indoors and out. He's also come out of his shell a bit, huh? He's got a little more personality, a little more comfortable with English, a little more comfortable with, being around the team and different people. I feel like he's really getting to be his own.
Yeah, and I like that his personality is actually one that he truthfully doesn't take a lot of stress.
Mm-hmm.
Like his personality is one of like everything's cool. I got it. Like he doesn't need that. And I think it works good for him because, he just plays it pretty low key, but he does really work hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think working with Nick was another little bit of a level of, wow, I got to do this.
Mm-hmm.
This is even more work than what I was doing. So I think that maybe helped him too. Like I'm in better shape, I think he's a believer in what he does. And I think he can be better because of that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Seth Hammaker, 7th overall in the points. He missed a round, obviously, with that crash at Unadilla, but kid set some fast times. Good results, solid season. He needed it. He's been hurt a little bit. What'd you make of Seth's outdoor season?
I think Seth is still. It's crazy to say this, but I think he's still on the rebound. We lost quite a bit of time there when he got hurt in Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
To get ready for outdoors. And, the year previous, he was coming out of Epstein-Barr. So, it was always this thing where how hard do we push? So every time you push too hard, we back off.
Yep.
And I think now we've made it through, we just need to get through one season and you'll build that base. And I think he's got, a better base now. And, yeah, he was fast, but the end of the motos, he suffered a little bit. But that's pretty normal. Like I said, that's going to happen until you crack that, and then you'll work it out. And I think he's going to figure it out.
Yeah.
But he's a good talent.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Mitch, I want to go back to Joe for just a minute. Obviously, like you said, it was a weird situation when you got him because it was right off his rookie year and he's without a ride. and you don't sometimes normally catch guys like that to pick up for a ride. So how like different has the dynamic been to watch him grow like from his sophomore year onward versus like when you take someone in fresh out of the amateurs, or maybe you take someone later in their career like a Jordan Smith or something like that?
Well, I think it's easier. Like, I think that first year for anybody, I don't care how talented you were at Loretta's, you know, like we talk about that now, and I'm like, the problem with Loretta's is there's 5 good guys, right? Like, and maybe there's 4, maybe there's 7, I don't know, but let's just round it off and say there's 5 good, talented kids, and those kids are all pretty fast, and those kids all have good bikes, so they're equally matched. And then there's some of them that are, you know, there's kids that are really good starters, but then when you turn pro, you race against all the kids that used to be at Loretta's, and they used to be good starters, and they used to be pretty fast, and they're on good bikes. You know, like that, I think I looked it up one time. I think there's like, you know, all the manufacturers and everything. I think there's like 16, 17, 18 guys if they're all healthy on supported bikes. So that means there's 18 pretty good guys.
Yeah.
So, you know, you gotta weed yourself through all those guys, and you know, like you see some guy that might be an 18th place guy, but he might get a good start, and then all of a sudden you're gonna work your way by that guy, and then this guy, and to come through the pack sometimes is really difficult. So I think it's hard to grab a guy the first year and expect a lot. I always say that's a throwaway year. You're lucky if you can get the guy through all the supercrosses and outdoors without having an injury, to be honest, because you know, they're just not completely ready, and I think they're shocked at the level of difference from amateur to pro. And some guys will say that I'm wrong, but I don't think really I am.
Do you like the combines then? You a fan of that?
Yeah. I think that's good. I think the best of the best amateurs should ride against each other more, and they need to be able to do that so that you can see who is the guy, and then also longer motos, because then you'll see who has a little bit of a base fitness. Because if it's just those little amateur races where they're, you know, 12, 14 minutes, you know, like get a good start, a lot of guys can hold on.
Yep.
Is there something that you see in, like, I guess even like your current crop of riders, or maybe even riders that have, you know, come through your program recently that like really like kind of stands out to you as like, that's different than riders I had a decade ago or 2 decades ago, though?
Well, because me and Chad Reed talked about that. He's like, well, who's the next guy? And I'm like, I think it's harder to pick them now. Because in the old days, like call it the old days, I guess, you know, like I felt like you didn't really have to be that clever to pick Jeremy McGrath. Like he was really good at Supercross, right?
Right.
So you just had to try to get him, and you were lucky that you got him. And Swink was really good. Buell was pretty good at it. You know, like he was winning Supercrosses the first year. Steve Lamson was older, but we thought he could be really good with some work, and was definitely a good outdoor rider. So like that was our team. And then if you move up, then we went to say Carmichael, and like Carmichael was good. Like he won all the time as an amateur. So like you had to do that. Villapoto was the kid that was Team Green's best kid, and it made the most sense. Like he was always right there, and Alessi beat him most of the time, but Ryan could beat him sometimes. But like those kids, and especially back then, like the truth is like Villapoto didn't have a special bike. Like he had, Ricky didn't either. They had customer, like just what we did for the customers, what we did for them, and they were just good. And as it escalated, you know, like then we, you know, dyno their bikes and keep working on them to make them the best we can make them and all those type of things. And I almost think that's bad. Like, I don't think the amateur scene should be so wide open. And
yeah,
I've said that in the past where I feel like we're going to lose some incredible talent that parents aren't wealthy enough to give them the best. But if the bike wasn't so night and day different from what the mom and dad could afford to get, I feel like we would catch a couple of other kids that would be like, that kid's pretty damn good. Like on a fantastic bike, we might be able to really see something out of him. And I feel like I don't want to lose those kids.
Or afford to send them to a facility, all of that stuff too. Like they're all
because your parents might want you to go to school.
Right, right. Imagine that. Right.
I know.
Mitch, I know you were behind. Look, there's nothing wrong with Paula. Paula is okay. Paula is like cheese pizza. Like I'll take it, but I'd like a better topping if I can. And Glen Helen is a better track. I think we all know that. I think that bridge is gone, but maybe you can. Do you think we ever go back to Glen Helen with MX Sports for Southern California National?
Well, we tried this year.
I know.
We tried pretty hard. Me and Troy Lee talked to Bud, and Bud and Davey had like a problem, and it was, the two personalities just couldn't work it out or whatever. And so we talked to Bud, and they said, "Hey, Bud, like, let me and Troy do it. We'll promote the race. We get along with them good enough, and like we'll use Glen Helen and stuff like that." And we think we had Davey convinced into it. But then Myron had 2 dates, and he called and like, "Hey, you're taking my date." But what Myron didn't understand was me and Troy had talked about this probably like 3 or 4 years ago, like trying to do something together, like because I think Troy's totally into it for the sport, and me and him have been longtime buddies, and we would get along fine doing it, and like using Bud's facility would be great, and we just thought we could make something pretty special out of it. And then finally Myron said, "Nope, I got to be involved," and so we said, "Okay, me and Troy are out. Like you can do it with Bud." And then they had some meetings, and I don't know where it went. I thought it was kind of close.
Yeah.
And then it just didn't happen.
Yeah. Well,
I know.
Yeah.
I wished it could happen because, like, I feel like everybody believes like Glen Helen for California is the best real natural track for a natural track for a national that we could go to, especially if they prep it really good and do all that, and then we could have a great event there, and it would be really good.
Yeah, let's hope. Let's hope. I mean, Paula's okay. It's better than Elsinore, and it's better than some of these places. But yeah, it would be nice.
And Paula, like, to give them credit, they're working on it constantly.
Yep.
They're trying to make changes, and yes, it's a 2-lane road getting in and out. That's sometimes a stress on them, and I know they've done as much as they can do to try to alleviate the problems, and they're making changes. So, like, let's not kill those guys for what they're doing. And obviously, I think the first national of the year, they had a really good turnout. So that was good. But I think 2 in a row there, like, I think people want more.
Yeah, I think so. That leads me to my next question with you. Renthal, bringing you Mitch Payton on the show, renthal.com. Universally regarded as the world's most trusted brand in the pro pits, and the first choice of the world's premier athletes and race teams. This SMX thing, I love talking to you about industry stuff. We're going to have an SMX 3-race playoff style. Details to follow here. LA Coliseum, I think Austin, Texas. I think Atlanta Speedway. Hybrid tracks. What's your more purse money spread across the year for all the races? What's your take on Feld and MX Sports throwing together 3 extra races and having a playoff?
Three more races. I don't know. Obviously, I don't think we're going to get any more money to go to 3 more races, so we're going to spend
more
money to go to 3 more races or whatever, and I guess 2 because we're going to drop 1 national. But I guess they're going to pay some pretty big money to the 250 and the 450 class, which I think is long overdue, and I think they probably could have done that already, but I think they were forced into it because of the World Supercross Series.
Yep.
And I think they want to try to hold on to our guys. And I don't blame them. Like we didn't go to the World Supercross because I felt like if you look at our history, you know, like I can't keep 4 or 5 guys healthy for a whole season.
Yeah.
So I'm not sending them over there on the off season, because then when I start the real season, if the guy breaks his collarbone or blows a knee out, then I'm down a guy. So like I need to get my races done here in the United States, Supercross and outdoors, and give my guys some time to heal up, and so that we can rest, do our testing, and be prepared for what we consider the real series.
Right.
On that topic, can we work on a Cameron McAdoo deal in 2023 that doesn't include racing at Fox Raceway?
Poor McAdoo.
We joke about that, and I'm like, maybe we just take the first one off and we're down 50 and maybe we're better.
and we're better off.
Cut your losses.
Yeah, poor McAdoo. I heard it was a good one. They got it on camera, and I heard it was a good one. So,
well, he is okay. He's a little bit beat up, but he'll be okay. And like the one thing Cameron always gives is 110%, and I don't know.
Yep.
Like it's just, you know, it's one of those things, and like bless his heart, because I've said it 1,000 times. I'll take the guy that tries hard over a guy that's a quitter anytime. So like he was trying for the very last lap, and that happened, and that's just the way it is.
Absolutely, I agree. Do you anticipate Jet Reynolds being ready to go for 2023?
I really don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, wrist is bad. Yeah.
He's getting his wrist fixed now again, and he's had some problems with the screw always backing out. So he's doing another surgery on it, but unfortunately, you know, there's going to be some time off with that. And he hasn't raced in a couple of years, like really, right?
Yep.
So the makeup time on that, he's going to have to get healed and then start riding. And then he needs to work on his fitness. And, you know, like hasn't ridden a lot of Supercross. So like the whoops are going to be a big thing. So like it's an uphill challenge for sure. But like, you know, in the past, once again, we hired him because he was this phenomenal mini bike rider that we thought looked like he could be the next guy. And we just still have to wait. We're not sure where we're at the moment, but as time goes by, you know, those memories fade, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
But
tough
we'd
break.
love to give him a chance. We're waiting.
Yep, for sure. We got a call from you from Cody on one. Cody, what's going on? What's your question for Mitch Payton here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by Renthal?
Yeah. So first off, something that should be mentioned, like Steve, you asked about the format change, and it's pretty freaking cool that Mitch said, how will this affect the overall racing in the championship, not just how will this benefit my guys either way. So
for the motos, the shortened motos, right.
Yeah.
Well, I thought about it for, you know, like truthfully, like, you know, I lost the championship at Palo when Porcel had like 27, 28 points on Kennard, and he crashed and blew his shoulder out, and we couldn't race. You know, that was the first moto. We couldn't race the second moto. And then you feel like we just lost a championship. And so as much as Jet had an advantage, anything can happen. You know, he could have snapped a motor. He could have, you know, like went down the hill, caught a kicker, crashed his brains out, and then it goes down to the next moto. And if he's a little bit beat up, hey, we're all there. But especially when you looked at the 450 class, like you would hate for, and I mean, I'm being serious, you'd hate for Sexton or Tomac to go down the first turn and then they're just mowing their way through the pack, because both of them will, and not have an additional 5 minutes to make it happen. And yeah, like I said, as long as it's the same for everybody, it is fair, but we just changed the rules the last second. And like I said, I didn't care, but I said, I think everybody should think about it, because it potentially could have changed something.
Sure.
I don't think it really did, but it could have.
Yep. Yeah. No, well said.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, so I'm also in a chair, and I was wondering if you had any like tips for, as a fan, watching nationals in person. Like I've been to Washougal a couple times, and it's kind of a pain in the ass, but yeah, just if you had any advice, because I mean, you've been going to all of them for forever.
It is really, it seems it's really difficult, and you would have to find a national that has good viewing. Colorado is great.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you could get a pit pass and get in there and be somewhere. Colorado, you can see really well. I can see a lot of the track. Washougal, you don't see a lot of it, but you can see the bottom part.
Right.
Paula, they disappear and they come back and they're gone. Trying to think. Redbud.
Has there been? Oh, sorry. Has there been many efforts in that area that you know of? I mean, I know it's not exactly your concern when you're at the races, but as far as accessibility and making it, making the viewing better for fans, or do you think that's something that still should be improved on a lot?
Well, I think it's something they should pay attention to, because like I've said this to, I think I've said it maybe in an interview, and I probably have said it to the promoters and stuff. Like I've gone to the races since, I mean, I went way before we had a team, and I never really kind of thought about it. I said I kind of felt like when I was young, I was just a selfish prick, right? Like it didn't really care. And then when I got married and had kids, my wife wanted to bring our kids to Glen Helen or Paula or somewhere, and to go to a national for my wife to bring, we had twins in a stroller, like, is diabolical. Like the heat. So like we're lucky one year our buddy Chuck had a motorhome at the top, so they were up there and they had a motorhome with an awning and stuff like that, so they could kind of watch for a while. But by about 1 o'clock they were smoked, and she's like, we're leaving.
Yep.
And then even as they got older, they come in the pits and stuff, and like they're there. But I got a semi, and I got an awning, and I got air conditioning, and I got a bathroom for me, and I got food and water and all that. So like to sit beside the side of the fence, it's I feel like it's different now. I think, and especially if you're in a chair, like I don't know if you can take all day, sitting by the side of the track. Then you got to haul in a pop-up, so you got shade. Then you got to get close to a wheelchair bathroom, and like, what do you do with all that? Like, how do you find the right spot? So like, it becomes more difficult. But that's why, that's why NASCAR has prospered, because you can see the whole thing, and that's why Supercross has prospered. So I think Supercross is an easy event to go and enjoy, and I think, as they say, like, outdoors is more the enthusiast sport, and wheelchair is just another 30% disadvantage. It kind of sucks.
Thanks, Cody. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I got to tell you what, with that heat and the viewing of Paula, if I'm not in the industry, you couldn't have paid me to go out there on Saturday. Like, I mean, I had to be there. It's my job. But with that weather and then viewing of the track, which is not good, no matter almost where you stand.
Yeah. Quick story about Mitch on Saturday was that I thought was kind of cool. Is it's hot all day.
Right.
After the race, I go over to the PC truck and we interview Joe, and Mitch is there and everyone's saying their goodbyes and like congrats and stuff on the season. And then we go off and we interview Eli and Jed and and they're like shooing the trucks out. And then I look over like maybe an hour and a half later. And Mitch is still there. The PC truck is gone, and he's just hanging out with fans, having a good time. Like I thought it was pretty cool after like such a long, grueling hot day.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's because my two kids went over to the motorhome area with Carson Mumford. They wanted to see some kids over there, and it was almost 6 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, but you got to be back here by 7. I'm like, I'm not staying all night. And the truck was just leaving. And it was 7 o'clock, and they rolled back. So then we took off right at 7. But I'm like, and it was a hot day, and we got there, I think we were there at 6:45.
Yeah, it was gnarly. Before we let you go, Mitch, I got some questions for you, some rapid fire questions. I should have maybe given you a warning here, but just quickly off the top of your head, here's some questions for you in the long history of your team. All right, are you ready?
Yep.
Most unlikely title you have ever won, Justin Hill or Jimmy Gaddis? Or am I missing one?
I would say Gaddis, because Gaddis was a guy that, rode, but Gaddis was a very good rider and he got great starts, but he always had a tendency to crash, right?
Right.
And that was, we didn't have a team until late November or in November, and everybody was picked. And I looked and I'm like, I'm going to hire Jimmy Gaddis. He gets good starts. And everybody's like, are you serious? And I'm like, why not? And he won the first race and kept his act together and won the championship.
An all-time quote when I worked on that story, it's on PulpMX.com, Mitch's unlikely 1993 title. The last guy we hired at Paris Raceway was really good, so we just hired Mike Chamberlain because McGrath was really good at Paris.
Yeah, we did. And
Right.
Chamberlain, you could ask, Jeremy or Phil Lawrence, they would tell you that guy ripped. He just,
You're like, wow.
Just stressed out.
It worked for the last guy. Let's do it again, Jimmy. Let's hire that guy. Okay. Outside of Ricky Carmichael, Jeremy McGrath, and Ryan Villapoto, besides those three, who's the best rider, the highest skilled rider you've had on the team? The guy that made you just go like, wow. Outside of Ricky, Jeremy, and RV.
I would say it would be Townley and Villapoto. Townley and Porcel.
Porcel, okay. Yep.
Porcel was pretty phenomenal, and Ben was a jewel. Man, if he wouldn't have got hurt the first year, and he was a true professional. To deal with that guy was phenomenal.
All right.
I was hoping you would say BT. Oh, I love BT.
Yep.
The funniest rider you've ever had? The funniest guy, either unintentionally or unintentionally, whichever way.
Actually, Gaddis was pretty funny.
Was he? Yeah.
And Joe's pretty funny.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of anybody between, but Gaddis, was just this quiet little kid, and they used to interview him before the start, and Phil Lawrence said, I'm going to do what I got to do. If I got to move some people, I'm going to move them. I'm like, uh-oh. And I heard that. And then they go to Gaddis, and Allie's his mechanic, and Allie's a little bit rough, too. He's my buddy. And Gaddis says, well, I'm here to chew bubble gum or kick butt, and I'm all out of bubble gum. and Allie looks at me, and I looked at him, and I'm like, that is intimidating? And I'm like, oh, my God.
We're going to need to toughen that up a little bit. Right.
I know, and he would say, shoot. You couldn't get him to cuss.
Didn't you say that Phil would take his shirt off and walk by your truck?
But he was definitely a psych out master. He tried to be. And Gaddis, he's just all,
right.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Rider you missed out on signing that you wish you would have got?
Kevin Windham.
Oh, okay. I was going to say maybe you might say Ferrandis. I know you made a run, or GL. GL would come to mind too, but yeah, Windham.
GL, I tried really hard, but I got him. But Windham was a slam dunk. He
Team
lived
Green.
with me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so that made me think of I'm going off the rails now. Here's a second. So Wygan and I do this Re-Raceables pod where we watch an old race and we talk about it, right? So we did 95 Daytona where the great Tim Ferry won, and that's another story for another time. But this was the era where if you rode east, you had to have an East Coast mailing address, right? Because that was what they made. That's how they designated you East and West Coast 125 riders. So Pichon is leading, and they say he's from Louisiana. They never mention he's French. And I told Wygan on the podcast, I guarantee you that's Wyndham's address. And Mitch just gave him Wyndham's address. Somewhere in Louisiana.
Alley's.
Okay, Alley's. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay.
If it was Louisiana, it's probably Allie's address,
Okay.
I would assume.
All right.
But the funny thing, like I said, we were supposed to, I would assume, I don't know why it would be Louisiana, but Kevin should have rode for us and was already, his dad says, hey, I can't be out there, so, you're going to have to take care of him. And me and Allie lived together, and we're like, all right, so he can live here. And then Cowie says, you can't have him. You're just no, we can't have him. And, he was going to go to Honda, and I called Yamaha, and I said, I was mad at Honda because they fired me, and I said, I don't want him to go to Honda. So I called Keith, and I said, you got to hire this guy. And he's like, why are you calling me? I'm like, because if you don't, Honda's going to hire him, and I don't want him to go to Honda. So he hired him, but then they wanted Allie as the mechanic, and then they still lived there for 2 years. So, like, we're racing against him and living together.
Living together. So, but Cowie he was a Team Green guy, and Cowie said, you can't have him? Like, but we can't have him either? Like, I don't understand. Like, Cowie was saying he could ride for another manufacturer over you? Like, that makes no sense.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, it's a very long story.
Okay, all right.
I don't even want to go there.
Okay.
That's the one that kills me, because I thought, Kevin was so good, and like, he was my friend, so not only did I not get to hire a good rider, I didn't get to hire my buddy. Like,
well, this whole Daytona, they never mention Pichon's from France. They just say the Louisiana rider, and we're laughing. Just like, yeah, no. All right, moving on. The best-selling two-stroke pipe you've ever had?
Probably really early on, and I would say, like, it had to be probably 85 or 86 CR250, because 85 we did Honda's bikes to go to Europe, and everybody found out about it. And then 86, Rick Johnson ran the pipe, and that was the first time a factory guy ran one, and it was first year of the production rule. And I mean, those things,
you couldn't keep them in stock.
No, you couldn't. They were just, it was great.
Nice. I was thinking you would say the Chad Reed YZ250 pipe, or I was thinking, like, I remember one of those early 90 RMs, apparently, if you just threw a pipe on one, it was massive difference. But, okay, yeah, 86.
Well, now it would be, like, I would say, like, the best-selling pipe. Like, I mean, not all the time. We got YZ 125 and YZ 250 pipes just constantly on back order. Like, as soon as we build them, they're gone. And the same, we have, like, we have a great KTM 85, 125, and 250 pipe. And those things there's so many of the bikes, there's like, that bike fits 3 models, the Gas Husky and KTM, and they just sell out. Like, so we just build them, like, constantly.
Here's a Kellen question. This is a really good one, too. The fastest rider you had that never won a title? Who's the guy that never won with you a title, and you're just like, I don't know how? Stroop. Okay.
Wow.
That's a good pull.
That is a good one.
Yeah,
No, that guy, that dude was special. Like, he had some real speed.
Right. Yep, I would agree with that. All right, the last one for you. And this is the one you can use on the air for public consumption. Your best Jim Hawley story. Your best Jim Hawley story.
God, Jimmy Hawley, like, holy crap. Jimmy Hawley's a guy that would, like, because I was around, when he was racing and then afterwards and stuff.
Yep.
And, like, if you ever saw Jimmy, he'd be like, hey, man, come here. I got to show you this. And, like, something on his phone would be pretty amazing.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
But it wasn't a flight attendant. It wasn't a corner.
Right. He told us a story here last time he was in studio. He got one blowjob before a main event in his career, and he got last in Buffalo '84, and he said he never did it again.
I got a blowjob, and I was shit in the main event.
So, I don't know. You can pass that on, Mitch, to riders,
Yeah, there's a couple of those guys, like, in the old days, and honestly how it was just that era, and, like, he was just on the cusp and maybe a really good privateer, and they ran it pretty ragged.
Yeah, they on both ends, right? Yeah, they really did.
Yeah, it's funny that Rodman was there this weekend, and I'm like, I met that guy, like, years ago at a after party when Grayson Goodman hosted a party in, like, Dallas or something.
Oh, really? He was there? Nice.
Yeah. Hey, man, what you doing? Right. Big old dude. I'm like, oh, that's Dennis Rodman.
Yeah. Rodman and Stu in the booth. Who knew? Yeah. Unbelievable. Mitch, thank you as always. Thanks for your time. I know you're a super busy guy. I appreciate the time on the show. As always, great interview. Thank you, man.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thanks. That's Mitch Payton, everybody. Brought to you by Rental. Rental.com.
Awesome.
Stroop.
It's true. I'm just so happy you said Ben Townley.
Oh, really?
I love Ben Townley.
The 7 and 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Suspension Direct, founded in 2005 on the premise of being a one-stop shop for hard-to-get OEM MX suspension parts, working with WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB. The E-Click stuff, Marks, any mobbing? Any update on the mobbing?
I did a slight bit of mobbing at the lake. It wasn't a lot, but
okay.
Any opportunity I get to get a little silly.
How
in
much
the dirt.
do you move the E-Clicks, or do you not? Be honest.
Dude, I'm playing with my dial all the time.
Oh, okay.
No,
all right.
no BS. It's helpful when I'm towing too, because I can adjust how much weight I have in the back of the back of the truck, and it adjusts my suspension for me. So, dude, I legit use it all the time.
E-Click shocks, be like Marks. Get them for your Jeep models, Ford Raptors, UTVs, and more. E-Click is more than electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of a vehicle to adjust suspension before getting on a road or trail. Use the code PulpMX to save at Suspension Direct. The code PulpMX to save at Suspension Direct. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Thank you as well, ride-engineering.com. A lot of riders using Ride Engineering. The Bar X guys all use Ride Engineering clamps on their bike. They're split clamps that are new from the folks at Ride Engineering. PulpFan20 is the code to save, whether it's privateer, whether it's factory teams, whatever it is, the guys at Ride Engineering will have you covered on there. So thanks to those guys for coming on board. You know, our next guest here on the show, Kellen, he knows a thing or two about traveling, a thing or two about bags, like OGIO, whether it's 9800, the layover, whatever it is. Let's welcome friend of the show, professional baseball player.
Yes.
Chris Betts.
Hey, you got a bike?
You got a bike?
Oh, hypothetically, allegedly, I got a bike. What's up, fellas?
How are you, man?
I'm good. Long time no talk.
Yeah. Absolutely. You got OGIO? Anybody using OGIO bat bags? Does OGIO make bat bags?
No one's using OGIO bat bags, but I have a 9800 that I actually bought on my own.
Oh, wow.
And my agency, when you get drafted and signed, they send out OGIO bags with their logo on it. So I got a couple OGIO things.
Nice.
And a golf bag. Yeah.
OGIO Power Sports. Please check them out. Use the contact form on PulpMX.com to we'll get you a discount on an OGIO Power Sports bag. I got a new layover bag. It's got it's one of those. So what's the etiquette here? So, okay, so you guys have seen the carry-on bags with 4 wheels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you roll them standing up.
Yeah, I have one.
Is that how you roll? Literally through an airport? I feel
depends.
like you look a little goofy.
I'll do that. I'll roll it straight up if it's like a mob of people and I don't want someone to run into my bag as I'm dragging it behind me.
Yeah.
So just to allow more space, I'll hold it straight up.
So I got the new OGIO a few weeks ago, and now I've been rolling bag guy. My backpack is slid on thing.
Okay.
I feel a little goofy.
No, come on.
No?
Yeah.
There's people at the airport with way more different wild setups than that.
Because I've always been a puller my whole life. 2 wheels, pulling it.
It's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry about
Betts,
it.
where do you stand on this?
I refuse to be called goofy by someone who wears cargo shorts. So, I roll it, and I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. What's up, Betts? How's the tough season?
I mean, at this point, I'm honest to God, I just kind of feel like the baseball A-Ray out here these days. Just grinding my ass off and getting kicked in the teeth. But no, it's good. We're still chugging along in Frisco this week. So yeah, I mean I would say it's been good, but I've been lying. So
yeah, that sucks. It's been, because we get this social stuff, right? Like, hey, I haven't seen Betts' stats. I haven't seen Betts playing, or I got a couple of things that are like, I went to the game, he wasn't playing, and so I'm just like, it's not a great year. I mean,
hey, but he's the Tulsa Drillers media darling.
He is.
Now.
Yeah. Tell me the Drillers haven't been impressed with your social presence.
They have been impressed. They broke out a little. I think I sent you guys. They broke out a little electrical razor pit bike early in the year when Pulp Nation went crazy. I think they were really shocked at first, but like I say, I got the biggest following of any bullpen catcher in the league.
And you know what? Honestly, Kellen, he plays for the Dodgers organization, and you hate the Dodgers. This gives you even more reason to hate the Dodgers.
Yeah. They're not playing my guy.
Right.
Really.
Right.
It's so disappointing.
Yeah. Can we talk? Should we talk baseball? Can we talk baseball?
Briefly, come on. People are going to hate us for it.
Well, the big sweep by the Jays today, doubleheader Betts, pulling away 2 games on the Orioles for the wild card spot. I no longer need Charlie Montoya's phone number. from you.
Yep, that's true.
Yep. So I never will bother you again for that. Betts, I went to the AAA game here in Vegas, the Aviators, the A's AAA affiliate. And by the way, all the catchers I saw, you're better than. So I don't understand why you can't.
Who were they playing?
I went to 2 games. They were playing the Space Cowboys. Space Cowboys?
Okay, so that's the Astros?
Yeah. Yeah, they were playing the Space Cowboys.
These
and then
team names.
I know, dude. And then the other one was I don't even remember. I want to say the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks team. Whoever that is.
I don't know many guys with the Diamondbacks, but I do know that Shea with the A's, I think he's in the big leagues right now. He was in AAA when you were there. He's probably the best catcher I ever played against. So
no, he sucks. You're better.
No, Shea Langoliers. That's a good guy to buy some stock in if you guys are baseball fantasy people.
Well, I was heckling all of them.
Diamondbacks.
I appreciate
Reno
it.
Aces?
Reno Aces. That's who it was. It was Reno Aces. So
this is riveting.
Okay, so
yeah, seriously.
I didn't know they did this in AAA. You can challenge the call, the strike and ball.
Yeah, that's new this year in AAA with the automatic ball strike system.
So, the whole thing is automatic?
Yeah, so you can challenge it because it's based off of what's called TrackMan, which is as far as I'm concerned, it's essentially like a radar system that tracks the velocity. That's how you get your exit velocities and all that. And then the AAA players get sized according to their height for their own strike zone. So when they walk up, if the ball crosses in the strike zone, it's marked as a strike. If it's not, it's a ball. In AAA, they're not using the automatic ball strike system to call balls and strikes, but a hitter or a pitcher in certain parks that have the proper equipment can challenge the ball or the strike call. And then they go right to the TrackMan data to see if it was a ball or a strike, and then play goes on where, like, if you weren't paying attention or if you didn't notice that split-second delay, I guarantee you half the park had no idea that there was a...
In Vegas, they had the batter stepped out of the box. On the scoreboard, it said challenge, and it had the square and it had the ball, and then the whole process was about 10 seconds, and then it just said overruled or upheld. But you're right. So yeah, the umps are still calling strikes and balls because I saw guys shake their heads and mutter right at a bad call, what they perceived as a bad call. So they're just testing this out with the system.
Well, what level right now are they using the actual?
A single A maybe? I don't even know.
I've seen some ridiculous videos.
Independent. It's an independent.
Is it independent? Because I've seen some videos of catchers really badly misplaying a ball, and the ump's like, strike 3.
Yeah, some sort of independent league, right? Right, Betts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also too, Kellen, as a catcher, if I know that the umpire,
you're not going to frame
a call.
Yeah.
Right. It's like if I have Bobby Miller or someone throwing a 100-mile-an-hour sinker. I'm not going to be risking putting my thumb underneath that ball to keep it a strike if I know the computer's going to do it for me. It's kind of like a risk-reward thing at that point. So it does make it visually look 10 times worse because if a guy's throwing a good enough pitch that moves enough, I can make a pitch down the middle look like a ball if I catch it fast.
Hey, but does that actually save catchers to a degree if they don't have to catch balls like that?
It's gonna take away jobs, and it's gonna take away some jobs, and it's gonna give guys jobs. So the Austin Nolas and the Tucker Barnharts and the guys who don't really hit that well, but they're elite level defensive catchers, their value is going to go way down with automatic balls and strikes.
Do you so the umps are still calling it in AAA, but they are just seeing how it goes. That's kind of what you're saying.
As far as I'm concerned, they Major League Baseball picks certain series and certain weeks to try different things at certain levels. So as far as what's going on in AAA, I'm not sure.
Well, the challenge couldn't have gone any smoother. Seriously, it was 10 seconds. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you have guys. So the way that I've been explaining it lately is for all the old school people who think it's bullshit. Greg Maddux was getting 6 inches off the plate back in his day. The strike zone was so much larger; it wasn't called to rule book size. And so now you have guys throwing with as much movement as Greg Maddux did, but instead of at 88, it's at 100.
Mm-hmm.
So now the strike zone being called correctly is more important than ever because a pitch that moves 20 inches horizontally, if that gets called a ball and a half off the plate, it's quite literally unhittable.
I showed Steve some clips of that Levon Hernandez 97 NLCS game or whatever.
Eric
Gregg behind the plate.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Eric Gregg game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
A guy on Twitter here just tweeted us, Bets. He said, maybe you can go to the Modesto Nuts or the Savannah Bananas.
No.
Have
Not
you?
good. I don't ever want to be in the city of Modesto and the Savannah Bananas like the Globetrotters.
But have you like, why have you not thought of like NPB? Like, why not that?
Thought of what?
NPB.
The Korean League?
Or Japan, yeah.
So I would actually profile decently well over there because they like power hitters and power arms, but you don't ever really see American catchers go over there because of the language barrier. That's like the only position that doesn't really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, can you DH? Or
Yeah,
no?
I was gonna say DH
or no.
I mean, the year that Lou Gehrig was dying with ALS, he had a higher batting average than I do right now. So. I don't really know if anyone's gonna want my services out there.
Fuck my ass.
I mean, the man literally had a degenerative disease that killed him, and it got named after him, and he still got a couple more hits than I did.
Fuck my ass.
It's been tough. It's been tough.
No, it's been a good go.
So
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
Okay, back to motocross
let's roll
stuff.
back into
okay,
it here.
we're gonna
Come
roll
on.
back into motocross.
We're
Calm
losing
down.
fans by the hour. Here.
Okay, yeah, Marks, are they angry at YouTube?
Yeah, and they think it's my fault.
They think it's your fault.
Always.
Blame Marks.
Everything's
It
my
is
fault.
Marks' fault. Yeah. it
Somehow
is.
Weege is involved.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna roll this thing back. So we're in a group text, me, Kellen, Betts, and JT, and I just love that. I just noticed the other day. So the title of the group text is AC. It was started off as AC 2022 Supercross Champ.
Yeah.
2021.
2021. Then it went to 2022. Then someone put it 2022 Motocross Champion, and I just noticed someone went to 2023 the other day.
I didn't notice that. That's
Yeah.
funny.
I don't know who did, but someone made it.
I think JT did that a while back. I could be mistaken.
I just noticed it, but we keep rolling it over to the next year. So
Yeah, no, this is our year.
Great. With you not playing, were you able to follow the outdoors much? Did you follow it?
I didn't, because I had an issue with Mav where I.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
The first round went on, and I was so pissed that I was like, you know what? I'm going to show these idiots on Twitter that you can suffer in silence, and not everyone needs to hear your bullshit. And so I just was punching the air instead of going on Twitter and raging. But yeah, I honest to God, I just watched highlights every week. I would just go on YouTube and check it out. It kind of bums me out that Mav was, or that I don't know if it was who it was, but that it was such a shit show because it ended up being a really good season. But yeah, I kept up with it. I just didn't get to watch any live.
Right. Yeah, the Mav guys, we moved it over to Flow. Flow worked pretty good, I think. For me, Flow worked fine, but there were some Flow issues for sure. But overall, it was a great season. Are you happy that Tomac took it, or were you a Sexton guy?
I don't know. I was pretty indifferent since Adam wasn't out there. I was kind of just happy to see it. I feel like we haven't had something come down to the wire like that, like 1 point in quite a while. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. 96. 96 was the next closest one. It was 3, I think.
Yeah. So I don't know. That was cool. I think it was good for the sport. I think I felt like I saw more guys stay healthy throughout. I could be totally mistaken again because I didn't watch them.
No,
live,
it was deep. Yeah, we had guys like Dino and Mookie coming back, which doesn't always happen. Right.
Yeah, no, it was cool. And again, it was just another long summer of me watching something at full blast on my phone and struggling to explain to them why I was and what it was exactly.
What's been the best sort of road food you've been able to eat this summer? Just more Subway and Jimmy John's, or do we?
Well, so listen to this. So the Dodgers, the minor leagues the Dodgers actually do it very well. We have 2 chefs that have a 5th wheel trailer that's in a completely outfitted state-of-the-art kitchen. And from what I've heard, the Dodgers spend millions per year on these 4 or 5 affiliates. And each team has 2 chefs with a 2500 and a 5th wheel that travels around, follows us around the whole entire season.
Wow.
And when we show up, we haven't had a catered meal. It's just all homemade. So we have a guy who's lactose intolerant. If we have chicken fettuccine Alfredo for dinner, he gets spaghetti. It's just all homemade food all the time. So it's been pretty good.
Dude, that's pretty awesome.
I actually have no complaints there.
No.
our breakfast spread is like blows any continental breakfast out of the water. Like we're spoiled for sure.
Wow, look at that.
Trying to think. I mean, I do have stories. I just got to filter through appropriate, not appropriate. You know how that goes. Yeah, no, it's been an interesting year.
How's the rabbit?
Oh, Jeff Gordon's great.
Jeff Gordon's awesome. Great? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Yeah, everything's chugging along with us, just hanging out in the middle of the United States, unfortunately.
Mr. Side is going to maybe try to attend one of your games this week. You're in Frisco?
Yeah, I'll leave him on the pass list. That's why I texted you earlier. I was like, man, I feel like Jamie's out here. There's a lazy river here, so I think without the ponytail, he'll be allowed in. I think with the ponytail, it might be a sanitary issue.
Right. Right.
There's a lazy river at the stadium we're at, though.
Are you aware he got a job at Vital MX? Are you aware?
I've seen you guys ragging on him nonstop, and I've just been.
What is this, you guys? Hold on now.
Yeah, Steve. I've seen Steve ragging on him nonstop, but my first thought and what I was kind of hoping what happened was like that Darkside made a post where he caused like a stir of all stirs on Vital. And I was kind of hoping, like I made my own story up in my head where like maybe Steve just sold him off to Vital because he's like, I can't have this. But I was really kind of like let down to hear it was a very normal adult thing that happened.
Yeah. What do you think about Rodman showing up at the last round?
Yeah, how the fuck, like, I thought I was the non-moto guy. Like, how'd that happen?
No, Mertz just rented him for Jet. Jet Lawrence.
So he literally paid the appearance fee for him to go out to freaking All Indian Reservation and
yeah.
And to be fair about the non-moto thing, I think there's some F1 guys that have dibs over that, like Ricardo and Pierre Gasly coming to races and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least I'm American. That's gotta count for something, right?
All right. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Yeah, Rodman, big time. We're big time. We got Dennis Rodman coming to our races.
Yeah, at least we could. It'd be great if we could figure out how to stream the races. Then we'd really be on playing with fire, huh?
That's fully deserved.
The fact that I can find the Cornhole National Championships from 2021 on ESPN Plus, but I can't fucking watch dirt bikes is criminal.
I thought you weren't going to talk about this. You were going to take the high road.
Yeah, I am. I'm still on the high road. I just dropped down for a second.
Oh, by the way, we got $20 on YouTube from a Dustin Holmes, and he went to school with Tyler Soderstrom, who got drafted by the A's. Any thoughts on him?
We actually just played Tyler. He is he's going to be really good. Our pitching staff is very good, and I've said the whole year, you don't want to be the guy that we prepare to face. Like, you don't want to be the one guy that we say
you got to drill down on. Yeah,
you're not going to beat us. And he left
save.
Tulsa. He left Tulsa pretty upset. We had him 1 for 15 with like 8 strikeouts. So,
okay.
But I will say he is very, very good. He hit some balls that I was really impressed with.
Well, Dustin says he went to school with him. So thanks, Dustin.
Yeah, Tyler's a baller. He's a good dude.
Thanks for the money. Skippy's on one. Skippy, you got a baseball question for Betts?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I'm a Houstonian, so a longtime Astros fan since the 80s.
Nice.
And I'm actually named after Nolan Ryan. But what are your thoughts on the Astros, first off, especially with their 2017 scandal? But beyond that, I wanted to ask, do you ever like shoot the shit with other baseball players about motocross?
First question, the Astro scandal, I'm in the camp of like, I think it's so far removed now that like they've done the time and they wore it and they had their shame tour and everything. Plus I think it's really good for baseball that all of those guys that were involved in the scandal have kind of picked up and continued to put up really impressive numbers, even showing that they're not cheating. I think it would have been really bad for baseball if all those guys would have struggled really badly after that whole thing got settled. This would have been a really bad look.
Let me ask you this. So I talked to a guy the other day. He said for sure that what's his nuts? Altuve was wearing a buzzer.
Okay, who's this guy? You can't.
No, just a baseball guy I know. He's like, no, he's wearing a buzzer. I go, I know he wasn't. Like they kind of debunked that.
That guy had an $800,000 contract. He had to beg to come into play. Like he had to beg to come.
Well, no,
play.
He doesn't have an $800,000 contract anymore. He has $8 million contract. But
hell no. But after his first contract played out,
anyways, I don't know. Where are we at with that? I don't think it was.
I don't think he wore a buzzer.
I don't think so. I think that the closest thing that you could argue is I could foresee someone in the stand. I mean, hell, the Blue Jays had a scandal like this that everyone forgets about a while ago.
Stop it. There was
the
no
real-
scandal.
They did. Remember it.
No, it was proven wrong. It was proven false.
Still a scandal.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. I could see something maybe more like where the hitter's seen a flashing light or something like that. The buzzer thing, I don't know if I really believe.
Okay, and any baseball guys you talk moto to?
No, not really. Some guys, a lot of my guys on the team obviously ask me, what the hell's going on in your social media.
Right.
And then I've had a couple guys come up to the plate and say that it was cool that I knew AC, but I mean, there's not much time to talk, so it's usually like, hey, man, like, I see your buddies with AC, and I'm like, yeah, man, like, have a good night, and then here comes 100 miles an hour in the conversation. So
right.
Those are usually pretty short-lived.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, I've had some talks. Usually when I'm at Supercross, without fail, the Friday before A1, the night before A1, every single year I got about 20 baseball buddies I haven't talked to since the previous A1 that want to see how I'm doing. So
right. Go figure.
I got a lot of baseball buddies that want to come by and watch the races, but none usually that I cross paths with.
Right. Thanks, Skippy. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, y'all be good.
Thanks. Have you talked to your buddy Aaron Hicks lately? It's not going well.
I haven't. I know he's
It's so bad.
No, I know. He's going through it.
He is.
But
yeah, New York is getting him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty ruthless. Like, he still plays an elite level center field for him, and he's hitting in a lineup that has like hundreds of home runs. So like, I don't feel really bad for Yankees fans at all.
Yep.
But having gone through what Aaron went through with having Tommy John as a position player, when I tell you that the year and a half that you have to take off with Tommy John, when you come back as a hitter after not seeing a live pitch for over a year, it's not. I'm still paying the prices for it. So
right.
There's a massive asterisk with that I think a lot of people forget about. Like, you can't really I know, Steve, like, you might be able to name one other position player that's had Tommy John besides me and Aaron. So it's not really all that common.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel for the guy. At least he made his money. At least he's on a $50 million
he's fine.
deal. That feels good.
Yeah, that's fine. Where are we at with AC? We had him on the show a month ago or so. He took some ayahuasca. He's outspoken as usual. He's got good commentary.
He told you about that?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
No, he put it on
I didn't know.
He put it on his social, which I thought was kind of gnarly. So then we had to ask him about it.
Yeah, I love that. We've been talking a good bit. I think he's just really enjoying, like, feeling healthy right now and, like, going in with a much clearer mind, not rushing.
Yeah.
Not having to jump through any hoops or anything crazy like that. So, but I don't know, like, I've told you a bunch privately, I don't know if on the show, but when Adam and I talk, mostly it's just
right.
as aimless as it gets, because we both just need to get away from Adam and I's careers haven't exactly gone swimmingly the last couple of years. So
right.
There's a lot of steam to blow off there.
Yeah, well, listen, if the baseball thing doesn't work out for you, Betts, you can maybe be a co-host here. I'll try you out for a few weeks,
I mean, I think I could stay sober enough to do that. I mean, you're on live. You're gonna love this. I was sitting at dinner, and my buddy's turning around. And my buddy says, "Jaron goes, what? Why? There's three people just talking right now, and they're not in the studio." And I turned around, and Mav TV was in on in the bar, and I just see A-Ray and Weimer just sitting there, and I'm like, "You got to be fucking."
It follows them around.
Yeah.
But what were your buddies saying? What do they mean? There's three people talking. I don't. What do you mean? What were they saying?
I mean, you're not Scott Van Pelt. Like, when I see Scott Van Pelt on TV, I know SportsCenter's on. Like, if I had no idea who you were, and I saw you guys on Mav TV, very obviously broadcasting from somebody's home, I would also be a little confused.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like we're a top-notch sports radio show that, entertains and thrills.
Literally right outside the Lions Den.
Yeah, we're right outside the Lions Den.
I mean, yeah, like, I thought it was cool though to see it on TV, but then that led to me explaining.
Yeah, did you tell your buddies? I actually know that idiot.
Well, so what's really crazy is I was driving up here with Jaron from Tulsa, or driving down here from Tulsa, and I told Jaron, like, hey, I'm gonna have to skip out of the room to do a podcast. And I was explaining to him your show. And then as he asks, like, why am I watching these three white guys on TV? I don't even know what they're talking about. I turned around and was like, that's the show. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's funny. How funny is that? I had something to ask you. Do you have anything for bets? I had something just slipped my mind. All right, so 2023, the year of Adam Cianciarulo.
Oh, my goodness. No doubt. I'd put my house on it.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd go to Arthur and Anderson or Anderson and Anderson, whoever the hell that guy is, for like $900K right now. Stamp it.
We have to get this stealing base thing done.
Yeah, good grief.
We have to get this done. Got to figure it out.
I mean, I'm waiting on you. I literally text you and I said the Blue Jays are going to be 30 minutes away from me at the end of this week. Come on out.
Yeah, I don't want to travel. I just don't want to go anywhere. Maybe,
I don't blame you.
Maybe ever again.
I wish I was on that program right now.
When's your season over? When are you done?
September 18th, the regular season's over, and then we start playoffs after that.
All right. Are you getting in many games lately? I haven't looked, honestly. I haven't looked at the app.
Nah, I'm not even on the roster. Right now, I'm on what's called the developmental list, so I just wear some turfs. I don't even wear a belt or a jersey. I just wear a Dodgers pullover and a hat, and I just sit in the bullpen with my happy ass. And
because you were playing there for a little bit, you were on a roll. Well,
yeah,
playing anyways. Not yes.
The guy that requested me the most to catch him got promoted to AAA.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, so. But yeah, no, it's all good.
All right.
I'm honestly enjoying it. It's not the end of the world. I'm just a little bored here and there.
Right.
Man.
Tulsa Drillers.
Great place. Tulsa's really cool.
Well, maybe Mr. Side can come out and maybe do something for it. Can you throw out a first pitch?
I mean, considering this isn't my home stadium.
Oh, yeah, I guess true. Yeah. That's going to be tough to do.
Frisco Rough Riders roll out Chris Betts.
Yeah, could you imagine me walking into the Frisco Rough Riders front office and be like, hey, guys, I'm with the away team. Could my friend throw out a first pitch?
Basically, that's how it would go. That's basically how it would go.
Yeah.
Right.
Fuck the first pitch. I want him to do the anthem.
Yeah.
All screamo and shit.
His name is Jamie. He used to have a ponytail. Everyone calls him Darkside, though. You guys can call him Darkside on the PA. Thanks.
Yeah, did he get the bike and everything? Is that all settled? I mean, I've been totally logged off.
No, he's got everything. Yeah, he's got everything. So.
Oh man.
Cut a ponytail. He got a job. He quit his job and working for the bumfuck East Texas city that he was working for, and he got a job at Vital, and he cut his ponytail and he got a dirt bike. He took home a Husky 350 to go ride this for Vital. He's at the race.
For real.
He's beating Dennis Rodman. This is what I've done for this gentleman.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's like full blown in the industry now. Like he should be moving out to Temecula in 6 months?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
I could see Jamie moving to Temecula and sitting at the gas station on what's the exit right at the base? Is it Temescal Canyon?
Yeah,
where all the tracks
are. Yeah, Temescal Canyon.
I could see him sitting there with a Vital picnic table with a Vital banner hanging off of it and just a microphone and just grabbing Anderson and Adam as they go to grab their waters for the day at the test track and just trying to interview them outside the gas station.
I could see him do that too. Yep.
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be good content because they all stop there.
Right, and he's really integrating himself with the industry. He's on Strava now. He's been bicycling. His bicycles are from the mid-'70s, but still he's getting out there. You
can't get the guy a fucking bike?
I can't get him a bike.
Yeah, you got a bike?
You got a bike? Oh, we got a baseball question for you, Betts, on the phone.
Oh, boy.
So many baseball
You want to take it?
Yeah.
All right, Chris, welcome to the show. What's your baseball question for Chris Betts?
Chris Betts, hey, Gavin Stone or Bobby Miller, who's going to have
don't do that
the better
to me.
career?
Oh, I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's asking me if I like Ryder D or Hayden Deegan.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Yeah.
And they're both, and the tricky part is they're both arguably my best friends on the team. That they're both in AAA now. Okay, they're fucking hell. I would say that Bobby Miller has a higher ceiling and Gavin Stone has a higher floor. I think Gavin Stone, if he was with 28 of the other 30 or 28 of the other teams, he's pitching major league innings today. But strictly off of Bobby's velocity and his ability to sit at just 100 to 102 for the whole entire game, I think that makes his ceiling higher. But presently, right now, I would have to say Gavin has a higher floor, but it's hard. If Bobby Miller turns out to be what Bobby Miller should be, he should be Walker Buehler 2.0. So
yeah,
probably going to say, like, projectability-wise, it's much easier to project Bobby at the higher level. That's a good question. I hadn't even thought about that.
You caught both of them, right?
Yeah, both of them. I caught Gavin Stone. I thought he got hurt on the first pitch of the game, and the velo came in at 91. He's usually like 95, 97. And when I looked up and went to go walk out to the mound to see if he was all right, he was just throwing up. So that's
really?
a good Gavin Stone story. Yeah, he was throwing up in the middle of the first pitch of the game, and then proceeded to throw up spaghetti behind the mound, and then sat 97 for the rest of the night.
There we go. All right.
Yeah.
Good question, Chris.
Yeah, I'd have to take Bobby in that one.
There you go.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm holding my Chris Betts game used bat right here.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Game used or the PulpMX?
No, the game used one. The one that says don't swing. Don't swing.
Oh, yep, that one.
Don't swing and miss, you fucking idiot. On the end of it. Yeah. So
there was an at bat this year where I came off the roster after being off it for like 4 weeks. And my first at bat of the night, I saw 2 sliders, which, I mean, I'm damn near allergic to them at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And after the second swing, I just said out loud to myself, like, what the fuck am I doing here? And the catcher and the umpire got a good laugh out of that one. And then they threw me a third one, and I missed it. And
the pitcher's like this guy. He's
uno, dos, adios.
Yeah, here we go. Sliders.
I mean, it's just at this point, like the saying goes, the best way to hit the breaking ball is to not miss the fastball.
Right.
And I'm missing the fastball at a rate where I got to figure out how to hit the breaking ball.
Well, hang in there, Betts.
I appreciate it, fellas.
We're there for you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. AC9 23 group text is always popping off.
As my dear friend Nick, you've been taking advantage of that at all, or have we laid
Not
off
at
a
all.
little bit? Okay. All right.
Not at all. You're public shaming of me, even though I will say my DMs are still getting flooded with, hey, Steve's an asshole. You did nothing wrong.
I disagree. Yeah, my dear friend Nick had to file for Chapter 11 for all the meat he's given out to you. So.
Oh, yeah. The guy's damn near, like, supplied you with dinner for the last year of your life.
I've got a lot of ribeyes right now in my freezer.
See, what frustrates me is, like, you don't even know how good the stuff you're getting actually is.
Why? What do you mean I don't know? Of course I do.
You gave away a tomahawk because you had no idea what it was.
I know what it is. I can't cook it. I'm not skilled enough to cook it.
Hey, he just got a new island outside with a grill on it.
Yeah,
though.
I got a new
It's
barbecue
beautiful.
island. I tried to get Fly to give me money to sponsor it. They didn't do it though. So
the rich get richer.
Oh yeah, I got a barbecue island. I'm so rich.
What is it? Gold plated handles.
It's not like I got a fucking rabbit, you know.
The rabbit eats cilantro and romaine lettuce.
Yeah, a lot of it, dude. So, all right, buddy. Thanks for calling in. Good luck catching the bullpens.
Yeah, I appreciate it, fellas. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon. Probably tomorrow on a group text. So, yeah. Thanks.
We'll be there.
Thanks, Betts.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Thank you. That's Chris Betts, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Having a rough season.
I'm bummed.
I am.
I'm so bummed.
I got a few requests lately to check in with on them, and I figured what better way when you are in, because you're a baseball guy like I am.
Fantastic.
I wanted to get his opinion on your Tatis guy, but I just move on. We'll just move on.
He's yoked.
He's yoked, yeah, I bet he is. Kellen Brauer here, brought to you by Decal Works, of course, PulpMX show. Thanks to Mitch Payton, Josh Ellingson, as well as
Louis
Phillips. Dude.
You okay, Steve?
I'll be all right.
Unbelievable, this guy.
We got motorsport.com. Tweet at Pete. We got the Race Tech Rant. The voicemails are still coming up as well. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, at Cherbys, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Scosh, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Guts Racing. Use the code to save with Guts. NorCal Company, making great seats for a lot of teams out in the pits. Phantom lightweight seat foam, ribbed seat covers as well. Atlas Neck Brace, Dylan Wright winning championships with Atlas Neck Brace. Thank you to those guys. FMF Works Connection, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Get Data. Thanks to the folks at Get Data. Speaking of Get Data, Dan Truman, #1 overall for the motocross series.
Unbelievable.
Experts pick. obviously not eligible to win the motorcycle, but Dan has crushed it in the outdoor season this year. So thank you to that. WUSA, thanks to the guys at WUSA. They support the teams with a lot of wheels in the pits, and you get a PulpMX discount if you tell them you listen to Pulp. You can rebuild your wheels for your TT bike, for your motocross bike, vintage bike, whatever it is. They got wheels for you. They'll build them for you. Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles. How's the Taser today?
Oh, beautiful.
You actually did okay. Yeah, you did fine.
I tried to hang up with you, man.
Well,
4-time champ out here.
It's
just
a lot of
crushing
rocks.
Me. It is a lot
it's
of rocks.
It's a lot of rocks.
It's a lot of rocks.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He says to me, "You never take me to go ride the rocks," and I'm like, "Okay, I will." Like if you want.
It was still fun.
The fact that he knows, he just has to say to ride the rocks.
Yeah,
like, it's not very inviting.
Yeah. So I'm like, "All right, we'll go to the rocks."
It's a good time.
Yeah. You rode a Taser.
Yeah.
Suspension Direct, Manscaped, Wiseco Piston, Twisted Tea, all on board with us. All right, Marks. Let's do it. Let's time for this. PulpMX Fantasy, as we talked about beginning of the show, we give away a TTR to start the year. Then after Supercross, we gave away a YZ450F for the winner of Supercross. Then, now, for the outdoors, we are giving away a YZ250F to SV Motorsports.
Guns it. It's okay.
Smelly Vag Motorsports.
SV.
He deserves his recognition. He did great.
Smelly
or she.
Congratulate. No, it's a he.
I know. I didn't want anybody yelling at me.
Congratulations to Smelly Vag Motorsports for winning the YZ250F for winning the outdoors. Great to have Smelly Vag in the list of champions, honored champions. We gave thank you to Yamaha as well for the motorcycles. And now, as we said off the top, we have a random. If you just enter the championship league at the beginning of the year, you get 2 entries for a 2022 Yamaha YZ450F. And if you get a top 100 number, like I was saying, you get another entry. So 3 entries for this bike, and we put them all into this computer program. It's called a randomizer. And Marks has it up on the screen here. Kellen, you are eligible to win this. So if it comes up with Kellen Brauer, like everybody knows.
I might backflip off the balcony over here.
Right, okay. All right, fair enough. Thanks you to the folks at Yamaha. Thank you people for playing all year long. A lot of fun, a lot of frustration.
I had a good time, to be fair.
You went from national number 98 to 50.
In the last round.
Yeah.
I didn't have a national number last year, 52.
Yeah, 52. You were 99 going in.
Which is sick because my race bike number is 52.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And my last national number when I was a pro gamer is 52.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Check it out. So, Mark's tough season for you. I passed you near the end there. But
yeah, I'm going to be honest. I gave no shits at the end of the year there. None. Not even a couple.
Less than 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so Marks, what's the deal here? We're gonna give this bike away.
Yeah, we got this up here. I got all the entries in there. I'll click start. It will do some shuffling and randomizing, as you say.
You want
then
Kellen to say stop?
When the button appears that says stop, the red button. If Kellen wants to say stop, whenever you're ready.
That seems unfair because I'm eligible. You should say stop.
Yeah, the computer doesn't care. I promise. So
fair enough.
It's.
So you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
You do it.
Okay, I'll do it. All right, drum roll, please. Here we go. Stop. J Country 72.
J Country.
J Country 72. Congratulations. You win a 2022 Yamaha YZ450F. We will be in touch with you. Congratulations to Smelly Vag Motorsports as well. Now, Smelly Vag
added the motorsports on there to make it
he did.
Very professional.
It's official.
Smelly Vag came from 4th to 1st.
I believe so.
I think so.
Yeah.
At the last round. Yeah. As we spoke about, Chiz's cousin went with Jerry.
Juice
went with Jerry.
There was a lot of shuffling in that top 5 to 10 throughout the season.
I think Vin Murphy had Juice too.
Vin Murphy.
Or not Juice.
Jerry. Yeah.
Yeah, like Jeremy Purvines was winning for the first, half of the season, then kind of fell out, and guys were kind of shuffling around after that. It was actually, pretty good.
Yeah, we will be in touch. J Country 72. Thank you for playing, everybody. 2023, we'll be back. Giving away more motorcycles, giving away more weekly prizes, giving away rider jerseys, all of that.
Yay.
So thanks again for playing. It's super fun. All right, let's something I want to touch on, Kellen, for you. Alex Martin, Dean Wilson made their last national. Alex Martin didn't get to race. jammed his back in practice, coming off a shoulder dislocation before Ironman.
We saw him out there, though, at least.
He got to do a parade lap. There goes my hero,
Yep.
Troll Train. Went out, not the way you want to. It sucks, but great career.
Yep.
Dean Wilson, he'll be racing Supercross next year, so it's not quite like he's retiring, but it's his final national. My interview with him on PulpMX.com it's great. He's just like, I made the right choice. I have no doubt that this is it. His body's a disaster, right? I guess let's talk. I mean, you haven't covered them as long as I have. I've been there for the start of those guys' career and then the end, but you've been around them enough. Classy guys, professional to deal with for their teams, professional with the media, good results, national winners. Dean's a national champion. Troll Train led the points for a little bit. Two great veterans going out.
Yeah, they'll be missed, really. I think the paddock was a better place with them, and I hope that we'll see them still around afterwards for a little while. Obviously, Alex with Troll Training is probably going to have some things to do with the athletes in the sport to a degree in the
Grant
future.
Harlan was a Troll Train athlete.
Yeah, so I think we'll see Alex around a decent bit, but Dino, going to have a kid, so maybe he's going to step away for a little bit when he's all done with Supercross. Either way, both of them had obviously great motocross careers. I think, it's really cool that they got to end it on like kind of a positive note, at least to a degree, because some people crash and never get to come back.
Some people just, that's it, right?
Yeah, so cool to see, and cool that Dean got his little swan song and stuff. So
there's a whole sliding door for Dino where he doesn't get hurt as much as he does when he's at Red Bull KTM, when he, leaves Pro Circuit. Think about it. He got to ride one or half a moto with a number 1 plate. Then it hurt his shoulders. And it was like a string of injuries for Dean. It's not all of his fault. Bike blocked up on him a couple times.
He was tied to JWR too, right?
Yeah, he went to Jeff Ward.
Imagine if that was different too.
Yeah. There's a whole sliding door where Dino's career is different. He still made a lot of money, and he's got a national championship. And he's got a career that 98% of pro racers would trade for.
Yep.
But there's definitely a part of there where Dean's career could have been different.
Oh, 100%. And it's unfortunate that that's kind of the nature of our sport too, that you have a lot of these guys that they roll through, they're super talented, and even Dean fulfilled a lot of that potential to a degree to win a title, but just never found that next step on a 450 that was always like right in front of him. It seemed like you always felt like there was going to be that breakthrough ride eventually, like going to 2-2 and qualifying at the front of Daytona and stuff like that. And you're like, that's the sign, like we can work with speed kind of thing. And it just never really materialized. But still, like you say, many people take that career any day of the week.
And I look at Troll Train and I think of a self-made dude coming out of the amateurs. I think his dad had to fund his first ride, like buy a spot on the team. He didn't do anything for a couple of years. He got a Geico ride just for Millville. They gave him a bike. He got like 7th or 8th, right?
Yeah.
And it was at 11:10. He was lucky to survive that. I wrote a story about that.
Yeah.
I just look at a guy that never quit trying, learned probably the right things to do, the wrong things to do, trained. He loved training. He's always in shape.
Right.
His brother wins 2 national titles. He really self-made himself into something.
He did, and I mean, he's one Jason Anderson getting landed on and Cooper Webb tip over away from being a Motocross of Nations champion too. So like he really did go from, like you say, kind of almost not the bottom of the barrel, but definitely like kind of down there.
Nobody would be looking at him and be like, that guy's going to win nationals and podium.
Yeah, 100%. Like he ascended to a level that like you say, not many people would assume he would have gotten to.
Yeah.
So he had a incredible upwards trend, and then it leveled off a little bit. But both of them, I think, had great careers that they should be happy about when they look back and say, you know what, like I went out there, I did my best, some things didn't work out, but I won races, I won a lot of money. It works out in the end,
And both guys were great to deal with as a media. Like I knew them as mechanic when I was a mechanic. Well, wait, not Dino. No, Dino was after that. But Troll, I think, was racing when I was a mechanic. Dino didn't like something I had wrote and approached me, and like this was around the Jeff Ward time.
Yeah.
And like said, hey man, I didn't like that, and we talked it out, and nothing. Nobody held a grudge. Nobody was mad, and it was a professional way to handle things. And then dealing with them in subsequent years, both of them. Obviously, Troll Train, I mean.
Awesome.
I drove that train. But both guys were really good to deal with for media.
I loved interviewing both of them for sure. And I think I remember back, I want to say it was 2014 at Keegum's when Troll did Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
I remember maybe it was even you that interviewed him after that whole ordeal, and I was really impressed with how well-spoken he was. Like, there's a lot of guys in the sport that sometimes, like, trip over their words and stuff, but Alex was very, methodical and well thought out about how he was going to answer questions, and I really appreciated that as someone at that time who was in journalism school and trying to, like, study the craft of interviewing somebody and what you can get out of them. I was very impressed with Alex, and then obviously Dean, he's built a YouTube presence that's been huge. He's got a social following that's big. Like, I think he set himself up very well for a post, motocross life and career and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of them have a lot to be happy about with what they've accomplished in the sport, and obviously Dean's not done, but with Alex too, like, I think that they did it the right way, and that's cool to see. Speaking
of Dean, he's going to ride for the Firepower Honda guys in World Supercross, AMA Supercross, and then World Supercross. Where are you at with the World Supercross right now? What is your? I think just 2 races. I think the third one's canceled.
Really?
From what I hear, yeah.
Down to 2. Okay.
Indonesia is not going to happen. I don't know that for sure. That's just strong rumors. Next year they want to do a 12-round series or whatever.
Yep.
We'll see how that goes. They want to do 1 round in the U.S. There's certainly money there. They got Saudi money, right? So there's money there, and they've got an interesting roster of riders.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting. I think to watch these guys, Josh Grant, Justin Brayton, Dean.
Yep.
And you got McElrath dropping down, Bogle dropping down to 250s.
Yeah.
So you got some vets riding 250s. I'm interested to watch this series. It's never, and I've said this from day one, it is not going to be the AMA series. It's never going to topple the AMA series. I know those guys want to do that. I don't think it gets there in my opinion, but it doesn't make it less interesting for me. What about you?
Yeah, I'm 100% there too, and I was really excited when I saw the format come out too.
Yep.
Like, I'm not all there with Triple Crown stuff yet and having 3 races and all that, but I'm a big proponent of Super Pole. I think that's something that we need to consider installing, at least, maybe even at Triple Crowns having it to some degree, because I think that that's a good way to get the elite talent in front of the main audience that's there to see them.
Yep.
And
that's how Paris Supercross is open forever.
And you get to see the best riders in the world on camera for a full lap doing incredible things that you don't always get to see in qualifying unless you're at the stadium watching each guy go through. So I love the idea of Super Pole, and I think it's going to be cool to see these different like you're saying, guys dropping down to do 250s, and then some guys coming back from before and see kind of where they fit in. Obviously, we're going to have Eli and then Kenny for both rounds and stuff like that. So kind of where they fit up against those guys. And it just creates another opportunity, obviously, for these guys to earn money, create more competition in the sport as well, so it's not monopolized. And I think it'll grow the sport without, growing its own series in a sense.
Be interesting next year when we're in full swing of the Lucas Oil Nationals and we're, as media, we're going to try to watch World Supercross, trying to watch Nationals, right? We'll be at them and trying to keep track of World Supercross and make sure that everybody gets talked about and, all that. That'll be interesting.
I mean, we're in the media, so we like seeing more racing and more drama and all that stuff. I know the riders maybe aren't like stoked on adding races to their schedule if they're going to have more, but it's an interesting dynamic for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. All right, Race Tech Rant of the night. Racetech.com, Pulp22 is the code to save. Thanks to the guys at Racetech. Suspension seminars and motor seminars are in Southern California, and they are filling up. Suspension seminars are almost sold out, so if you want to learn the game of suspension, and the motor seminar is more for advanced users, so please check that out. Racetech.com. This is how a lot of suspension guys in the industry got their start, taking a Paul Feed Racetech suspension seminar, and they're in Corona, California. So they're going on in the fall. Please check it out, and we'll do that as well. So please check out the racetech.com website for more information. Use the code to save on suspension work and motor work. My Racetech rant, the moto shortening. Like, Payton said it best. Like, just, I hope it doesn't decide a champion, but I'm whatever with it. And I'm that way also. Like, I know, the job of a sports radio guy is to have some strong opinion, and I certainly have strong opinions at times. And I beat the counter for opinions. I'm ambivalent on the moto shortening from Paula, but my rant is, you can not like it. You can, Jeff Ward called it out. Old motocross guys called it out on social media, right? Tim Ferry said it was fine. Like, Tim Ferry's the other way about it. And you can You can have opinion like I don't think they should shorten it, and I'm fine with that. But you can at least to me, this is my rant. Why can't people at least understand why? Like, it's 110. It's motocross racing. There's no wind going on out there. There's nothing happening. All the teams agreed to it.
Yep.
No teams were putting their hand up and being like, hey, fuck you, we want 30s. Like, none of them were, from what I understand and from who I talked to. So if you're these guys are pussies, these guys are losers, and I'm tough and all this guy, can you at least understand that the teams were fine with this and it is hot as balls, and we did have a guy pass away, 10 years ago from heat stroke, and we've seen it in the past many times. I get it. Walk uphill school both ways. You're gnarly. Blah, 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 blah. I get that, and I understand if you don't think it was the right thing to do. But do you have to feel so strongly? Wait, it's 2022. Of course you have to feel so strongly. But do you have to feel so strongly to just blast out on something the teams agreed to? And it's perfectly a reasonable opinion to shorten them when we've had a death and we've seen heat strokes? That's my rant. Like, fuck, man, I get it either way. Like, I think it's fine they shortened it, and if they would have left it as it was, I wouldn't come on here Monday scream to shorten it.
Yeah.
I would be fine.
Yeah.
But the people that aren't fine with it, can't you at least understand it enough to not blast the decision? I guess that's how I summarize my rant.
Yeah.
Can you at least understand it? Rider passing away, super fucking hot, last race of the year, teams agreed to it.
Yep.
Can you not at least understand all the reasons to not blast MX Sports for the decision? That's my rant.
Yeah, I mean, my spin too, I'm with you. I'm not like saying we needed 30s or we needed 25s. I don't really care any other way, but there's so many people that were like, the sport just died today. And I'm like,
that probably literally was something that was said. The sport died today.
No, I'm serious.
Okay.
There was legitimately people that I saw were like, the sport just, literally like this 50-year process of building the sport to this level, and it all just died today and stuff like that. And so like before we even raced this.
That's the people whose app crashes and they say, I'll never watch again.
Yeah.
Yep.
But before we even raced on the weekend, I was like, where's the precedent in this? Like, have we seen this before? And I went back through some of the AMA vault a little bit, and I couldn't find much, but there is a precedent recently. The GPs have shortened motos lately from heat. So even when Villa won his only GP at Thailand in 2015, second motos were shortened to 25+2s because they had like Jordi Tixier, the reigning MX2 world champion, like stumbling off the track like a zombie after the first moto. He didn't even start the second moto.
Yeah.
Like,
and wasn't there a GP this year that was shortened or last year? I'm positive there was.
I think so.
Yes.
But the Thailand one to me was the one that stood out because it's like, yeah, dude, it's freaking really hot out right now. And the last thing we want is to ruin the rest of these guys' seasons or careers based on one moto of their life. And so, like, I was totally okay with shortening it. I was totally okay with leaving it. I don't really care.
Yeah.
But the fact that there were so many people that are like, the sport has changed forever. It's like, dude, GPs were doing 45 minutes back in the 70s, and they shortened it to 25 minutes when Villa won his only GP.
Yeah.
And I don't remember people back then saying, like, this is the pussification of the sport. Like, nobody cared.
Yeah. Dude, it's at least a reasonable reason, multiple reasons on why they wanted to short it. And if you don't agree, cool. But you could do you feel so strongly against all the answers when the teams agreed to it?
It's 2022,
and we had a death. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, I don't get these, man. And all these ex-pros, they're all so gnarly and so tough. I was there, man. I watched you guys pull off the track. I seen many of the greats of motocross and supercross quit races. I saw it. I saw them crash and quit, and they didn't ride with their bars bent or they didn't do any of this other shit. They just quit. I saw.
I mean, I could be wrong, but aren't some of like the all-time stories like whatever, I can't remember who, but someone in the 80s at Carlsbad did a 45, won the moto, collapsed after the moto, didn't start the second moto. Like there's so many stories like that where it was balls hot and somebody didn't race the second moto. Like it's in our sports history that the heat's involved and it happens.
Nobody embraces the old guys like I do. I love them. I do this podcast with them. I watch old races. I'm a nerd with this stuff. I love it. The guys today are going faster. The bikes are heavier. They're more powerful. All of that takes more work. They're more competitive today. 1st through 10th than they were 20 years ago. It's
like
just,
if we want if we want a true endurance sport test, we have it. Go watch the Baja 1000. It's down there in the desert.
Yeah.
It's 110 degrees down there, and those guys are doing it no problem. We're watching a closed course circuit racing championship happen, and we don't want these guys to get hurt or die or whatever out there. We're trying to keep them safe.
Yep.
So like you're saying, I understood why they didn't do it. I don't understand why they didn't do 30s. If they did 30s, it's okay. Yeah, you tell them to go slower or pace themselves or whatever, but it doesn't have to be this like,
right.
well, the sport's
yeah,
ruined
no,
forever.
that's where I'm at. Like, you could not you could not like it, but my race tech rant, again, at least fucking understand it.
Yeah.
And the reasons why. That's all. That's all.
And there was a lot of people still on Saturday that were hitting me up or maybe just posting on the RacerX website that were like, why did MX Sports only make this decision? It should have gone to the teams. And it's like, it did.
It did. Yes.
They went
Mitch
to the teams.
Payton
They talked to all the teams.
yeah.
They tried to come to a resolution. And it wasn't like unanimous. They would have probably changed it. But the teams agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my race tech round of the night. Pulp 22 is the code to save with race tech. Ryan, what's up, man? What's going on? What's on your mind?
Just curious. Been watching the Great Outdoors and all that lately, back early 2000s. And just curious why guys don't take victory laps anymore. Villapoto 06 championship, 05, Stewart and Carmichael seemed like they took one at every damn round. Just curious that Tomac went immediately under the media tent where he shielded from fans and never took a lap. Just curious what changed between those times and now.
This weekend was balls hot, Ryan. Like, they didn't do any podium interviews or anything, right? So,
well, okay, but his send-off season or anything, I mean, I don't mean to, again, compare him to Carmichael or nothing, but just curious what changed that stigma that no one even considers it anymore.
I feel like Ferrandis did it. I feel like I saw Ferrandis do it.
Brayton did a victory lap in Supercross this year.
Brayton did a Salt Lake City lap, you know? I think this weekend, I just think it was, you'd have to ask Eli why he didn't want to go out there and do it. Like, I'm with you. Everything was kind of muted, you know, because it was just, dude, it was hot.
Dude, there was maybe like half the crowd there as there was at the opener. Like,
there was more people than I thought there would be.
There definitely was a decent contingent, but there wasn't that many people.
Yeah, I don't know, Ryan. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, I think it's still an option, but it just hasn't happened, you know?
Nothing like media restricting them from doing that. Like you immediately have to come to the podium
No, nothing like that. No, it'd be fine.
I think TV would like that.
Yeah,
that'd be cool to watch them roll around and
a
checkered flag or
remember
something.
they used to carry the checkered flag and do laps too and all that? Yeah. That's good. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for the call.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse, ORW, the Troll Train, when he was out there for a parade lap to finally say goodbye to the hundreds of thousands of fans that were there. He had ORW in the back of his butt patch. ORW, they got places all across the West Coast. They got them in Atlanta as well. They got a code to say, PulpMX as well. Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas, Phoenix. Go there for your truck and off-road accessory needs. Suspension kits, tires and wheels, steps, bed accessories, and more. Get your truck to the track in style with ORW, and they install everything they sell as well. You'll see that ORW butt patch on the back of Club MX's riders. Offroadwarehouse.com, PulpMX code to save, bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. Thanks to ORW for coming on board. Appreciate that. Thank you to Maxima as well. You heard Mitch Payton talk about Maxima being one of his longest sponsors. Maxima USA, Pulp20 is the code to save with those guys. 927, still the number one selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. The four-stroke oil is fantastic. SC1, Kellen, just spray SC1 over. You have a kid, right?
I do have a child.
How old is your child?
2.
This is going to be an embarrassing question for me to ask, but is 2 years old? Are you still in diapers at 2?
We're almost out.
Okay.
She's in pull-ups is what they're called. So
point being, thank God I was right. Other point being, if there's a poopy diaper or poopy pull-up, SC1.
Well, we just SC1 the Strider.
Okay.
So we're good.
Yeah, SC1 that thing. Yeah. You'll be fine. Thanks to those guys. Suspension clean as well. Please check out MaximaUSA.com. Pulp20 is the code to save.
Maxima and ORW, 2 places that from my childhood home I could drive to in 10 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you that close to Santee?
Am I that close? I'm from Santee.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I used to live in El Cajon.
Yeah, and ORW's in El Cajon.
Are they?
That's where my mom grew up.
Nice. Pro Filter, Pulp 20 at checkout. If you haven't heard of Pro Filter, maybe you should check it out. They make oil filters and air filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold through power sports dealers nationwide. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium oil filter for your next service. Pulp 20, the code to save, profilter.com. You can just take your old dirty filter, throw it away, put the new pre-oiled Pro Filter right
Works
in there.
for me.
It's fantastic. I think I need to change my Pro Filter in my Blue Crew because I believe I will be at GH on Thursday.
This week?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Getting ready for vets.
I got a guy gunning for me right now.
I know. Mr. Side is training.
And so what better way? The season is over. And then my boot camp,
I got to come out to World Vets this year. I got to race.
You going to do it?
I think so. I'll do 25 plus.
Oh, nice. What are you going to ride? You can't ride your CR.
Why not?
Really?
What's wrong with that?
Well, because it's a 2-stroke.
Okay.
Okay. It won't be a lot of fun at Glen Helen.
I'm good.
Okay. Speaking of Mr. Side.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Mr. Side.
Mr. Mathis.
You missed last week's show. There were some great voicemails.
They were fantastic. Gotta love the fucking bottom of the barrel human beings that leave voicemails like that.
Also, these two guys over here, these two idiots, were in tears with A-Ray saying Jamie and using quotations for your name, which is really your name, but using quotations. Right. Yes, it was great.
Yeah, I heard that. I was driving to California, so I didn't get to watch it. But, I heard it.
Yeah, these guys, they loved it.
It's one of those things where, like, I think of it now and we still giggle, like, because I just did it when I sent the thing over.
Right.
But just in that particular moment, it just hits it just right. And we're literally just crying. And how stupid A-Ray looked by he's going,
Jamie. But that's actually his name. Like, you don't use quotations for
it's
that.
A stage
Dark
name.
Side would be more appropriate with the quotes.
It was great.
Yeah.
These guys, they couldn't have enough of it.
No regrets.
Mr. Side.
Yes.
I'll see you at GH this Thursday.
No, I'm in Gallup, New Mexico, headed home. Did you say you'll see me or you'll be there?
I'll see you. I guess not. I guess you're running scared.
I gotta get home and get back to work. I didn't see you last Thursday when I was out there.
Do we have a chicken drop?
No, but we will after this.
Okay.
We have one, absolutely.
I guess
I didn't see you. I didn't see you this last Thursday when I was there. All my 2-strokes were just fine.
Yeah, I do this thing called work, Jamie, and it's called Moto 60 show on Thursdays. So I cannot.
Yes, so what are you going to do this week? No Moto 60 show?
No, we're done. The races are over.
Come on, man.
We don't
keep it rolling. We got MXDN in 2 weeks.
The gentleman over there is not going to keep it rolling anymore. Like he's not even paying attention.
Yeah, I'm still going through tweets and whatnot, trying to find.
All right. Well, I think I'll be at GH this Thursday. So.
Yeah, you better get that practice in because I'll be riding somewhere. I'll just be in Texas.
So you got your bike from Vital?
Yeah, I'm in the back of the truck now. I got the 350, the Husky 350, and the YZ250.
Dude, he's just picking bikes up.
He's building a shop. He's got bikes. He's got no pony.
You changed his life.
You're meeting Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, he did not want to take that picture.
Oh, he didn't?
No. I said, hey, man, can I get a shot? And he's like, I guess. Let's do it.
Hey, he stuck his tongue out, though. He's good with it.
Yeah, I was like, fuck it. I mean, when am I going to have a chance to do that again? So I took it. And then DB came up behind me. He's like, hey, man, I had to get one, too. And he wasn't stoked.
Oh, really? DB got one, too?
Yeah. Daniel said he had to get it. I mean, how many chances are you going to have to meet Dennis Rodman?
Yeah.
I don't know. Go to Vegas.
I feel like, there's a fucking moto going on and you're chasing D-list celebrities for photos.
D-list?
Rodman's a D-list celebrity.
We're there?
Yeah, 100%.
I was leaving the media center, headed to the podium. The race was almost over. Going down the podium. There he was.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Jamie. Sure. Yeah, just happened to run across Dennis Rodman in the TV compound. Sure, got it.
Standing there.
He was headed to Jet's pit, I guess. We just happened to pass passing the night.
You just happened to catch him, huh?
Just caught him.
What was I supposed to do? Tell the guy no? He wanted a picture with me. I mean, what was I supposed to say?
You just caught him. I get it. Yeah. Did you have a good time at Paula? How hot was it?
Dude, it was hot, but it's nothing like the East Coast with the humidity. It was fine.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it was way hotter at Paris on Wednesday for the Collie intro.
It was
like 113.
Yeah, 112, 113 out there.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That sucked.
Did you watch Mr. Side Ride?
I did not watch Mr. Side Ride because I wasn't there, but I did talk to Kiefer about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, it wasn't good. Yeah, it wasn't good.
All right.
I watched Mr. Side take some brilliant hacks at the Razor for USA golf tournament.
Not a golfer?
Not a golfer.
No.
It's okay, though.
This is the first time.
How was it? Who was the better golfer, Gobert, you, or Nick?
Of us three, Gobert by far.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, nobody was.
Yeah.
None of Nick and Gobert were not saying, like, they were not talking themselves up for golf.
No, they told me they had never played either, but if Gobert's never played, he needs to take lessons because he was good. Compared to us, he was like Tiger Woods.
Right. Okay. How did Team X brand do for PulpMX? Were we well representative? How'd we do?
Yeah, I mean, they were ahead of us. They did way better than us. It was Richard and Zach. I don't know who else. I didn't see Rich, but I saw Richard and Zach. But everybody did way better than us. I think we were. I don't even want to say how bad we were.
Did you beat anybody? Did you beat anybody?
Oh no, not even remotely close. No.
I'm telling you, I walk over. We're on the 18. And I walk over.
Who'd you play with?
I played with R.J. Wageman's mechanic Justin, and then Chase Sexton's childhood friend Byron.
Okay.
And then we got teamed up with Pilo from OGO.
OGO, yeah.
And I was on the 18th. I walk over to Darkside. He's on like this par 3 uphill, and you could take mulligans for $20. I think he shot 5 mulligans or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he paid.
That's a lie. I didn't take any. If I took any mulligans, it was after Gobert and Nick left.
Well, I don't know if he took mulligans, but he took several shots. I'll say that.
That may or may not have happened on a few. If we had enough lead on the people behind us, yeah, we took a few extra. I was getting pretty pissed off. I didn't think I would, but I did.
Golf's a frustrating game. Absolutely.
Whew, you ain't lying.
You should have brought Debbie.
Oh, Debbie would have hit it. Debbie hits the hybrid everywhere. Debbie everywhere. Debbie just goes hybrid off the tee, hybrid in the grass, hybrid on the fairway, and putter on the. I mean, there's no chipping with Debbie.
No chipping, no driving.
Just
all hybrid.
Hybrid, and then she just taps the hybrid, and if she happens to be too close, it just goes right over the green. Yep.
Yeah, I had no idea
what
club
BJ's.
to use.
Yes, it's back.
But it was fun. It was. I think I'm going to buy clubs. I want to play now.
Let's go.
I have to get.
I'm stoked.
I gotta get better.
You got to get some bicycles. That's what we got. We got to work on bicycles. We got to get that shop done. Number one.
Yes.
Hey,
there was a chance for a intense mountain bike. I didn't, or maybe it was special. Yeah, I think it was intense. Either way, I wasn't even close, so it didn't matter.
So you got to get your shop done, right? That's what you were telling me.
Yep. That's first priority.
How much do you need for the shop?
About $1,500. About $1,500 short right now.
Okay. All right.
We got the concrete poured. We're getting there.
Should I do dark-sided deal where I loan him $1,500 on, say, like 35% interest?
That's steep.
I know, but this would be like a nice little like.
Let's have like a Shark Tank level negotiation right here, and he'll offer some percentage of his business.
Yeah,
get some ownership in the actual.
Yeah,
shop
I need ownership
itself.
of the shop.
Yeah, man. I mean, you want to come to Texas and get it once things don't work out.
I need a corner of that shop. I could maybe extort him for some high interest rate. Why not?
The first rule is probably not saying I could extort on live audio, but
just cut that. That's just fine.
Yeah, cut that out of the archive. Okay. But I mean, if he needs $1,500, how desperate is he to get the shop? Because now he's got 2 bikes. You know.
I got 3 bikes. I still got my 06 Honda too.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. All right.
We'll sell the 06 and you got $1,500 easy.
No.
Well. Hopefully, I paid you for last month. I didn't get any wrap-up shows. I got nothing, and I still paid you.
I don't think that's true. We did a couple wrap-up shows.
So, okay, did I pay you half price, or did I pay you the full amount?
Did I say that you don't have to pay me?
Yes, I did.
I don't recall that conversation, Mr. Sod.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
You said you don't have to pay me.
Yeah, I said you don't have to pay me. I said I need to pay Nick a little bit. You said nah, don't worry about it. Things happen. Don't worry about it.
Nah, that's fake news. I hope you don't take this fake news to Vital. So, are you going to be back on the wrap-up show? Like that's what people want to know.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do it either. I'm shooting for this Wednesday. I left a day early, so I'll be home tomorrow night. I'll listen to the show, take my notes, and should be able to do it Wednesday night. If not, it might be Thursday, but we'll get it done.
All right, we'll get there when it's time.
But I do have Nick lined up from Moto Limited and Derek Drake from Collective Experience.
Okay. All right. Well, you think you'd want to get Kellen in there, but I guess not. I guess Kellen's garbage.
Well, Kellen spent 5 hours doing it tonight.
Are you so you're driving back in your truck? You just sleep in your truck then?
Hell no, I get a room.
What do you do with your bikes? Aren't you worried about it?
I got chains and locks going through them. They're good.
Oh, dude.
I'd roll them in the room.
I would stress out on that big time.
Yep.
Yeah. My buddy said the same thing, but the lock, if you're going to cut this lock, you're going to have to come up with a chop saw. So it'd be a lot of fucking noise, and it's a big-ass chain.
Well, if everybody wants a Husky 350, just follow the 40 out to East
Texas.
Texas.
If you're out in Albuquerque, New Mexico
if you're in Gallup right now, everybody, you can probably get a couple of sweet bikes.
There you go. But Kellen, your two-stroke's going to be just fine at Glen Helen, though.
I'm laughing.
I'm well aware, Darkside. Thank you.
You're just you're saying about free bikes.
I've ridden Glen Helen more than a few times in my life. On my
okay,
two-stroke.
hold on a second though. You're not. Are we worried about these bikes getting ripped off?
I personally am.
Yes.
If that was me.
So I have done this exact same thing as Darkside. I've driven with a bike in the back of the Honda Ridgeline.
Yeah.
Overnight, and I slept in the truck.
Yeah. I would roll it into the room if I'm getting like a motel bottom level room.
Yeah.
Roll it into the room.
Right. Well, my back seat has two 9800s and golf clubs and.
He's full industry now.
This sounds like an inside job. Someone's listening to this, and they're going to find him. Yes, he's advertising right now.
I also
come and get it.
I'll back it up. I'll back it up against a like a light pole or whatever.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little harder to get things out.
Got a bag of money in there? Anything else?
Can you just back it into the room?
I'm worried
I got a bag
for
of
Jamie.
idle money. Maybe I'll drive it all the way through. It's only another 15 hours.
Just sleep in the truck. Just lay down and sleep in the truck.
Pull up at a rest stop.
Yeah.
Sleep in the bed. I've done it before.
Oh, yeah. Tits has done it. Yeah.
It's probably warm enough out there right now.
Look at Jamie going to Paula. Golf tournament. Industry golf tournament.
I know.
Industry bike. Dude.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him.
It's incredible.
Good for a Darkside.
There's just no way he's getting it with the fucking greasy bandana and the greasy ponytail. There's just no way, right?
Can you not give me a little bit of credit so the fucking asshole listeners don't realize that? I worked my ass off for 5 years for fucking free, basically, writing articles and.
Let's go,
feisty.
Hey, let's go,
feisty.
Darkside. Let's go.
Maybe he's gonna get termed
the
early.
Motherfucker that said, "Oh, he gets Charlie Bogart on the show." Yeah, I did have Charlie.
Oh, so it goes back to the voicemail.
Let's go, Darkside.
Let it out.
Hey, Race Tech Rant 2.0.
Last week or the week before you, Malcolm Stewart. I've got Dino. Same guys you guys get. I get fucking Eli on the show, so that guy can go suck a fucking dick.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You remember how Jamie was employed by Vital MX?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Actually,
I think
we need to clip this. Can we clip this? And when Jamie attacks,
oh boy,
like you see that when animals attack, right?
I can't wait to see Roto's thumbnel for that.
Yeah, we need a thumbnail when Jamie attacks.
It's just that Darkside meme of
Hey, I will say though, that guy in that voicemail, he did make a funny point though. He said, "Hey, my buddy works at the liquor store. He's pretty nice too, and he likes moto. He could have a podcast." That was pretty funny. So I'll give him a little credit on that one.
The voicemails triggered Jamie. Yeah.
Oh man.
Right. Okay.
I think more than just the voicemails.
People have
triggered
miserable lives.
You yeah. Wow, Jamie.
I feel like he's fueling a lot more voicemails that are going to be coming in very shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure. Fuck them.
That's not the way you feel, though. You say that, but you don't mean it.
You're okay, but back to what I was saying. So you did work hard. You did work hard, and you deserve this. And I gave you a speech to change your life, and I got you a ponytail cut. And you're just Jilly. What a sweetheart Jilly is, of course. You're not getting these jobs with the way you looked.
I mean, you're probably not wrong. I hate hearing that because I don't like the judging the book by its cover type thing. I don't like that, but you're not wrong. I actually talked to Paul P about that because, he was on your show a few weeks ago, and he said, basically agree with you. I didn't really take him serious, and I asked him about it, and he goes, yeah, man, you know how our industry is. So you're not wrong. I think it sucks because the work was still good work. But
you have a point, but also you're right about this, but who still took an interest in you? Who let you in their heart, even the way you looked?
Steve Mathis and Chris Kiefer.
Me.
Oh, not Chris Kiefer?
No, not Kiefer.
Okay, not Kiefer. All right, Steve Mathis, PulpMX.
Thanks to Endo Creations for the money for YouTube. Loved your Race Tech rant. Spread the love for giving me countless hours. Why are you laughing?
Love Endo.
Travis's thing. He's saying if Travis grows out a pony, will he get fired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah. Are you gonna grow a pony?
Only one way to
Asking
find out.
for a friend.
Yep.
So you're
Travis with a pony and mobbing.
But
make his life easier.
But Darkside's right. Like, I looked beyond the greasy ponytail and the greasy bandana, and I took him in, because he was a nice guy. What did we say today on the mountain bike ride, Kellen? I just told you my whole point of industry, the way I am as a person.
Yeah.
It's like, if you fuck me over in our industry, in the motocross industry, and you're gonna find this out, Jamie, there'll be people that just fuck you over or talk shit to you, and then they change jobs because let's say they have a different job. Let's say there's another media company and they don't like you and they talk shit on you, and then they get a new media job and they want you to be their friend because that was what they had to say back then, right?
Right.
And I don't roll like that. If you talk shit on me as a person or you do something shitty to me, then I just write you off, and I don't care that you're a different person a few years later because I don't really roll like that. So if you're cool to me, then I'm cool to you, and we just move on with ourselves. But in our industry, it's oh, hey, this guy worked for X. I was going to say XY Goggle Company, but whatever. This guy worked for Z Goggles, and I worked for X Goggles, and he talks shit on me because he worked for Z Goggles, but now he works for this company, wants to be my friend and advertise with me. I'm like, no, beat it.
Yeah.
Our industry is too small for the hate that permeates through it. Yeah, honestly,
it's kind of gnarly sometimes. But I didn't care that the way Jamie looked. He asked me some questions. He was nice to me, and immediate, a nice person to me, and be like, hey man, what about the, and then I was like, I'll try to help you out, and
Yep. You did from day one. I mean, literally from day one, almost, you were giving me advice when I asked for it. So,
and trust me, and I'm looking at you going, look at this fucking guy. But you were nice. But you were nice to me, so I'm like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? But I'll talk to him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how I was raised. Be a good person, And I have not experienced the two-faced shit too much that I know of yet. Everybody's been pretty cool, but I know it's there.
Well,
I hear it's there anyway.
Can we talk about you bailing out of a metal concert?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jericho's angry with you. He told me on Saturday that you were going with him, and he was really excited and looking forward to it.
Who's the band?
I was too.
It was Lita Ford, and I've never heard of the other bands.
It was Lita Ford, John Five, which is Rob Zombie's guitar player, the Iron Maidens, a female Iron Maiden cover band that's really good, and a bunch of other bands. Enough is Enough was on the bill.
Oh yeah, who could forget them? Right. But the point is you ditched your friend. Yeah, you ditched your friend.
Yeah, I wanted to go, but it's not the same. When you get done at the races, when you work for Moto X Pod Show, you can be like, I'm going to post my shit tomorrow. When you work for Vital, no, you need to post your shit tonight. And once I got everything done, it was 9 o'clock, and it was a 2-hour drive into L.A. It just wasn't going to happen.
Look at Jamie.
Yeah, welcome to this industry. There are no days off.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it just didn't work out. I wanted to. I felt bad. I knew he told me he was going to blow me out. And I was like,
he did?
Might as well just go ahead and do it. Yeah. During the day, he said, if you don't fucking come, I'm not going to, you're going to feel my wrath on social, and I just texted, you might as well start now.
Jericho.
Not going to make it.
Yeah, not happy with you.
So,
yep.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't happy with me either, but it is what it is.
Yep.
I had to get my work done.
All right. What? Anything else? Anything else from Paula happened that you?
I met Stu for the first time.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
I told him to stop bothering the TV talent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Again, I couldn't pass that one up either. I mean, I've never even seen James in real life before, hardly. So I took the opportunity. He was cool.
What'd you say?
I introduced myself, and I just said, hey, man, can I get 2 or 3 questions real quick? I'll make them quick. And he goes, yeah, let's do it. And he gave me about 5 minutes.
All right.
So,
did you say did you say I'm Jamie from Vital or Darkside from Vital?
I'm pretty sure I said Jamie. I've pretty much been going with that now. Jamie from Moto Expacho and Vital. And I told him, I threw your name in there too. I was like, yeah, and I do a show for Steve. And he's like, oh, he perked up when I talked about podcasts. So,
yeah, dropping my name.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Once I told him I did something for you, that was all it took.
Well, any other questions for Mr. Side?
I'm fresh out.
Hey, where are you staying tonight, Darkside? Let the people know.
Sounds like I'm just going to drive straight through. If I drive all night, I can make best game in Frisco.
Send me a photo of this lock. I need to see this lock.
Yeah, we need to review.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not going to do it right now because I'm driving.
Yes.
I'm not stopping for a few hours.
Right. Are you eating Jack in the Box on the way?
No, I stopped and actually ate at a restaurant.
Wow.
Okay. Breakfast 24 hours.
Disappointed.
I wouldn't do Jack in the Box. Maybe if it was the only thing left open, but
thank you. Yeah, Kellen loves Jack in the Box, so
maybe Jack I know he does. Do
right.
Their breakfast is good, but their other stuff's not.
Are you getting on the Strava this week? Bicycle rides?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, Thursday morning, I guess. I got to step it up after Kiefer worked me.
Yeah. I felt like Kiefer probably could have done worse for you on social, but he kept it to a minimum.
It was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as the last time, but I realized that what I do at home is not enough.
Well, you don't have any hills either, so I look at your stats. You're not climbing, so.
No, very very little hills, and almost all my stuff is either hard dirt or concrete.
Right.
Riding in the high des up hills is not cool.
Kellen went on the Taser today out in the rock quarry.
Yeah, that's fun. The Taser makes it a lot easier.
I took Jamie out.
Yeah.
Same loop that we did. Yeah.
That exact same one.
It's close to it. Yeah, real close.
Did he rack his nuts too?
He didn't rack his nuts, but I know it. No. But he said
no.
He said the same thing that a lot of people say. Wow, you sure get a workout on an e-bike. Like not realizing.
Yeah.
So
no, it's still a workout.
All right, Jamie.
It was all right. See you guys.
Drive safe, and please just sleep in the truck, man.
All right, I'll do it.
All right, see you
later.
See ya.
Later. Bye. That's Jamie Guida, everybody, aka Vital, Jamie, aka Mr. Side, aka Dark Side, or as A-Ray said, Jamie. All right. I also want to Arthur Draper. Have you ever been in a motorcycle car accident? Did some idiot take you out?
Man, yeah, I was in a car crash like a decade ago.
Were you?
Yeah.
You should have called attorney Arthur Draper. He's a friend of the show. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. He'll take the time to know the clients. He'll take the time to talk to you personally. Consultations are free. You just need to call. ArthurDraper.com. Help is only a phone call away. He only gets paid, Kellen, if you get paid. ArthurDraper.com.
Feels like forever ago because I woke up so early, but when I was driving my buddy to the airport this morning, there was a car that, you know how those like little center divides kind of go up like this?
Yeah.
He literally rode up it and back down.
Oh, wow.
Like front
Fell
tire
asleep
clipped
then.
it or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Super early in the morning.
Damn.
Wild ride.
Yeah. 702-586-PULP. You got a question on your mind? Happy Labor Day, everybody. Thanks for listening or watching. Appreciate that. Always fun to do. Voicemails. We have some voicemails. No Dark Side voicemails this week. I meant to tell him that. Yeah. So we got a little rant there for Dark Side.
Do we need to actually play them then if there's no talking about Jamie in there?
Look at this guy. He's trying to get out of here.
Yeah, I know.
We're still 17 minutes from the
I'm
monologue.
just saying, if they're not talking about Jamie, are they worth listening to?
They are. Let's check them out. Here we go.
All right.
Voicemails.
Hey, Steve, whoever's in the studio. What's the best duo of brothers? I mean, we have to assume Steve's is the A. Martin, J. Martin. So just because A. Martin's on the squad, but just wondering, think the Lawrence brothers probably. I don't know.
Stewart brothers.
Yeah, Stewart brothers. Obviously, James is an all-time. Malcolm just got third in the 450 series.
And he has a 250 Supercross title, which the Martin brothers don't have.
Martin brothers don't have any of that. Martin's has 2 outdoor titles.
Like, yes,
Lawrence
can the Lawrence brothers get there?
Yeah.
Sure, but right now I would put Stu's.
Lawrence has 2 outdoor titles too, like Martin brothers.
And
and Hunter is a better career than Alex. So
just as a call out, so I don't get yelled at on our Tuesday conference call tomorrow, the Jones brothers were also very good too. Gary and Dwayne.
Yep.
But
different era.
Different
Bolin
era.
brothers were good, but not on. I would put the Lawrence brothers ahead of the Martin brothers, but the Stewart brothers ahead of the Lawrence brothers.
Correct. Until Jet graduates to 450s, and if he does a bunch of good stuff, and then Hunter gets there and does stuff too, then yeah.
And Volin brothers probably behind the Martin brothers, and the Jones brothers, different era, but yeah, Dwayne and Gary were great. All right.
Later. Steve, just wanted to say I'm listening to the preview show for Paula, and I think we need to have JB, or you need to have JB on more often for shows like this. It's very nice. Probably one of the best preview shows that I've heard. Or maybe get a different rider each week. Could be a retired rider. It's a good flow. Or just keep JB. You and JB got a good flow. He doesn't talk too much, just talks enough. You don't bullshit. I like it.
Yeah, we had Justin Brayton on the Fly Racing Moto 60 show on Thursday. He was great. Did you listen?
I didn't, but I was trying to pick out which JB he meant because there's 50 of them.
There is. Brayton was great. He was broke down the series, and yeah, he was really good. So
I think he low key would be a good TV analyst if they ever tried to do
100%. Yeah, the Race Day Live stuff that he did was really good. Who had the better career, Brayton or Dino?
Dino. Look, yes, Brayton won some overseas stuff.
Brayton won Daytona.
You can't take a 250 national title away from somebody, though.
You can't.
That is on a different level.
Brayton's 450 Supercross career was better than Dean's by far.
Sure, but I still think the 250 national title tops that.
Okay, fair enough. I would think it's closer, but
I think it is probably closer than I made it sound.
Yeah.
But I would put Dean above Brayton.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, just weighing in on Brian Deegan a little bit. Much to your point with this YouTube stuff, he wouldn't have to worry about being defamed if he wasn't posting videos and doing all this stuff and putting his child in the spotlight. So, you're just kind of reaping what you sow at this point. If you're worried about being defamed, maybe don't post all these videos of your children on YouTube. I get his side just like you do. But once again, now we're getting into the point to where it's okay, well, I'm worried about being defamed. Why? All these other kids that don't have YouTube channels wouldn't have been worried about being defamed because it would just be another amateur motocross story. Oh, this so and so was cheating, and it wouldn't be anything. But now this is turning into this huge thing because the Deegans have such a name recognition because of these freaking YouTube channels and because he's the general from Metal Militia. He's reaping what he's sowing, and he's being a child about it. Just like when he threw his helmet at High Point, and just like now with this bike claiming stuff, going to the kid about defaming his family. Come on, man. Stop being a child. I've never liked Brian Deegan because of this.
Clearly.
God.
Yeah.
His point, though, is in the future, this YouTube thing for the Deegans is huge. It makes them a lot of money, right? As they go forward and Hayden becomes under the control of the team, they're still trying to do the YouTube thing.
Yep.
Teams are going to be like, hey, can you not show that?
Yep.
Can you not show the practice battle between Hayden and Justin Cooper today or whatever? Hey, we had a fork on that we were trying. Don't show that. That'll be interesting moving forward, how that works, because they need footage and they need content. The teams are like, we don't care about your footage and your content.
But
so they got to work together.
Yeah, his point about defamation, you could be a nobody and file a defamation lawsuit. You don't need to have 1 million followers to do that.
No, but it does hurt your YouTube thing. I mean, that Brian told me. Brian said, we're not cheating, which I believe they were not. We're not cheating, he told me, but what if this kid pulled the bike down and made a video that said we were cheating?
Sure,
which is a point. But on the other hand, it's not a point.
But I'm saying his point that he was driving home was don't post the YouTube videos or whatever.
No.
I was a nobody. I probably still am a nobody. I could file a defamation lawsuit if somebody says something that isn't true about me that then blackballs me from future opportunities.
Right.
That's what defamation is. Like, you can't falsely accuse somebody of something they didn't do.
Yes, but I would wonder what the courts would ever say about a YouTube case where a bike.
That
that
doesn't matter. I'm just saying, this guy saying.
Yeah, it doesn't
post those
apply.
it
doesn't apply. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the YouTube thing's interesting going forward for the Deegans and Hayden and all that. But we'll see.
Yeah, fuck that guy complaining about T-shirt prices. You ever been to a concert, buddy? Like,
yeah.
I paid $80 for a 21 Pilots hoodie this weekend. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like,
yeah,
$42 is absurdly reasonable. Thanks. Fuck that guy.
And that includes shipping. That was including shipping USPS. And I was still getting yelled at.
These are the Race Tech rants right here. These people are fired
I
up.
think we got another one.
Pulp Nation. So I have a theory about Ryan Dungey and James Stewart. See if you follow along here, see if you feel the same. So I've been listening to James the past 2 races, I believe. He's been in the announcer's tower with Weege, and I swear he's announced R&D Coffee. He refers to Dungey as Mr. Coffee or R&D Coffee, and I've counted. He's referred to R&D Coffee over 70 times, I believe, and you can go back and count those yourself if you don't
70?
believe me. But 100%, he's getting some money under the table. Ryan Dungey is a genius. So tell me what you think. Thanks, guys.
I do not agree. He is not getting money from Ryan Dungey.
I think James has a couple things that he knows about Dunge and is taking those and running with it.
Which is fine and whatever. But yes.
Yep. Thanks for press. Later.
Race Tech Rant. What the fuck is this battle box? It's more blank screen than it is anything else. And you've got a battle for a championship going down the wire, and you're fucking filming 7th place on the battle box. Fuck it off.
I think they could do the Thor battle box.
They could
much better.
Make it a little better, yeah.
Like you take the scoring pylon and put it in the middle of the screen, and then have 2 basically opposite. It would be 1920 by 1080, so it'd be 1080 by 1920 screens of showing the 2 battles, and then you have full screen, but on either side of the split screen is the 2 battles. Just saying. You still have the Thor logo on the bottom in a little box.
It's a really poorly done implementation of a split screen.
But he lost
me.
He lost me.
Yeah,
just say,
Marks.
Just say 2 boxes, okay? Just say 2 boxes.
It's bad, dude.
You don't got to be all that way.
I get what these people are saying though, because unless you have your entire wall covered with a screen, they're basically turning it like a big screen into this.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
Tits, do you have thoughts on the battle box?
I've sent multiple screenshots when I see how poorly it's done. There was one time they even had the battle box where not battle box. It was the picture-in-picture of 2 different commercials at the same time.
Yeah.
Dude.
It was pretty impressive.
Hey, that's a giveaway bike.
Pancake and Mark's just going back and forth on it.
Brutal, dude. Like putting the battle box as a picture-in-picture while you're showing a commercial, so it's like you're watching freaking ants run around an anthill. It's unbelievable.
Well, so the thing is like IndyCar, NASCAR, all those guys do. Can't remember what it's called, but they do it where the coverage is still playing on like this tiny little screen, and then a whole commercial is playing.
There's no dead area though, right? Like the whole thing is going, and then they have like a little portion.
There is an
of
actual like commercial screen, and then there's like a running order screen, and then the live feed screen during that. So yeah.
Hey Steve, I got 2 questions, comments. The shortening of the motos at Paula, I'm all for it because I don't know if you remember, I think it was like 10 years ago, they shortened the motos. Or no, they didn't shorten the motos, sorry, but Josh Lichtel passed away from heat stroke. And sorry about the dog barking. Comment number 2, heard some comments about AC getting the ayahuasca or whatever that is. I was wondering if you could interview him and talk to him about that. It's pretty interesting. I'm sure it's because of, his mental state, being hurt so much and all that, but wondering if you can interview him for that. Thank you. Love the show.
Yeah, we had him on, so I don't know why you call and leave a voicemail, and then we just really
show 508 if you want to hear about
508
ayahuasca.
Get into
AC.
it. Although AC really didn't want to get into it.
No, but I mean,
yeah, but we did ask him.
You tried.
Yeah, right, I did try. Motorsport.com, tweet at Pete Segment.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
You like that? Marks, you were laughing pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Just because I can't wait to make GIFs and sound drops out of all these things that you're doing. It's going to be a great time.
Put them on the app.
I will do that. I'll put them on the app.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
the app's out on Friday, by everybody.
When you were having I think it was a rant about Darkseid saying getting caught.
Yeah.
And you were like, I have a screenshot of you doing that, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, there was also one. I was doing this. And someone put. I don't know what I was doing it for. That was caught. I think that was caught.
Getting caught.
I think that was where I was like, yeah, right, caught. And Jamie's like, this weekend he's like, well, I didn't read the manual. I didn't read the thing. And I'm like, you're just supposed to know, man. You're just supposed to know. He's like, well, where's this unwritten rule, or is this a rule book? I'm like, no, man. You just you don't make yourself in the picture. Like you just don't be like, caught me in the act of working.
Caught.
Yeah. Anyways, motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX.com, PulpMXShow.com. Great guys. Free shipping over $79. Driven to Ride video series coming out, and there's a very special one coming out soon from the folks at motorsport.com as well. And, great guys. OEM and aftermarket parts. Great prices. If you shop anywhere else online than motorsport.com for your parts and accessories, you're an idiot. Please.
Wow.
Try motorsport.com.
Brutal.
You'll be happy. I promise you. You'll be fine.
Quiet down.
All right, let's get into these questions submitted at PulpMX Show, and Pete over there reads the best ones.
Right. First one is from MotoFam86. Can we talk straight rhythm? The program was loose and fun at Pomona. Will it be more tight and controlled, being it's on the beach this time?
Nah, man.
Thoughts?
Nah,
Red Bull is loose. Hammer's coming on the show on the 19th to talk about straight rhythm. 2 strokes again. It's down in Huntington or Newport? Huntington. Should be great. Looking forward to it. Should be fun.
If it was in Noops, it'd be loose with a capital L.
Right.
From Lacrosse Defense Coach, will there be fireworks with Phil and J-Mart at the first Club MX Supercross scrimmage?
I hope so. Love it. They're so tight right now, and they hate each other's guts for a few years there. I love it. I just wonder if anything's going to be triggered, and they're going to get triggered.
Okay, from Corey Mosier.
Really fast, these questions.
Well, you're answering them quickly, but that's fine. We can rifle right on through this. I'll skip some, whatever you want. Will PulpMX be fielding a rider for the straight rhythm this year?
No, I had an idea, and I pitched it to Hammer, but I think he can't do it, or he wasn't interested in it. He blamed ESPN for not doing it. But I pitched him on a thing where I get to pick 2 riders, not in the event, my 2 guys, Cade and A-Ray, somebody like, people like that.
The PulpMX Showdown.
The PulpMX Showdown, best of 3, 3 like real short, and then we just get them on the show, and they're talking shit, and we cover their practice sessions, and maybe we get some bikes from Yamaha.
You're
the whole
really
thing.
quickly becoming a race promoter without
think?
realizing why.
Yeah?
The PulpMX LCQ challenge, and now you're trying to do PulpMX Showdown at straight rhythm.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just have a round at the World Vets.
I just want carnage.
The PulpMX class.
Yeah, I just want carnage. So
have Rhino and Brownie race each other at the World Vets.
Yeah, we could do that. I couldn't deal with Rhino. I don't want to talk to him.
From KC696, with California tracks shutting down and everything there getting more expensive, why does the industry still stay there?
Yeah, years ago, Yamaha's basically out in Georgia now. They're out there, everything except for race team. Honda was going to move. Honda moved their bikes to Georgia, like all their factory bikes and stuff were going out there for a museum. Yeah. I could see them getting out of there,
I agree. How much does, the close proximity to Japan still play, though?
I don't think much.
Not much?
No, I think just the industry started there,
because they could just ship through
right?
the Panama Canal and get to the other side.
And I think it just started in Southern California because that's where the wave of motorcycles riding started, right? And there was so much open land.
Look, I'm California born and raised, and I don't really have that much of a problem with California, but I get totally why people want to leave.
Yeah. I'm not like there's a political end of things about California, that people want to talk about. I don't give a shit about that, but there's just too many people.
Yeah, and it's not the same that it was, like you said, when they established all of those factories there, the Moto Mecca and stuff like that. There's still a decent scene, but it's nowhere near what it was.
Dude, did I read, though, and this might have been put out by California, so maybe it wasn't true, but California is like the 10th biggest economy in the world.
Yeah, if we seceded and we're our own country, yeah, it's
something like
ninth
that.
or 10th biggest
right?
economy, yeah.
In the world.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
From Tom Neal, this is
If
for
we
you,
seceded.
Kellen. Who wins in a motocross trivia contest, you or Lewis Phillips?
This is for me?
Yeah, the question's for you.
What am I, fucking chopped liver?
Tom Neal only wants to know about Kellen or Lewis.
I
Who
mean,
would
it
win?
totally
Go
depends.
fuck himself.
It totally depends on what, because I know Lewis
Music?
has me in GP stuff.
Music trivia?
Oh, I have him covered. But if it's US Moto trivia, I think I have Lewis covered still. But GPs, he has me. He brings some stuff up in his podcast, and I'm like, dude, how does he remember that?
5th largest behind Germany, ahead of India.
California?
Yeah. Mark's just Googled. 5th largest.
We're golden. The
And
Golden
again,
State.
like, why is California have so many people? Because it's fucking awesome to live in. Like,
Yeah.
that's why people go there.
I mean, look, like, my wife and I have talked a couple times about places we could move to, but the weather there, it's just good. You know?
Vegas. Come to Vegas.
Nah, it's too hot.
I like living here.
9 months of the year, Vegas is amazing.
I like living
It's
here.
the
You guys
3
like
months
it,
of
right?
the summer. Oh,
So,
yeah.
like-
I mean,
Born and raised, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are both born. Well, no, Mark's not you.
Yeah.
No, you're not born and raised here.
Yeah, I was
Just
born
go
and
with
raised
it.
here.
No.
my wife did a.
Swear you're not.
Yeah,
really?
Technically, I was born in Reno, but I only lived there
Ah,
for 3 days.
see? Yeah.
3 days.
Fuck you. I knew that.
3
That's
days.
true. Yeah, not born and raised. Get out of here.
Okay.
So I like it here.
I'm a
I mean, I'm
transplant.
a
Yes.
transplant.
I'm not saying it's bad. That's for different
Yeah.
people. But my
Right.
wife did a 4-month rotation for work in Arizona. Never again.
Too hot.
Too hot.
This is cooler than Arizona, but not much. It is. It's cooler than Arizona, but not.
So.
Yeah, not by much. You're right, Marks. Tits. 3 months. Yeah.
3 months of the year
Yeah.
through the summer is miserable, but other than that, I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, we were there. I was
amazing.
only there January to February, but she was there January through April, and she still didn't like it. So.
wow.
Wow.
If that's too hot in January to
Can
April,
we
then yeah.
also maybe on a later show deal into Marks' lies?
Yeah, I wish he wasn't a liar.
Right.
He's trying to claim things he's not.
It's just you bend the truth a little.
All right.
He's banking on no one fact checking him as well.
It's a great place. The weather is great. I mean, seriously, San Diego weather can't
Man,
be beat.
what a tough place for me to grow up, right?
Yeah,
San Diego.
I know. Can't be beat. It's
No.
amazing. I lived there for 3 years. I know
San
it. It's
Diego.
great. All right.
From Jason Valento. Amazing outdoor season for Shimoda. Can he carry that momentum into Supercross and be the contender we thought he would be last year?
I think he does.
You know, I remember
Yeah.
a certain person, they sat in this chair, it might have been in the old studio, that said Joe Shimoda might win a Supercross title by 23 or 24, and I
Really?
was laughed at. For
Oh.
that.
Okay. Do you want to pull that audio, or we can
Sure.
we can play it
Yeah.
if you want to?
I can pull up the tweet that I did that JT ridiculed me for.
Really?
Mm.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. From
Okay,
Doug.
goddamn.
Yeah. At the start of the season, you were concerned with Dungey's return.
I was.
Now that it has come to an end, what's the final review on his return?
Yeah, successful. Good
Brilliant.
job. We talked about it earlier. I'm not going brilliant. Brilliant is standing on the box a few times and all that.
He was
But-
almost
He was
there.
pretty close.
Okay, but not.
If it wasn't for
So-
Carlos screwing up, he would have done it.
He was going to get it at Shooks. He went from...
If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle.
Okay. He went from 25th to 4th in the second moto and was easily in second place in the first moto. Would have at worst gotten third. He would have been on the box.
If my aunt had balls, it would have been my uncle.
I don't think you're
We
allowed
don't
to
do-
say things like that anymore.
We don't do enough GL drops.
No, we don't. I'm looking through them as I transfer stuff to this computer. I'm like, oh, there's some good
There's
ones
some
in
good-
here. Yeah.
The reason why I say it's brilliant...
Well, we need to do sorry, but I was concerned with one thing. Or two things, whatever. That's the one.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I was waiting for him to play it.
I don't know what we're talking about. Oh.
GL.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah. I don't know where it is.
I was worried. I was.
How does it
I was
feel
doing.
to be
I was
looking
worried
and
about.
you just can't find anything?
I was worried about
huh?
two things.
Oh.
Can't find it.
Okay.
Winning races and
Right.
My point is that when Dungey came back, there was, of course, all the look at all these other retired athletes that came back in the sports and were not good. Dungey was good.
Okay, he got 6th overall. It was a good comeback. Just you can't use the word brilliant. Sixth overall.
Compared to other sports greats that came back after 5 years off, I would say brilliant.
Go ahead.
I had two things on my mind: winning races and smashing pussy.
I mean, that's a good one. That's a good drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, my stuff's all over the place right now.
From Fuzz Sanders, have you heard anything about the TV package for the World Supercross?
I haven't. They're going to stream it. They're going to have a streamer. Ralph and Jeff are the guys in the booth.
Did you see they
Joseph Allen? They added,
Joseph Allen.
Yeah, they added Joseph Allen. I think Kristen Beat's going to be doing it.
Yep.
Yeah, they're going to have something. So stay tuned.
From the voice of the drunken people for you, Kellen, who's had a more frustrating year, Betts or AC?
I'll say AC because at least Betts has got some like actual field time.
Right.
AC hasn't raced since San Diego, I think. So
is that round 6, round 5?
3.
Was that 3?
I think so. I think he pulled out after that.
Okay.
So yeah, rough year for AC.
Okay. From Canadian Motocross Unfiltered for the both of you, as we celebrate the 10-year anniversary of JT retiring, from a strictly racing perspective, which rider today is the modern JT?
We talked about this on a pod recently. We talked about a rider, and he was offended, I think. I think he was offended we mentioned it. Was it Norin? Did we say he was like a Norin?
That's funny. I was going to say that or Chiz.
Chiz's high end is better than JT's. Chiz was,
his high end is better. I'm saying right now.
Right now,
like
yeah.
End of JT's career, Chiz is like, good
Yeah,
positioning.
I
I
still
guess
think-
JT wouldn't have gotten a star ride, right?
No,
at the end
and
of his career,
JT's not going to be still mad that I think Chiz is better. But
I was thinking Norin.
Yeah, Freddie. Yeah.
Okay. From Letitia S, is 2023 Faulkner's last opportunity?
No, because you're Austin Faulkner. If he keeps riding well, he'll get more chances. And
How old is he? 23?
I don't know.
Well,
I think there's a good chance he rides 450 outdoors.
He debuted in 15?
I don't
16?
know. How old was he when he debuted? See, we don't even know that.
16. So
Marks can look this up.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah.
I mean, he's been at it for a while. I think we're to the point or almost past make or break.
How about Mitch with Jet Reynolds tonight?
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
Didn't sound great.
I think if you're Rider D, I would start testing some Supercross whoops.
Yeah. 2016 made his debut. He's going to ride 450 motocross next year, I believe. I think that happens with 3 guys under that truck. So if
Where's
Adam,
Joey?
I don't know. Doesn't have anything. You want to give him a ride?
Brutal.
Rick Ware Racing for World Supercross.
Yeah. Let's get you, Rick Ware, LP together, and we'll have Ferrado and Joey.
There we go.
On a team.
Let's go.
Yep.
Ferrado. All right.
From Krzysztof Tomaszek, Steve, where do the vet motocross of nations bikes come from? Are they from private collections or manufacturers' warehouses?
Private collections.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Doc Wobb.
Doc Wobb builds them up. Yeah.
That's old news, right?
10:07.
Yeah, you got some
He's
overtime.
out.
I did.
Man.
Yeah, a little bit of overtime on a
Not even
holiday.
gonna charge you
I'm
for
surprised
him
he
either.
can
That's
even-
triple time, bro.
I'm surprised he can even move with all the pizza and wings he's got.
I was in a little coma over here earlier.
I thought I saw his eyes getting heavy.
Chris Betts, Josh Ellingson, Mitch Payton, and Lewis Phillips. Best interview for you? You're going to say Lewis. I already know.
No, you know what? I'm gonna say Mitch.
Yeah, I got to go Mitch, too.
He was really good.
Yeah, he's always great. Mitch Payton for you, guys? Or
yeah,
Betts?
Yeah.
We love our guy Betts.
Well, I mean, I love Betts.
Right.
But I don't count Betts. Betts is just like you're chatting with someone. It's not really like an interview to
True.
me. So
True.
I'd go Peyton.
Okay. All right. Tits?
What?
Yep. I wasn't listening by Travis Marks.
Not mine anymore.
Hey, Start Your Systems. How's that going for you?
It's going all right. I'm bummed because at always every year, like right around this time, I'm like so burnt out on all the work that I've done that SYS falls to the back burner. But it's all right. We're like 2,000 subscribers away from 100,000 on YouTube. So.
Oh wow!
Close.
Look
Yeah.
at you.
Yeah, we're getting there.
You get something from YouTube for that, I think.
Yeah, you get a little like silver plaque.
Oh.
It says like congrats on 100K.
Where are we at? We got 100,000.
We're not quite there yet.
Okay.
But we're behind Kellen. I wasn't gonna say closely behind, but we're behind him.
Fucking Roto. What's he doing?
It's a work in progress.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
He's probably paying for bots.
He's
supposed to get us subscribers?
For bots.
Just out there in Ohio doing who knows what.
God. That's cool. So, yeah. And when does that start up? Or do you have a break in that or no?
No,
like it's literally every week?
Make content every week. Like I usually work a, roughly 8 to 4 schedule, and then spend time with the family at night, and then get back on at like 9 to about 11 midnight-ish. Keep working on SYS.
I thought there's no breaks. You're just racing every week.
Well, it's not racing. Like the point of SYS
I thought
is
you're racing and you're calling the action for these races.
Yeah, so I do. There's a 29-round series that I call action for, and then I am also the lead broadcaster for the ESX series for Feld. But SYS is a media company. So we try to cover all the video games as fairly as we can.
I thought you were just announcing video game races.
Nope.
Okay.
It's more than that.
When are they going to come out with something as good as ATV Fury?
I see ATV Opera Fury 2 in your little case over there too. So
good.
It is really good.
Reflex.
Yeah.
We need Reflex.
Now,
Reflex, yeah.
I heard a story, I think from those guys, the Rainbow guys, that when they sold it, the software and the animation and everything for that ATV Fury, all the code gone.
Because they liquidated all their assets, and so all the servers and everything that they had went down. So when Nordic actually bought all the assets from THQ, they didn't have any of that old stuff. They had nothing,
yeah.
But, I mean, another problem with it is all the Reflex code that existed is on an old game engine. So that's like a decade old now, and all the game engines that they use today are updated. Like MXVice ATV Legends is an engine called Unreal Engine 5, which is, the most up-to-date game engine that they can use, but it's...
I think, Kellen... You have said this every single time you've come in here. It never fails.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's good.
But it's the same recurring segment because people say, we just need Reflex again.
Give it back.
And then I'm like...
I don't know which one is Reflex. Which one is Reflex?
It was the good one.
It's the 09.
Yeah, but what was the tracks or what was the... Tell me.
When you'd have a heavy hit or someone hits you, you'd have to click your joystick one way or the other, or otherwise you'd fall over. That was the Reflex
Kingston,
part of it.
Stone Point...
Yeah, there's some. Yeah, Kingston, Stone Point, MX338, Sandwick,
Boxcar.
Okay. Yep. I remember that one.
Got there?
Yeah, I remember that one.
I remember
It's the one before the Stew Compound one.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, because the Stew Compound one was a little different.
Yeah, some people.
But
like
I liked
that
it.
game.
No, I liked it.
Yeah,
I like both of those versions. I'm fine with either one.
Yep. But then that was the last official THQ produced game, and then they went out of business. They went bankrupt.
And the game engine has not been updated.
You can't. They liquidated their assets. All that code is gone. So everything since then has been starting from brand new.
Right.
And it's
on a new engine.
And on a new engine, and it's been some of the same developers from back then are still there, but a lot of new. Stefan Roncata.
The bottom line, Kellen, is it's your fault that there's not a universally acclaimed video game, kind of.
Well, the thing is
there isn't, is there?
No. But the thing is people complain about these new console games, but we have MXVice ATV Legends, we have the MXGP video game, we have the Monster Energy Supercross game, we have MX Simulator, we have MX Bikes.
The Monster Energy Supercross game and the GP game are the same.
Well, they're not the same game, but it's the same developer.
It's the same basic gameplay.
They're two different titles released, though.
Yes, I know, but they play the same.
Same engine.
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
And then MX Sim and MX Bikes are the PC games that are more...
Yeah, nobody wants to do that.
Right, so no one wants to try hard that way, but there's a lot of options.
What's the best video game for motocross right now?
Well, if you ask me, I'm going to play Sim or Bikes because I'm good at them, and I have good PCs that are capable of it. So.
Marks, do you do that?
Yeah.
The Sim one?
Yeah, I play Sim. I'm not as good as Kellen.
Is there
a lot of other
I used to
people.
like those games where you could build roller coasters and cities.
Roller Coaster Tycoon and
Sim
City.
City. They still got those?
For Sim, bro. Remember you gave me crap for playing Planet Coaster on company time.
Kellen, did you ever play Motocross Madness on PC back in
way back
late 90s?
100%. MCM2. Yeah.
That was great.
Is that the one you design your tracks in?
I don't know.
There was Motocross Madness where guys were designing tracks and they looked bitchin'.
Yeah,
I never got into it.
MCM2 Factory. They had a lot of tracks on there, and then I think a lot of those guys moved to MX Simulator, and they created a lot of tracks. There's a treasure trove of tracks in those games too.
So are the Feld guys embracing you a little bit more as a video game guy for their?
I think so. Yeah, I have a pretty good working relationship with them. I've helped out the last 2 years with their ESX Esport Championship that they have with Yamaha presents it, and they this year are giving away 3 bikes.
Jeremy Smith, best gamer.
For the PC side, yeah. The problem is that there is no one best, because there are the console gamers that are really good, and there's the PC gamers that are really good, and they don't really mesh.
Right.
Because those guys get good at a certain game, and these guys get good at another game.
Like Talon and Tits. They don't mesh.
Sure.
And one's good and one's not.
Have you played the LCQ Studios game?
Yeah, so LCQ Studios came out with a early access demo of Motocross Chasing the Dream last week, and if you guys could try that out, it's a PC-only game right now, but it's super early access, so don't read much into it. They're asking for feedback on it. You can
Do they have
check
any
out
licensed riders or anything?
No, because
Okay.
it's like they're really base level of the game, trying to get a development cycle started with it. So if you guys play it, give them feedback. You spend $15 to get an early access demo and help support the game.
I like the Stew Compound. I like that because I was at the Stew Compound. That was it.
Yeah, so I mean,
that was awesome.
Alive made the Stew Compound part of the game, but all these other games have created. Reflex has a Stew Compound because some users created it.
Oh.
MX Sim has a Stew Compound. MX Bikes has a Stew Compound because it's all user created stuff. So.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
I can't tell you how many hours I played ATV Fury.
Same.
I shudder to think of what I could become if I'd taken those hours playing that game and applied it to real life.
I think I have pretty much the entire ATV for Fury 2 soundtrack on my Spotify playlist. So
okay. All right. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
I should have spent more time on your SYS stuff, but
no, it's okay.
Okay.
If people have questions, they can feel free to reach out anytime.
Kellen Army. I hope Kellen Army doesn't come at me.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. All right. Thanks to Roto. Thanks to Pancake as well. Swisscore Moser for all their help behind the scenes. Marks?
Yes.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
a lot. That's great.
Hey, check out my shirt.
Yeah, the new. I'm out of them
tight.
already. I'm out
That's
of them.
tight.
I only have mediums left.
Oh, medium.
Yep. I ordered some more though.
It's really nice.
Yeah, it's a good quality shirt.
Good quality
so remember that fucking guy that complained last week?
No.
You should tell him that.
Yeah, these are next level branded. So
$40 is a deal.
It's
including shipping.
Yeah, they're
including shipping.
They're lit. It says the F word on it, so
yeah.
I feel a little edgy.
3 weeks in a row. Honestly, if I had Unsung Heroes awards, you would get one.
I'm due for a vacation, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So,
right.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
When will we see you again?
I don't know. Maybe 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months.
Thanks to Pookie as well for all the help. Kellen Brauer. I'm Steve Mathis. We're off next week. Kinda. We might be doing a remote show from a undisclosed location without these guys. Just me, like Supercross COVID style. Or I might not be. I don't know yet. So stay tuned. But we're for sure back here in studio on the 19th, back on YouTube and Facebook and all that stuff. Again, thanks to Mav TV as well for watching. Thanks to our guests. Thanks a lot for everybody. Use the sponsor codes, support the product, and so we can keep doing this stuff. Really appreciate it. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike